also think I needed a little bit of a break.
You're a mom. You better not schedule your roll career on a Mariners game.
No, but I do.
You got 130 left.
I know, it's true. But especially because, with Bucky being gone, I feel like I've got to, it's not something I can just have on kind of in the background. I feel like I've got to be paying even more attention. And so I have been scheduling more things like, okay, well, I can record, I can start late, I can watch this and fast forward. And it was nice to have a day off where I wasn't worried that everybody was going to get very angry.
You're probably speaking for most of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, right?
When you say that, they just took a breath of, we don't have to watch this for a minute.
I know, and that's sad 2 weeks into the season.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, you talk about Groundhog Day. When I had this show on the station for 13 months, 6 of them, Chris Kidd and I talked about this. Mm-hmm. Are the Mariners ever going to turn around? How nervous are you about the Mariners? This is clockwork. 4-9 is the norm for this team after 13 games. Now, they are resetting low marks for franchises for first 13 games. I can talk about this in a little bit. But statistically, batting averages, OPS, slugging.
Yeah.
Every year over year, they set a new low. After 13 games last year, they had franchise lows of hitting and scoring. They just broke that this year with the first 13 games.
And that's not something you want to be doing.
This is who they are. The American League West stinks right now. The American League stinks right now. Mm-hmm. So that's okay. The bad part is the Mariners have only played the American League so far.
I know, right? And not doing well.
Against the bad side of the Major League Baseball. But, we're going to ask you on the text line, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line, and other places today, YouTube, which is new to me.
I know. Welcome to YouTube, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. But we're going to ask, are you panicked? How long will you not be panicked? At what point is the panic point on the Mariners? What do you think about Dan Wilson? Is he on a hot seat? My answer is no.
No, I would agree.
Because of who picked him is still in charge.
Yeah.
But when's the panic? And from my experience in this, living here for 30 plus years, maybe the All-Star break would be the panic point. I mean, we're only in April, and this team has shown eventually they have the pitching that if they just get a modicum of hitting, and this year more to the point that fielding, which is really what
that has been,
If they get it even to average of those, they're going to win. That's the history. So it's easy to say coming off an off day, but I wouldn't be too panicked. I would be concerned, but I wouldn't be panicked.
And that's the thing. That's the conversation we've kind of been having lately is, you can be frustrated. You can be annoyed. And again, just for all the texters, for all the YouTubers, I'm not telling you how to fan. You can feel however you want. I'm just saying, to save my own sanity, I am annoyed. I'm frustrated. I don't like it that the season starts this way frequently. I don't like it that we had such high expectations and hopes coming off last year to start this season this way again when you think maybe now it's going to be different and then it's not. Yeah, that's really freaking annoying. I get it. I'm annoyed.
Especially this year.
Yeah.
I mean, the talk at opening, I wrote a story for the News Tribune, which I'm already regretting, talking about what players, what fans coming into the ballpark opening day, and even John Stanton himself were saying, World Series.
Yeah.
John Stanton, the day of the opener, said, we should be competing in the World Series this year. Mm-hmm. He said that.
Yeah.
On live radio, on this station.
Yep.
He told that to Softy, Jimmy's across the street from the park. And they go out and go 4-9 to start. That's what makes this particular start even more galling.
Yeah.
But having said that, there's still 150 games left to go. And this team, again, if they just get a modicum of semi-average hitting and just field the ball like a Little League team should be able to, and throw the ball and catch the ball, they will win. That's the recent history of this pitching staff. They go with a 1.39 ERA down in Texas. Mm-hmm. A team that did not look good to me at all when we watched them. And they lost all 3 games.
I know. Yeah.
So even having said all of this, they still have the pitching to go to the World Series. They did last year.
Absolutely.
They did it to do again this year. So when you say panic, now the injury piece, which is what John Stanton caveated when he talked on opening day to Softy, if we have the health, he said, we should be competing this year for the World Series. The injuries for the pitching staff would absolutely turn the whole season around. And then if you would couple that with the hitting and the fielding they have, you're talking about a last place team.
Oh, that would be a disaster.
Can we even say that?
Yeah, can we knock on knock on everything?
There's enough wood in the Pacific Northwest to knock on to try to avoid that from happening. But we've already seen it, Bryce Miller.
Yeah.
But
But he also, even coming off last year, wasn't, he had some struggles, some issues, some health that was kind of haunting him all season. So I don't have a fear that that's going to be derailing them. I think he's going to be okay.
And Emerson Hancock has proven worthy enough to fill in for him.
Absolutely.
The pitching, my point is, eventually, the key is eventually. How much are you going to pay and watch and invest in this until eventually happens? But eventually, if they just hit a little bit and catch the ball like a major league team should, they're going to win because of their pitching staff. And you know what else? There are going to be 40,000 butts in the seats tonight because it's Ichiro giveaway statue night. And they're going to unveil the statue out in front of the park tonight. And I hate to say it, but I've said it many years on this station. As long as there's fireworks nights, bobbleheads, and Ichiro statue nights that 40,000 people are coming to, John Stanton and boys are cool.
Oh, you just pissed so many people off.
But am I wrong?
No,
they are clearing profit.
Yeah,
they are clearing profit. They're getting luxury tax money from the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Cubs of the world, right?
Yeah.
They are plus in what they do best, which is make money. Pro sports owners own teams not to make us feel good, to say, yeah, it's great. And the Seahawks will say they do it for the fans. Billionaires own billionaire teams to make more billions. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
That's how they got to be billionaires. They didn't get there by being philanthropists. They got there by making money.
Yeah.
And as long as the Mariners and John Stanton and the boys are making money, we good. Mm-hmm. And that's the frustration with the Mariners. And when they don't invest and they don't bring in free agents, that's where fans get ticked.
Yeah.
And that's a valid concern and a valid criticism of this team. But if you're one of those billionaires invested in the Mariners and you see 40,000 in the park for a 4-19 that the whole region is pissed about, you good.
Yeah. And which is a sad thing. I mean, I think it's interesting to see, obviously I think most people that are going to this game tonight bought these tickets before the Mariners were on a 4-9 start, right?
And more part, you should be celebrating.
Right. Go celebrate Ichiro, go see the statue, go get your replica statue, and I think some of them are going to be autographed. I mean, very cool, fun thing, honor the Mariners. There was a conversation on our station yesterday actually about we need to stop celebrating all of these things in the past, right? And people were texting in yesterday. Why are you talking about a 2001 team? We had Mark McLemore on, and we were talking to him about Ichiro. Why are you talking about the 2001 team? That's 25 years ago. Well, because it is important to honor our past, but also that's what we've got. Right?
You're talking about a team who never made the World Series?
Yeah, that's what we've got. We can't celebrate our trip to the World Series. We can't celebrate our World Series championship. We can celebrate 1995 because it was an awesome year where nobody thought they were going to make the playoffs. We can celebrate 2001 because it was an amazing regular season that ended in disappointment. We don't talk about that part. And we can celebrate our great players. And we can celebrate last year going to the ALCS Game 7 because that is what we've got. And you can't celebrate something you don't have.
I've been around a few major league parks. I grew up 30 minutes from Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. I will say, and family in Cleveland, get back to Detroit now. My mother and sister live in Detroit. And those cities have great baseball history.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, back to the turn of the 1900s. Cleveland the same. Detroit the same. And championships and World Series. The Pirates don't celebrate their last World Series like the Mariners celebrate the 2001 and 95 team. I mean, the 1979 We Are Family, Willie Stargell Pirates, they don't invoke that as nearly as much as the 95 Mariners are around here. So they do it a little bit overboard. But to your point, what else are they going to celebrate?
Right. You've got to keep reliving it because
it does sell.
Yeah.
It does sell. I mean,
and people will get annoyed. People are going to be so mad. Why are we celebrating these things? I get it. But again, when that's what you've got, that's what you got.
It's not Sean Figgins statue night tonight.
No.
It's not
I want a Sean Figgins statue.
It's not Richie Sexton statue night tonight.
Thank goodness Bucky would be mad.
It's Ichiro statue night.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is, we are celebrating a great player who's world famous and what he's done for the game of baseball. So, yeah, it's not like they're doing Brett Boone statue night. Sorry for all these guys catching strays, but that's just we're not doing that. So I do think in terms of that, it's important to celebrate those things. And it is sad that that's all we have, not the player part, but the games and the years that we're celebrating that we keep remembering. Yeah, it's sad that that's what we're celebrating because that's what we have.
But it also sells.
But it sells,
which it puts butts and seats in the park, which is the bottom line of the people who run the Mariners.
Yeah.
And I mean, I make a joke that they should have Ken Griffey sleeping in the clubhouse bobblehead, and they should make Ken Griffey in batting practice bobblehead. They should make Ken Griffey in his truck driving across I-90 in Montana bobblehead.
Yeah.
And it would sell.
Yeah.
You'd get 40,000 people to the park.
He was at the Kraken game last night. You could do a Ken Griffey at the Kraken game bobblehead.
Sitting in a seat.
Yeah. You could get Ken Griffey sitting in his truck driving across I-90 in Montana during a Mariners game when he abruptly retired bobblehead night. And you get 40,000 people that would come to that.
Probably.
You can't blame the Mariners for promoting what
they've
sells.
got a job to do.
And they're doing it very well.
Yes, they are.
For a team that has never made the playoff, or they made the World Series.
Yeah.
But they drove 2.5 million people last year?
I don't know, but it was.
They did. It was 32,000 a night.
It's pretty good.
That's some coin.
Yeah.
When parking costs $50-$70 and beers cost $18 and hot dogs cost $10, you bring a family of 4 for $250 just to sit in the bleachers. That's some bucks when 2.5 million people come in.
Yeah.
So they aren't discouraged to change that.
No.
They aren't discouraged to quit the Ichiro statue nights and the Ken Griffey driving in his truck bobblehead night because it sells. Mm-hmm. And that's the so frustrating part about the on-field product. I mean, honestly, if you're drawing 32,000 people a night and making the money the Mariners are making, you damn well should be in the World Series. I mean, the product you're putting on isn't matching the numbers they get and the revenue they're making, by and large. Now, last year it did.
Yeah, well, and I was going to say, too, I think, adding Naylor in the offseason was a big deal and bringing in Donovan. I mean, they did this year, I think, offseason-wise, was more impressive than they've been in a while.
But they also had more money they just made the past offseason.
Well, good. I'm glad they used it.
Right. but right?
Yeah.
Because they played for almost an extra month. Mm-hmm. They had gate revenue and interest and, as I mentioned, 32,000 people per night in the stands. So they had a higher floor this past offseason as far as revenue. And that's the bottom line. How much this is true of any team. The Seahawks that I cover for the News Tribune, same thing. How much are they willing? Now, the NFL is different because it has a hard salary cap and there's a floor. You have to pay a minimum of cash out every year. That's per the CBA. But how much are they willing to spend of the profit they got the previous year in the Mariners case? And the profits were larger last year because of the success they had. And they played longer games and packed houses for 2 playoff rounds. That, to me, is the reason that they signed or traded for Brendan Donovan and re-signed Josh Naylor, because the floor was higher. Mm-hmm. And tonight, when 40,000 people come to Ichiro statue night, the floor stays there. Mm-hmm. When does the floor drop out? As long as they have this pitching staff, I would argue it's not going to, because they're going to be in contention. Like I said, if they can start catching and throwing like a Little League team, they will be in contention. Yeah. So the floor doesn't drop out. And that's why, in my mind, the panic doesn't start until August if they're playing like this.
Right. Well, and the panic shouldn't start. I mean, I think the panic, if this is still the case at the end of May, you're going to have a lot of very panicked people, whether they should be or not, because obviously there's, I hate to say it, still a lot of time left in the season. I know I won't use the "it's early" phrase, but it is funny to me that there is so much anger and frustration and some panic with this. The season started 2 weeks ago from yesterday. So is it an ugly start to the season? 100%.
Man, does it feel like it was 2 months ago that the season
feels
started?
really long. And I think maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem, is that people are like, oh, we've been doing this already for months. Oh, crap. It's only been 2 weeks. Yeah. Maybe that's the problem.
Well, I think part of the problem is that your big stars, your big bats are so cold and striking out. Right. It's very frustrating. You give Naylor this big contract and he is just sucking. Yeah. And, Julio typically is not playing well this time of the season, but you expect more from your stars.
Absolutely. I will say the one thing that we haven't, and I brought this up briefly to Chuck, we haven't really gotten to talk about at all because of this terrible start, is that Julio has had 2 moments where he's come up in the 9th inning and delivered a clutch hit that's tied the game and sent us to extra innings. And we haven't even gotten to talk about it because everything else has been so abysmal.
One to the opposite field of all things in Anaheim.
Yeah, and he's getting no credit because in both of them, they lost the game. Right. And it's like, but that is one positive thing that I've noticed. But then you've got, it's kind of like all the positives are taken over by the negative. Yeah. Like Rob Refsnyder, great catch the other day. Guy can't hit.
He doesn't have a hit this season yet, does he?
No.
He's 0 for 13.
I believe so.
The guy who's the best hitter against left-handed pitching ever created.
And I don't think he has a hit. Unless he got one on Wednesday, but I don't think he did.
No hits.
No hits. Okay, so spectacular catch. can't hit. Brendan Donovan can hit. Errors in and at third base. So it's like everything is a, give and a take in there, so that you don't have any just multiple positives to move forward with, because every single positive has a negative attached to it right now.
That's another point we're going to bring up during the show about the Mariners. Brendan Donovan is their best hitter right now. 316, 605 slugging, 1.027 OPS, 3 home runs and 11 starts. He is the worst third baseman in Major League Baseball by all kinds of metrics. By all kinds of metrics, leads and errors, second most errors actually, worst fielding percentage. There's a sabermetrics. Bucky may have talked about this. Maybe not. He's not a big sabermetrics guy.
No.
Range factor. You know what that is?
I do not.
What's that?
It's how big your range is in your kitchen. No, range factor is putouts plus assists.
I almost spit my pop out.
I was trying to catch you there. Putouts plus assists per 9 innings. It's an old Rick. I almost said Rick James. That would have been funny. This is sabermetrics from the 1980s.
Okay.
I mean, one of the originals.
Okay.
And he is the worst in Major League Baseball among all regular third basemen in putouts plus assists per 9 innings.
Wow.
So when he gets chances, he's not converting them.
Right.
How long does that last? Who do they have instead?
I know and that's the question. I mean, and you think too with Perry Hill, it's going to improve because we've seen him do
He's
that
a Gold Glove infielder at second base.
Yeah.
With the Cardinals.
But I have never played baseball or softball. I just watch a lot of it. I don't know how hard that is to convert from second to third.
He did have 100. I think it was 100 games in his career. Maybe it's fewer than that. I wrote a story on opening day about him playing at third base. He had a dabbling of it in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Most of it was at second base and then some outfield as well. But he won a Gold Glove a couple of years ago for what he did at second base. I coached high school baseball, and here in Seattle, and I'm in no way a major league level authority on this. But talking to guys and covering, I used to be, and some of you remember from my show, I used to be the A's beat writer in Oakland for the Sacramento Bee, and I covered the Mariners as the AP sports writer here in Seattle for years. They will tell you that third base of all the positions in the infield is the most difficult because of how quickly the ball gets on you, especially right-handed batters.
Yeah.
And that is an adjustment. And compared to second base, where you are more in the middle of the diamond and further back positionally in most cases. So, and not to mention the long throws from third to first.
Right.
So it is incrementally more difficult, they will tell you, at third base than at second base. And the Mariners knew this when they decided to put him at third. The fact is, when they let Eugenio Suarez leave again, by the way, they're going to trade for Suarez in July.
Probably. That's just going to be a thing.
That would be such a Mariners move.
It's just going to be our thing. Oh, God.
Because the only 2 times in the last quarter century they made the playoffs is because Suarez was here.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be like, all right, we got to get him back.
Cincinnati
We got to get that
up
guy
in
back.
July, and then he's going to be back here, by the way.
All right.
But when they let him go, they had to make a calculus decision of, well, who's going to be at third? Okay, let's try Brendan Donovan here. So they had to have considered the possibility that this would happen because he hasn't played regularly.
Well, and he even talked about it in spring training. Like, I'm nervous about this because I don't have a lot of experience here.
And now you see why.
Yeah, now you see why. All right, well, we've got a lot more to talk about with the Mariners. We got a lot more to talk about with the show. Let's find out what is on tap.
Coming on Chuck and Bud. Say what? What's on tap? What's on tap?
So I mentioned we're going to do things a little differently today. We will have the Ocho, but it won't be your typical Ocho. We'll just kind of continue to have conversations about the bigger stories from the week. The Kraken did win last night. We did mention that. So we are going to have Todd Lywicki on at 7:05. He's going to talk Kraken.
We are not going to talk about that win.
Not about that win, though. Yeah, he's going to talk Kraken, but not about that win.
My first question is going to be to him, Travis. How the hell are you going to have an independent audit of your hockey operations led by the general manager who leads the hockey operations?
Yeah,
he's
now the new president of hockey operations because they're not really filling the position. Yeah. It's a great question. I'm curious about it. We are also going to have Elise Woodward on at 9, so that'll be fun to talk to her. She just got a new gig in Portland. She has been broadcasting for the Storm the last few years, and she's going to be on the TV broadcast now for the new Portland WNBA team. We do need help from you guys, and we've got an awesome prize. We're going to tell you all about that at 6:45. And since we probably won't have a lot of time to talk about the Kraken, we're going to do that next. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
win in a shootout over Vegas.
Well, that's a gutsy win right there, partner. Battle back in the third period to tie this thing up. Couldn't get it done in overtime. Get it done in a shootout. Kraken win 4-3.
The Kraken won a shootout. I know it was pretty amazing because that doesn't happen very often. That was your McDelivery of the game last night.
I think it might have been was it their first shootout?
It was their
one?
second in 8 attempts. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Again, I should have gone to bed earlier. All the other shootouts. That was your McDelivery of the game last night's top call from the Kraken Audio Network, brought to you by McDonald's. Ordering the food you crave with McDelivery is a whole new way to love McDonald's. Order directly from the McDonald's app and select McDelivery today. Start earning points for free food. See app for details. So here's the thing, and I guess this is my question for both of you, because we've gotten to the point now where the season, we can all agree, is turning into a pretty big disappointment because everybody had really high playoff expectations. Now, the Kraken are not mathematically out of it. There are 4 games left, and they are out of the second wild card spot by 8 points. So chances are pretty slim that they're making the playoffs.
The Kings cannot gain a point in the standings in any of their final 4 games. One of them against Seattle.
Actually, and the Predators can't eat. I mean, basically,
the Predators are one behind, right below the cut line of LA for the last wild card.
So we have to win out and then hope that that everybody else loses, basically.
And not only loses, but loses in regulation.
Yeah, no overtimes.
Because overtime losses is a point. And
So, I mean,
unlikely.
Right. And I mean, we've seen this Kraken team go on a win streak. I'm not saying that I don't think they could win out. I think they could. It wouldn't surprise me that they do it, because it would be right when we're thinking that all hope is lost, and then they'd give us a little hope. And then the problem is what you need from other teams in order to get to that second wild card spot. It's not just dependent on the Kraken winning. It is dependent on other people losing. You do play the Kings, so there's one where if you beat them, they're not going to gain a point, but that's just one game. The other teams, I think you play Vegas again. They've already locked in their spot. Yep. You're playing Calgary tomorrow, and Colorado.
Yeah, they're no good.
Yeah. So,
but they might be resting.
They might be resting.
Starters.
Yeah. So you could.
I bet Colorado's reserves are pretty good too.
I mean, that would be our luck. If we get to the last game and everybody's like, okay, all we have to do win this and we're in the playoffs, and then Colorado's backups are just crushing us. That would be our luck. That would be our luck. So, do you guys feel like the way that this season has gone? We had, I think, a lot of optimism going into the Olympic break, and then coming out of it, it has just kind of been
a playoff spot going to the Olympic break.
Yeah, and it's just been a deflated balloon since then. So, how big of a disappointment is it really, though? Like, I mean, it's not on a Mariners level of missing the playoffs. It's not on a Seahawks level of missing the playoffs, I don't think, because the Kraken are obviously not as popular as the Mariners and Seahawks.
Only 5
still
years
growing.
old
Yeah, exactly. Still growing. So how disappointing is it really?
Well, if you're a hockey fan, it's certainly disappointing.
Yeah.
You signed
Even a casual fan, I think, though.
You signed Chandler Stevenson to a $43 million contract.
Yeah.
He has 15 goals. He's a centerman.
Yeah.
He has 15 goals. Look at the Brandon Montour side. This is the problem that people have with the Kraken. Not only the results, but the moves, the splash moves that they thought were going to move the needle and change the direction of the franchise have not worked at all.
Right.
At all.
Well, and then you bring in Bobby McMahon, who I think a lot of people were like, who? We don't really know who he is. And then all of a sudden he lights a fire under everybody. Though. Yeah, it was a great one. Move. That's the one that nobody expected.
Keep him?
Yeah.
Because his contract's ending, which is why they got him in the first place.
They got to lock him up.
Right.
Yeah.
Can they keep him?
That'd be huge.
Here's the deal on the Kraken. And I'm sure I know I've talked with Ian Furness about this. Their window of people giving a big rip, as in buying season tickets that cost a dime, is about to end. When the Sonics come here, there are way more people that are invested in NBA basketball going back to the Sonics being here until 2008 than there are hockey fans. And this right now, between now and the Sonics beginning play, which sounds like it's going to be October 2028, is the window for the Kraken to do something.
Right.
Because they will be third fiddle in their own building, potentially, when the Sonics come. And I'm going to ask Todd Lewicki about that at 8 o'clock.
7 o'clock. 7:05, yeah.
Sorry.
You're good.
8 o'clock in Denver.
Yeah, there you go.
That, to me, is the existential macro issue with this team. You have had 5 years to capture the winter market. The Huskies basketball team is not.
Yeah, they're not capturing any market.
No, not even their own.
No.
So you have this window to establish yourself as a winning franchise. And, oh, by the way, you are asking season ticket holders to put down a ton of money for multiple years to have the right to watch you. And now so far, they've still been in this honeymoon phase, and they still had season ticket contracts, which are now ending, that ensured full buildings no matter what the results. It's been a great financial success for the Kraken that no matter what your on-ice product is, the place is sold out. Now, anyone who goes to a Kraken game regularly knows that not every game is actually full of fans.
Right.
And that there are many fans who have bought tickets who can't sell them or don't sell them, and the seats go empty. But as far as a bottom line to an owner, like we talk about with the Mariners, butts and seats, let's say butts bought for seats.
Right. Money paid for seats.
Yeah. They've got them year over year sold out,
Yeah.
the building. Now, that's about to end when these season ticket deals start ending at 3 and 5 years, and some of them already ended. And then that's the challenge for how do you get those people to come back? How do you get new investors to season tickets when you've missed the playoffs 4 of the last 5 years? You have this glittering building that's about to bring in a Sonics team that will eclipse you in interest and in money spent by the casual sports fan in this market. They will.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the biggest urgency for this franchise. And if for me, I don't think it's Lane Lambert. I mean,
No.
you're going to change a coach again?
You can't. There's no way you can't do that.
Todd Lewicki yesterday in his press conference at Northgate, or it was actually downtown at Climate Pledge, he alluded to, he didn't really talk about something else we can ask him at 7:30. He didn't
7:05.
I keep,
I want you to keep saying different times. Just, it's fun.
sorry.
No, I like this.
It's early for me.
You're good.
7:05. Book it. 7:05. Todd
7:05.
Lewicki will be here. That's another question I want to ask him is what are you going to do with Lane Lambert? Are you really going to change a third coach in 3 years, 4 coaches in 5 years?
Yeah.
I still think they fired Dave Haxtell too soon.
I mean, considering that was the only time they went to the playoffs.
Right. And what was wrong with him? He was developing young players. The older players are responding to it. I covered that playoffs run. I covered a lot of games. I covered their first season with Dave Haxtell. He was very, very respected, and players responded to him. Not that they aren't with Lane Lambert, but what was his crime? Not making the playoffs after year after making it in the Kraken third year? Is that why they canned him? And then Bausma was an abject failure. And now you have Lane Lambert with a team that looks like uninspired players at times.
They do. They go between. I mean, that's the thing, the inconsistency. Sometimes and again, we've had, I've heard a lot of people say, well, they're not playing. It's not for lack of effort. And I would never say that they're not out there working their butts off and trying hard. But there is a level of energy that seems to ebb and flow with them, and it doesn't seem to always.
I went to the game last Saturday night with my son against Chicago, which is a bottom-feeding team. They're better this year.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard has made them better.
Yeah.
But they are not a powerhouse. They're going to miss the playoffs yet again. And you could feel in the building when the Chicago took a 1-0 lead, here we go again. Not just with the fans, the entire tenor of the building, including down on the bench. I was sitting right across from the bench. Heads dropped, shoulders dropped. They are just victims of themselves right now. And that Chicago, they lost that game, but they absolutely had to win 5-2.
Yeah.
Against at home.
Yeah, I was at the Utah game, and we went up 2-0 early, and then the second Utah scored a goal, you could feel
Here we go again.
the air. It was like,
This was their playoff spot to lose.
yeah.
Right.
They were in that second playoff spot for a long time and are in a crappy conference.
Right.
So they had every opportunity to take it, and they couldn't. And I think part of that might be leadership on the team, not just the head coach, but Eberle.
Yeah,
I think
well, and that's
he
the- yeah.
didn't really step it up and get his team to go forward and win games they had to win.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting thing to see what they do this offseason and which players they retain, who they're going to try to bring in, who they're going to ship out. I mean, there's got to be some shakeups for sure. So
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that we'll get to with Todd Lewicki because I don't know what I think that would be more a Jason Bottrell conversation as far as players bringing in and stuff like that. We've got a lot of other things to talk with Todd Lewicki about at 7:05.
There are people in Buffalo who say, why is Jason Botterill still in GM in the NHL?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Look up his history with the Buffalo Sabres.
I don't know if I want to.
Rolling.
It's Friday. I want to be in a good
They
mood.
were now rolling.
Just kidding.
Penguins clinched the playoff. My hometown Penguins.
Oh, there you
First
go.
time in
See?
3 years.
There you go. Let's bring the room up.
Congratulations.
Let's bring the room
Penguins
up.
beat the Devils last night. It's probably the last go-around for Sidney Crosby and Jenny Malkin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably.
That will be a headlining series, the first one, probably against Montreal, the way it stands right now in the East.
I do love the Stanley Cup playoffs. I like it better
The
when my
best
team is in
event in
it.
sports. Am
It
I
is so
wrong?
good. No, it is so
the
good.
best event in sports.
You get so into it even when your team's not playing. And we have a lot of experience with that because we didn't have a hockey team 5 years ago. I've watched the NHL playoffs every year.
And we are blessed in Seattle that if you have over-the-air cable and you're paying $7 million a month for it, you get CBC out of Vancouver. And Sportsnet Hockey Night in Canada broadcast of the Stanley Cup playoffs is par
It's so
excellence.
good.
It's bar none. It's the best. I say it every year. It's the best event in sports television because of, one, how long it is, how intense it is, and how much they are invested in it. Now, this year, Ottawa's trying to sneak in as another wild card in the East, would make 3 of the 6 Canadian teams that make it. For a while, it looked like it was only going to be 2, Edmonton and Montreal. Montreal is rolling. Toronto, the flagship Yankees of Canada, are just terrible this year.
Well, that's all right. Their fans can't be disappointed when they lose in the playoffs again.
Yeah, they could be disappointed about a lot more now.
Yeah.
They fired their GM as well, by the way. But, yeah, the Penguins are back in the playoffs for the first time in 3 years. If you're paying already $7 million a month to Comcast, might as well get your money's worth and watch Channel 99 CBUT out of Vancouver, and the Hockey Night in Canada broadcast of Stanley Cup playoffs they're incomparable. It's so cool.
You can watch it and hope that one day you'll be watching your team on it. Because, again, not mathematically out of it, but it is looking pretty tough. Okay, well, we do have a fun contest that we're going to do today, and we are giving away some tickets. So you're going to want to be paying attention when we come back from the break. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck in the morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's Ashley Ryan, Greg Bell, Travis Moger in for Chuck and Buck on this Friday. I apologize to those of you on the text line who I did not explain who was out and who was in
You were
today.
keeping them guessing.
I know. They were like, can you let us know who's on the show with you? Oh, my bad. Is that important to everybody? Probably.
Maybe if you watch the YouTube stream, you could see for yourself.
There you go.
Wherever this
there
is.
you go.
I'm not used to this.
Yeah, there you go. I know. Over there, I feel bad. I've been looking at you guys the whole
I'm
time.
glad I didn't have this when I had my show for 14, 13 months, whatever it was.
Well, it's fun. I love it.
Does it
that
mean you
people
have to dress up now? And
No, I still wear, but I feel
Not
like
that you look like you've dressed up.
Yeah, I mean, I've got
I think-
sweatpants on.
Chuck seemed
You're
like
a
the
mom.
most.
You don't have to
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Yeah, right. What'd you say?
Chuck seemed like the most apprehensive to the streaming.
Yeah, but now he's like fully into it because with Draftmas, he's got his Draftmas like
There's a tree back here. I don't know if you can
Yeah.
see it behind us.
they should be able to. Yeah.
For those of you wondering, that is the Draftmas tree.
Yes.
I will tell you, I can say this now. Chuck's not here. You may not be listening.
No, he's definitely not
When
listening. He's
you-
getting ready for a colonoscopy today. That's why he's out. We talked about it yesterday. He's excited because now on YouTube he can show it off on Monday. He couldn't have shown off his clean pipes before YouTube.
How's he going to show that
Well,
off?
Greg, you're gonna have to tune in on Monday and find out.
That's a tease.
Is it?
It's a something.
It's a warning.
It's a something.
But when you personally, you call, those that listen at 7 a.m. every day, and I'm talking about the Seahawks from July until February, at 7 a.m. every weekday.
And sometimes longer because we need you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you call, by the way, it is my wake-up call most days. I wake up with my wife at about 5. These days, our son is working locally, so he's living with us temporarily, and he gets up at 4:30 for work. My
Wonder
wife,
what that's like.
not good. I'm experiencing that today.
Yeah.
But my wife gets up at 5:30 and is out the door by 6:30. So I'm up, but then I fall back to sleep. You are my wake-up call. That's why I have you call the house phone.
Yeah.
Not just because it's clear, but because it
Because you
wakes
can't
me
turn
up.
it off.
Exactly.
Can't hit snooze.
But Chuck is so into this NFL draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have to hold the phone away from my ear. He is all into it at 7 a.m. and I'm just like, ugh. And I come in here today and there's a tree.
Oh, yeah. Well, because we realized with YouTube, we've always had a tree in here, but with YouTube, we were like, well, we got to amp it up a little bit. And so
Obviously.
he's got a pipe when he talks, and he's got a little Father Draftmas jacket.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I haven't worn my Draftmas outfit yet, but it'll be on next week. I just got to find it.
Speaking of teas, what is that?
I'm not telling you.
Or give
You
us
gotta tune
give us
in.
a hint.
I dress up like a large Christmas tree.
Really?
Yes.
Like a Stanford tree?
Kind of.
You're a USC Trojan.
Well,
And
it's-
a Whittier poet.
yeah, fighting poet.
Fighting.
Yeah, we
sorry.
fight with a pen.
Sorry, Eric.
Yeah.
Fighting poet.
Yeah, duh. It's really just poets, but I thought that sounded lame, so I was always like, no, we're the fighting poets.
My son had to answer that all the time.
Yeah.
Poets?
Yeah. It's like, yeah. Yeah, don't
My son
come at
played
us. I got
soccer
a sharp pen, and I will use it.
The power of the quill.
All right, well,
All right, we got tickets.
Yeah, we promised tickets to people. Okay, so here's what we need, okay? And it can be on the YouTube chat. It can be on the Tacoma Dodge text line. I have the copy points for that somewhere here.
49451.
Yeah, 49451, but there's a Tacoma Dodge. Well,
They
Tacoma
sell
Dodge,
trucks in Tacoma.
Yeah, they're great.
They're Dodge trucks. 49451.
Yeah, you should text us at 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. And you can also use the YouTube chat. We want to know how you would fix the Mariners. That's all you got to do. Tell us how you would fix the Mariners. We are going to talk about the best answers and our own ideas
Be
on how to fix
creative.
the Mariners.
Be
Yes.
creative. We're going to pick the best answers.
Yeah, don't just be like, spend more money, because that's not going to win.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now.
No.
We're going to award 2 pairs of tickets to tonight's Ichiro replica statue night
There
and the
you go.
unveiling of the Ichiro statue. So you and 40,000 of your closest friends can be there to hopefully watch the Mariners beat the Astros. We're going to award 2 winners at 9:30. So you have until then to text in. You can brainstorm your ideas on how you want to fix the Mariners. Then text in and let us know how you would fix them. Or use the YouTube chat, and we will pick some of our best answers and go over that at 9:30. All right?
Best
Sounds
to me, best means entertaining,
Yes.
funny, and some shred of plausibility.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, be creative. Our listeners, they're pretty good. They know.
I know.
They've got the creative.
And they've got
Gene.
some angst that they probably could come up with a few
Yeah,
ideas.
and you can be angry if you want. That's
I
fine.
guess even implausible might work, but
At this point, you know what? We're open to all ideas. All ideas. All right. Well, we got to get to headlines and Todd Light Wiki. That's coming up next. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And so we thought, you know what, we need to reach out to Todd Lightwicki and talk to him because we got a lot of questions for this guy. Todd, thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Todd. Good to talk to you again. Been a minute.
Good to talk to you, Greg.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Todd, we were just talking about the shootout win last night, which was very exciting, by the way. Mathematically, the Kraken's still alive in the playoff hunt, but it would take some pretty miraculous scenarios, I think, for them to clinch a spot with just 4 games left. And obviously, from a fan perspective, it's disappointing to see that our team is most likely not going to make the playoffs. But how disappointing is it for you guys, for everybody in the Kraken organization, to see coming off that Olympic break what's happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, we went into the Olympic break and we were in the playoffs in a spot at that point in time. So it's been a rough patch, but, as I said a few times yesterday, a little adversity does bring some opportunity, and it's a chance for us to double down and kind of say, hey, what are we doing really well? What do we need to do better? And there's a lot of good things. Berkeley Catton is going to be an incredible player for us. He's still a kid. He couldn't go out and legally drink beer last night because he's underage, but he certainly deserved one for an incredible goal in the shootout. And so we do see things that maybe others don't see. We see the youth movement. We believe in our kids. Our development team is the Coachella Valley Firebirds, and they're in the American Hockey League, and they're headed to the playoffs again. So there's lots of good things in place, but we simply have to be better. And I think, our owner, Samantha Holloway, our owners have chartered an enterprise here that's done a lot of things. And I'm immensely proud of the things we've done, from building this brand from scratch to building what I believe is the most beautiful arena in the world. Mm-hmm. Building out our training center, building out an arena in Coachella Valley. We've done a lot, but what's most important to our fans is how this team goes, and it's really important for us to get it kicked to the right gear, and we're on it.
Todd, we all saw your press conference yesterday down at the arena in the wake of Ron Francis stepping down as president, and you've retained Jason Botterill as your general manager, and you announced an, quote, independent audit of the team's hockey operations. And I know a lot of fans are asking this. I had the same question when I heard you say that. How independent can it be, and how new can it be if your GM, who is in the building, is leading this, quote, independent audit? I mean, will it not be a tendency to uncover what's already known? And what are you seeking in this audit?
Well, the word audit is, but, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get somebody from outside the organization to lay eyes on it. And that individual will absolutely work with Jason and everybody else in hockey, because they have the same ambition we do. We want to get better. But this will ultimately report to the owner, and the final report will be put on Samantha Holloway's desk. And it's a good thing, because the fact is, Jason thinks it's a good idea too. Mm-hmm. Everyone in the organization wants to get better, and no one in the organization is satisfied not making the playoffs for a third year in a row. So this isn't sort of trying to trip people up or see if there's something unknown. It's to say, how do we take what we're doing and make it better? And let me just talk about Jason for a second. This guy paid his dues. He grew up in a renowned Canadian family. His grandmother was an Olympic speed skater. His mother was in the Olympics. His sister is one of the most decorated Canadian women hockey players of all time. Right. Jason won 3 World Juniors gold medals, the only person ever to have won 3 medals like that. Drafted in the NHL in the first round, got concussed, went and got a master's degree at the University of Michigan, went to the league office, went to Pittsburgh, had a heck of a run, went to Buffalo, was the GM there. He came to us by way of Ron, and, he is a smart, capable guy, and he now does take the leadership position. And we go back to the model we had when Ron started, where we're going to have a GM. But we're going to get outside eyes to look at everything we're doing and to help us. And it's not just Jason. it's the owners, and it's everyone down. And you know why? We're committed to getting better. And, our track record is we've done a lot of stuff here in the last 8 years. But we're going to get this fixed because to me, it's one of the most important parts of everything we built here for sure.
Todd Lightwicki is with us. It's Ashley Ryan, Greg Bell, and Travis Moger on this Friday, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Todd, you just mentioned that you're going back to the model when Ron first started and just having a GM and Jason's kind of absorbing those duties that Ron had. What's the reason of going back towards that? Would it be is it better to have it kind of less voices, or would it be better to have somebody kind of like more of a checks and balances type of system?
Well, what happened a year ago is, we went to, not all teams have the president GM model. Mm-hmm. But we did it, and there were a variety of reasons for how we did it. I think that it just feels like the right thing to do, but we reserve the right to, because our ultimate goal is how do we get this to a better place. There are a lot of things that we're actually excited about. There's our system. We believe in our kids, and we were ranked recently as 7th best in the league in prospects, so top third there. Coachella Valley, they're going to the playoffs, and that is the probably a leading indicator of how good this team's going to be in the future, and they're playing lights out down there. We have cap space. We have capable veterans. We have rising stars, and you saw it last night with Berkeley Catton. Mm-hmm. We have 4 first-round picks these next 2 years. And we'll see how it finishes, but we're probably going to, have a very high pick this year. So there's lots of good things that give us lots of hope and optimism, but we want to get it right, and we're going to do some fine-tuning here in the coming weeks, and I'm excited about it.
Todd Lightwicki, CEO of the Kraken, here on your voice, home of the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM with Ashley Ryan and Greg Bell. Todd, Lane Lambert, I heard him say he's coached his ass off this season in particular, in the last few months in particular. Third coach in 3 years. What's his future? Is he coming back? And how are you in the organization, Samantha Holloway on down, assess the coaching of this team?
Yeah, I think he's coached really hard this year. And, we started out strong. We went through a bit of a dip, a pretty good dip, and then came back strong and played really strong leading into the Olympic break. I think Lane has, I won't use that word again, by the way. My wife's like, did you swear on, but, I think he's worked really, really hard, as has our coaching staff. Fact is, I think we've stood up a pretty good organization here. And I think that what we're not looking to do is to disrupt something that has lots of good pieces with it. We're trying to make it better. And there's definitely some fine tuning here, but it's also a chance. I said yesterday, a little bit of adversity can bring real opportunity. And the opportunity here is to look at everything we're doing and say, how do we make it better? And we're excited to do that. And we've spent time this week doing that. I also do want to pause here and acknowledge the work that Ron Francis did in standing this thing up. Mm-hmm. And, I've had to walk down memory lane here a little bit this week. And when you think about what we walked into here, it was highly improbable we could do what we said we were going to do, that we could take an arena that was almost left for dead. No one thought that anything meaningful could happen at that arena. And, we somehow found a way to hold a 40 million pound roof up and build a brand new arena under it. And everything that has played there has had huge success. We're now a leading concert venue in North America. The Storm have made an incredible home out of it. And the Torrent are leading the Professional Women's Hockey League in attendance. Our fans have been incredible. And guess what? We're poised for another team to play there.
That's right.
So
that's right.
We have, and I'm so proud of what we've done with our brand, with our commitment to community. We're working on a project, Memorial Stadium, that is one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life. We took a stadium that probably should have been repaired, but certainly replaced in recent years, and worked with both the city and the school district to develop a plan. We've spent years doing this, but in about 18 months, what will be complete is one of the finest community stadiums in the land. We went out and raised tens of millions of dollars. We concepted, we designed, we cost estimated, and we're now leading the construction, and it is going to be an incredible shot in the arm for Seattle Public Schools, for the 47,000 students, for the Metro League, but also for our city. And those are the sort of things we took on. So as you hit a bump in the road, you got to keep it all in perspective. I'm proud of this organization, and we're capable of true excellence, and we're gonna push for excellence on the ice as well here in this offseason.
Is Lane Lambert coming back, Todd?
Yes, I fully anticipate Lane comes back, and I think that Lane has actually worked hard and done a heck of a job. And you saw last night we were playing a very, very fine team, and the team did rise up. But an interesting dynamic is looking at the minutes of our young kids, and these are the things that coaches struggle with, because on nights where you're playing a great team, there is a tendency to play your veteran players, but we really believe in our kids. So, for instance, Berkeley getting into the shootout last night, that is rarefied air, often reserved for veterans.
Right.
And the kid steps in, and he made a brilliant move. And so, Lane's been asked to do a lot. He's certainly disappointed in what happened since the Olympic break. But leading up to the Olympic break, he had this team playing well. And we still think there's upside. We think we need to give him a little bit more, and we're going to this offseason for sure.
Todd, I've known you since you were the CEO of the Seattle Seahawks, and those of us who have been in town a day or two know that, from 2003 to 2007. You're the man that Paul Allen dispatched to get Pete Carroll out of USC and come and change the fortunes of the Seahawks. You've been executive with the Vancouver Canucks up the road, down the road, working with the Golden State Warriors, Tampa Bay Lightning. In your experiences as a professional sports executive, what will you lean on and remember to get out of what you are trying to fix with the Kraken? What are those experiences? What have they taught you that will aid you in this whole thing?
Yeah, this isn't a crisis, and so I've dealt with lots and lots of tough issues. By the way, I arrived in Seattle, I think in 2002, and I was here through 2010. There were significant issues there, Greg, and you knew firsthand because you covered it. You covered it 7 days a week, but we fixed it, and I think that for me, and this is going to sound a little corny, but every time I go to the building and I'm around our fans, I find deep, deep inspiration. And I think Seattle is blessed with some of the greatest sports fans in the world. Pound for pound, there are no better sports fans in the world than what we have here. And they have never let me down. They became, again, resurrected the 12th man, or the 12s as they call them today. They made the Sounders the showroom of the MLS, and they have given life to the Kraken. And so when I go in the building, it's not as, these are all things that are certainly within our grasp to fix and improve and get us to the point of where we believe we should be, which is a perennial playoff team. But the pressure doesn't really come from any other real source than wanting to serve our fans. And they've been incredible. They believed in this before other people believed in it. They didn't know the team name, and they stepped in and said, I'm there. And last night, they roared. We have incredible fans. And, Greg, when you stand back and look at the totality of what we built, this is far from the greatest challenge we faced, and I like our track record, and I like our chances, because we already have plans of what this offseason is going to be, and there's so many good things. We have really good prospects in the system. We're super excited about our kids down in Coachella Valley. And last night, if you look at the minutes played, a lot of our young kids saw meaningful minutes and played their hearts out, and we beat a dang good team. I almost swore it again.
Your wife has influence.
Todd, one more thing before we let you go, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. I just have to ask you this one question before we let you go. Scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that in October of 2028 there will be a basketball team playing at Climate Pledge Arena?
Well, you know what? I'm glad you asked it, and I know you got to go to a commercial break, so I'll try and keep this brief. But when I came back 8 years ago, and we dreamt about what could be, and I looked at that building, which was in dire need of something. Most people never thought that we could take that building and turn it into one of the most beautiful arenas in the world. And I say that, and it's true.
Yep.
It's not, that's not some projection. That's actually fact. It is a spectacularly beautiful building, a new building under a historic roof. We dreamt 8 years ago about a day, and it was a huge part of why we did it, because I was here when they left, and it was wrong. It was wrong. They should have never, ever left. But it took a bold idea and a big solution, and it took a privately funded arena. And we did it. And now we're poised, and the table is set. And I believe that, first, only time will tell, but the NBA is certainly taking steps to bring this to a head. A year ago, we weren't certain that they were going to select Seattle as one of the target cities. Well, that's now been resolved. They're focused on 2 cities. Are we putting our best foot forward? Every single day.
Awesome.
And time will tell. We're going to let this process play out. But I work for Samantha Holloway. She is an incredible owner. And when you look at the track record of this ownership group, we are poised to lead this. We will not get in front of the league on it. But if they say game on, we're doing it. We're ready, and I personally am very optimistic.
Awesome.
When would you?
And what a day that will be.
Yes.
For our
Yes, it will.
city. What a wrong that will have been righted, and that historic roof will have hosted the Beatles, the Sonics, and the new iteration of the Sonics, and how great that will be. And you know what? I have such confidence in the Kraken that I believe that under that roof, we're going to see incredible moments too. And, with our prospects and how we feel, we do believe that we're going to become a contending here in the not too distant future. And the great days are going to happen for them as well.
Todd, real quickly, the fans will want to know, One Roof Sports and Entertainment, the entity you formed to potentially lead the Sonics, when would you submit a bid, timeline to the NBA? When would that might all start getting in motion?
Well, there's a whole process, and Adam laid it out pretty clearly in his announcement. But we're not a flat-footed group. The things we've taken on that we've done indicate that we're going to be ready for this moment too, and we will be.
So that hasn't happened yet.
And we work. The process. The NBA has announced that they've selected a firm that's going to lead this, and it is game on. And I will share this every single day we work on it.
Awesome.
There's not, maybe Sundays we take off.
That's fair.
But there are Sundays we work on it too. So it's a happening thing. And I told your afternoon guys that. They asked me the same question if I was optimistic, and I gave them an affirmative answer, and I'll give you the same answer. Yes, I'm optimistic.
Wonderful.
Bring him back, Todd.
That's
Appreciate
right.
you.
Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, thanks. And I will just say this. Give me one more second.
Yes.
Of course.
When they come back, if you go into a bar, if you're a Sonics fan and you go into a bar and you see a Kraken fan or someone wearing a Kraken hat, buy them a beer. Because it will have been the Kraken fans that actually they gave life to the arena and they put us in this position. And if you ask me, would we have otherwise been in this position if we hadn't fixed the arena and privately built an arena? No, we wouldn't have been in this spot. So thank the Kraken fans when you see them, because they were fundamental to creating the optimism I have about the Sonics coming back.
Well said. Thank you so much, Todd, for joining us.
Thank you, Todd. Good
Okay.
to talk to you again.
All right. That is Todd Leiweke, CEO of the Kraken.
If you missed the news, he said Lane Lambert is coming back.
Yes.
He was much more unequivocal with us than he was yesterday in his press conference. He also said that he doesn't want to disrupt what's working.
Yep.
We'll talk more about what Todd Leiweke said here and coming up, but that's the takeaway. Lane Lambert's coming back. He doesn't think coaching is part of the problem.
I don't either. All right, we got to get to Augusta and an update on the Masters.
R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is Chuck and Buck in the Morning with no Chuck, no Buck today. Buck out dealing with some medical issues, as we've been talking about all week. And Chuck getting a clean out. That's right. He's getting a colonoscopy today, so he's taking the day off as well. He's excited to show it off on Monday.
I'm only laughing because I've been there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a treat. It is a treat.
Can we have him call in?
Oh, gosh, that would be really funny, actually. So, yeah, everyone is doing well. Today, you've got Ashley Ryan, Greg Bell, and Travis Moger in. And sorry that we are a little late, but you know what? We couldn't finish up that Todd Lywicki interview without talking about the Sonics. And it was fun because during the break, we're sitting here, we've got the Masters on TV, and there's Mike McDonald sitting there at Augusta.
He had booty cutter shorts on.
Yeah, he had some short shorts.
It was well, even though he was seated, but he was showing off his legs.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Skipping leg days. We know he doesn't skip shoulder chest days.
Well, now we know he doesn't skip leg days either. Yeah. And he was getting his swing analyzed from Andy North, and he's sitting there with, I think that's Laura Rutledge. And so that is going to take us to our next topic. I want to talk about journalistic integrity, because I feel like that has been a big conversation this week with a former affiliate here of KJR and her relationship with a football coach. I don't want to talk about that part of it, like the are they, aren't they, any of that stuff. I don't want to talk about that. It's just the fact that regardless of any romance that's happening, should there ever be an occasion where a reporter is good enough friends, especially like an NFL insider, a reporter covering whatever sport they're covering, is good enough friends with a coach of the sport that they're covering, that they're hanging out outside of work. I mean, at hotels or on vacations, things like that. Even if it was two couples going, should a reporter and a coach that they cover ever be that close, Greg?
Well, I've done this for, what is it now, 28 years since I was in the Army. I think some of this has to do with my Army background and fraternization rules that are in the military and the chain of command, and you don't mix. And I think there's some of that. But the way I learned journalism, the way I've practiced journalism for 27 years now, is that there is a firewall between you and the people you cover.
Right.
I have great relationship. Mike McDonald and I, our fathers, we have a common bond there. His father is a West Point graduate, so we talk often about the military influence and how he runs the Seahawks often like a military organization, and even down to the words he says.
Yeah. If
you're walking, you're wrong. He yells that on the practice field. I heard that in basic training. So we have a relationship that doesn't get in the paper and is not off the record, and I know things that I don't print. He trusts me that I won't print it when we talk about things like that. That is one thing. Mm-hmm. I draw the line in going out and having pops, as I call it.
Yeah.
And what I've lived by is you cannot be buddy-buddy, high-fiving and hugging, which, by the way, happens on the Seahawk beat, I will tell you. Mm-hmm. I think some of it is because people are born and raised here that cover the team. I am not. I'm from Pittsburgh, and I've said that, and I know that, and I'm not from here, and I think that helps me be objective at times. But you cannot be buddy-buddy, slapping, high-fiving guys in the locker room, and then writing when you need to write when they screw up or when things aren't great and they're not winning the Super Bowl or they're in the news for the wrong reasons. As a journalist, I need to be there to write that too.
Right.
And to be authentic, and to myself, my profession, the people I work for, and my readers, I can't be high-fiving, backslapping, having pops with the guys that I'm going to then turn around and either criticize or write the bad stuff when they do it. I will tell you that is not how journalism is today. Mm-hmm. I feel like a dinosaur in some ways that way. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
And I think that degrades the trust that readers have in the integrity of the reporting.
Absolutely.
But it happens. And a lot of it is because the people that are now doing the quote journalism, using air quotes, if you can see me on YouTube, air quotes, a lot of people that are doing the journalism are not, one, don't have the same values and thoughts on this that I do, and they weren't trained in this. I mean, I have a master's degree in journalism where I had to take journalism ethics. I had to work with police departments. I worked with a Pulitzer Prize-winning Washington Post reporter, was my instructor and graduate advisor. I got some insight into some stuff that had way more things important than football that I learned how to handle situations. That's what I paid for my Cal Berkeley degree for. The people that do journalism today don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
And because they have thumbs and a Twitter account, they can put out what is quote unquote journalism. Yet it's not.
Right.
And the relationships are not journalism. They're not professional.
Yeah.
And so the problem for a journalist is the readers and the viewers can't tell the difference. The line is so blurred and the product is so blurred, with the producer being so blurred as a quote journalist, the consumer can't tell the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you get into situations like this. And I get it, why people don't trust the media. I get it, why people don't think journalism is a reputable profession. We've done that to ourselves by and large. But I will still go to the Seahawks this season and act the same way I have for 27 other seasons covering Major League Baseball, the University of Washington, working for them, and for the Seahawks, we're covering them. So it's complicated because it is so more nuanced and layered than it used to be. But it's still black and white to me.
Do you think that somebody in the situation that we are hearing about this week should be fired from their job? Or do you think just losing the credibility as a journalist and as a unbiased reporter is enough?
I'm not going to weigh in on whether Diana Rossini should be fired. I'm not going to comment publicly on her private life and what she does with anyone.
No, and I'm just talking about from the fact that there is a relationship that is clearly more than just reporter coach.
Well, then there's another discussion on how these national NFL reporters get their news.
Right. Well, that is the big question, isn't it?
They don't do it all the time by proper journal. Well, I won't say proper is a good word. By traditional journalism standards and relationships. We've seen examples of national NFL reporters who get their information, and how they get it is because they scratch the back of the people giving them the information. Yep. And the people giving information scratch their back too. It's a quid pro quo. I've never had an experience in my journalism career of a quid pro quo. Because of that firewall, I've tried to keep up. But that gets clicks. That gets the first thumb race to Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And
who had it first?
Right.
Yeah.
And if you carry in the NFL media business, if you carry the water for agents, it used to be, Ashley, that I had to call. I broke the story for the Associated Press when Sean Alexander signed the richest contract for running back in NFL history at the time in 2006, coming off the Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl year the Seahawks had. I got it. You know how I got that? By picking up the phone and calling his agent in St. Louis, Jim Steiner, picking up the phone and saying, Greg Bell, the Associated Press, how close are you to a new contract with Sean Alexander? He said, Greg, we're done.
Oh.
On the record. I was the first person that had it in the country. That's not how it works anymore.
Right.
The agents don't respond to local writers or even the Associated Press, national.
They just reach out to Adam Schefter.
Or Rappaport or Rossini, or they have a stable of people because they will get it out for them. What they fail to see is anybody who has a phone can put out the information. But they put it onto a platform. They want to serve the platforms that these national NFL people have. There are national NFL guys who break stories of an injury at a Seahawk practice that the Seahawk beat writers are not allowed to witness.
Right. Yeah.
The reporters have not been in Seattle in decades. They're 3,000 miles from Seattle. I'm 15 feet from the practice field on the other side of the door, and I can't report it.
Yeah.
But that's because the agent or the teams feed these guys. Yeah. Sometimes it's the teams, in the NFL Network case too, feed these guys and gals the information in a quid pro quo situation. I would tell you that to me, is not true journalism and blurs the lines of ethics.
Yeah.
And that's the world we live in.
Yeah. Man, I feel like I could have this conversation forever.
We could.
I know. But unfortunately, we have to go to a break.
Let's talk about something great.
Yes.
Like Caleb McGary.
Yes.
Those of you in Fife, South King, and Pierce County, hats off to Caleb McGary. We're going to tell you why next on 93.3 KJR FM.
And we had an interesting conversation just a bit ago about journalistic integrity, which I really liked and would have loved to have continued, but, commercials and such, we have to pay the bills. And it was good that we had to do that because now we get to come back to an uplifting story. And I was reading your article, Greg, in the Tacoma News Tribune from 2019 on Caleb McGary when he was entering the draft and going through the draft process. And you brought this up yesterday in our show text and wanted to talk about this a bit. So I don't want to steal any thunder from your article, but I honestly didn't have any idea of all of the things that Caleb McGary went through. And to see that he was able to have such a successful NFL career and what he was able to do and how his reasoning behind wanting to do it all, pretty impressive. He's a pretty impressive young man.
He really is. And I owe a call into Caleb McGary. I might call him today for a story I'm going to do for the News Tribune. 2013 class of Fife High School. He actually grew up in Southwest Washington. His family farm was foreclosed down there, and he and his family, when he was still in school, grade school, were forced to move to Fife, where his grandparents lived. And they lived in a trailer in the grandparents' front yard outside Fife. The trailer caught on fire, and they were forced to eventually move into the grandparents' home. That caught on fire too. And there were times that he didn't have a place to count on to live in. It wasn't damaged or compromised in some way, and they were all crowded into a trailer first, and they were all crowded into a house that wasn't designed to house a family with grade school kids either. During this time, Caleb McGary's father was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So there's another hit to the family.
And that was after a work accident that he'd suffered.
Right.
Yeah.
And all this time, he became a standout star player at Fife High School in football that attracted the University of Washington. He was actually a part of Chris Peterson's first recruiting class. I was working at the University of Washington Athletic Department at the time as their writer. When Steve Sarkisian left and Chris Peterson came in, Caleb McGary came in, and he became a Morris Trophy winner, an all Pac-12 offensive lineman, and a draft pick of the Atlanta Falcons. And I remember talking to him at the Combine in 2018 when he was entering the draft, and he was saying, my story is like a country music song. And he said, amid all this and even heart arrhythmia, my girlfriend broke up with me too.
And my dog died, he said too.
He did.
Yeah.
And then he said his dog also died.
Yeah.
I'm only laughing because he was laughing at the time telling me this.
Because it's like how many bad things can go wrong for one person.
Caleb McGary, who came from nothing often, became a starting offensive lineman, right tackle for the Atlanta Falcons for 7 years. And at the age of 31 this week, he announced he was retiring. He had a career full of injuries as well, but the Falcons kept re-signing him and bringing him back, and he ended up making $43 million in his career. Now, we cover a lot of professional athletes, and they get money, and we look at, it's just more money. You want to talk about a man who appreciates $43 million playing in the NFL. It's Caleb McGary, who used to live in a trailer that caught on fire in his grandparents' front yard, and whose family farm was foreclosed. I'm assuredly, I haven't talked to him in many years, but I'm assuredly he's set up his family much better than he was living when he was in Fife High School. But one of the good guys you hope it worked out for. And I remember at the Combine in 2018 hoping that, you know what, I hope he has a career longer than the standard 3-year NFL career, and he did.
Yeah.
And he got a second contract, and that's the generational wealth. And you talk about generational wealth in a family that could use it.
Right. And somebody that you know is going to put it to good use, too.
Exactly. He got married at a young age, he and his wife, and I'm really anxious to catch up with him. I'm going to call him today, hopefully get to talk to him, and that story should come up, an ode to Caleb McGary on his retirement this year from the Atlanta Falcons, Fife zone, Pierce County zone. Should be in the News Tribune maybe on Monday morning.
Oh, well, I'm going to be reading that one because I was about to start crying reading this last one. So I'm sure that one will be very emotional, and I look forward to it.
Thank you.
We are going to do the Ocho a little differently today, but that is coming up next. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. You can delete that local promo inventory, the 40-second. KJR FM. Chuck and Buck in the morning. No Chuck, no Buck. Bucky dealing with some medical issues. We've been talking about that all week, or mentioning that, I should say, all week. And Chuck dealing with a medical issue of his own, getting his pipes cleaned today, getting a colonoscopy. He's excited to be able to share it with you all on Monday on YouTube. So you're never going to see him look so clean and fresh. Yeah. Okay. Instead, it's Ashley Ryan, yes. Greg Bell, Travis Moger. He's like, I'm going to ask them to bedazzle it.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I just think you should be tuning in on Monday because I don't know what we're going to see from Chuck.
You do feel cleaner.
You do.
I will say that.
Not in a way that you really feel like you need to show it off, but it's Chuck.
Travis, there'll be a day.
I think I'm almost there.
Yeah.
And I can't wait.
Yeah. Well, and now it's on YouTube. You can come in and show it off.
I will come in and show it off when I have it done.
I think that's got to be a new requirement for anyone here. We are all, well, not all of us. A lot of us are in the colonoscopy phase of life. So share it, show it off.
My wife came and picked me up from the clinic in Kirkland where I had it, and she said that I was so loopy from the sedation medication that I was hitting on the nurses.
Oh, my God.
In front of her.
That's awesome.
My wife of 28 years. And
just ballsy.
And the nurse was just saying, if I go out with you, I don't remember this. If I go out with you, I would leave. I'd go out the window of a bathroom in the middle of the date.
At least she was honest.
That's what I said. I said, well, I appreciate your honesty.
Well, we are doing the Ocho, but a little differently today because we always do the 8 top stories of the week at 8 o'clock. I wanted to lighten things up. I like the more casual approach, so we're just going to kind of move through discussing some of the bigger topics of the day. And before I do get to that, though, I just want to remind you guys, send us a text, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line, or on the YouTube chat. Let us know how you would fix the Mariners. I will say this. You have to be able to go to the game tonight. Please do not send in how you would fix the Mariners if you can't go to the game tonight, because then we're going to pick you as a winner and then find out you can't go, and then we got to scramble to find a new winner.
2 pairs of 2 tickets tonight, 7:10 start to Mariners against the Astros.
6:40 start.
6:40
yeah.
start.
It is Ichiro statue night, so you can get a miniature Ichiro statue for your collection. So put it next to your bobbleheads. I got a lot of those too. I would like a miniature Ichiro statue to go with it.
Bobbleheads and fireworks.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so I think we can. Well, you know what? We're going to start our top story right now because it is day 2 of the Masters. We've got it on in front of us. We just saw the Seahawks head coach live in Augusta, getting his swing.
Close to his homeland. He went to school outside of Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Georgia, right?
School. Yeah, and he went to the University of Georgia.
Yeah, so I think just you can see, one, how big of a deal he is now, right? Because he's a Super Bowl champion, although he says he hasn't changed at all.
This time last year, they would not have put him on ESPN on the set of the Masters.
No, not even
They
remotely.
might have just nodded as they saw him on the grounds.
There's the Seahawks head coach. What's his name again? It's probably what they would have done.
They'd say, who's he coach?
Yeah.
Seattle? Where's that?
Is that Mike McDonald? Oh, yeah. Okay, I've heard of him. But no, today he was featured on the Masters pre-stuff, which I still don't understand why the Masters does this. And Chuck and I had a conversation about this yesterday off the air. They make it so difficult to watch. You have to watch in the morning on an app, and then they start the live coverage at 10 or 11. Well, you're already showing everything from the Masters. Why don't you just show us the damn golf? Like, I don't want to really watch you in your interviews unless it's Mike McDonald. If we're going to watch an hour of a conversation with Mike McDonald, I'd be fascinated. But now
Amazon Prime spent millions and millions of dollars to put live streaming as the exclusive golfing early in the round. That's why.
It's annoying.
Welcome to sports viewing in the 2026.
And you can watch like certain holes on the ESPN app. But now they've got Niall Horan from One Direction on. I mean,
how did you know that by just looking at him?
Well, remember, Greg, I do work for music stations too.
That's
true. I know.
I had no idea who that was.
Yeah, well, there you go. See, and I was right.
I barely knew who One Direction is, but I do know that.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, Masters Day 2, we are giving you updates at 20 after the hour all day long. Rory McIlroy has not teed off yet. He is in the co-lead, tied for the 3rd lowest round ever from a returning champion. So pretty successful day for him. I'd say, if there was any pressure on him this year, I think it's off. I don't think there's a lot of pressure to return as a Masters, to be a returning or back-to-back Masters champion. I think once you win it, your pressure's kind of off, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And -5 says that he doesn't feel
Yeah, he's not feeling any pressure.
You know, honestly, once they get on the course, especially in the early rounds, I would suspect it's another golf tournament for them.
Yeah.
Beautiful and a lot of people there.
Right.
But they do this every week.
Right. But I mean, this
not
one,
to this extent, but I'm saying the early rounds,
yeah,
it probably feels somewhat routine once it starts. Now, the lead up to it is certainly different.
Right. And then, once Saturday and Sunday. I mean, yes, last year, I think he had a lot of pressure on him, and the year before, because that was the one that had eluded him. But, he seems like he's just having a great time this week, and as he should be. So that I think, pressure off him now. The pressure is on Scotty Scheffler, I think, still, because everybody just expects so much of him. And I think, and then leading up to it, people were saying, oh, well, he just had a baby, so maybe he's not going to be great. And then he's coming out and he's 2 under, so doing his Scotty Scheffler things. We had a conversation when we were picking making our fantasy masters picks about who, Chuck was asking me who I thought was going to win. I said, I honestly have no idea. This is the hardest year I've had the hardest time trying to figure it out. I picked Robert McIntyre in our golf draft. He's not dead last, but I think he's he's plus 10. I think he forgot how to play golf. Yesterday, he had a quadruple bogey and flipped off the pond after because it stole his ball twice. So not going. It is the pond's fault. But I liked that. I was like, oh, see, these guys really are like us. They get just as mad.
Why? Because your wife had a baby, are you going to be bad at golf?
Well, because I don't think that it's just that he's had other distractions. But I mean, this is less of a distraction than when his wife was going to go into labor at any minute.
I would call it a great life event rather than a distraction.
Well, but we have to remember, in the sports world, people don't think you should miss anything for the birth of a child.
Ridiculous.
They get annoyed when a Mariner misses a game for the birth of a child. I mean, it's not as big of a deal to an athlete as it is to a normal person.
Come on.
So I guess we'll talk about the Mariners now.
It is a big deal to the athletes I cover, I can tell you that.
Oh, and as it should be. I think we'd all be worried if they were like, oh, yeah, I had a kid yesterday. And that was just the way they talked about it.
Passing.
Yeah, right? Oh, yeah, sorry, man. No, I just had a kid, and it's fine. I was 15 minutes late.
Leonard Williams brought his baby to open tonight at the Mariners, and the baby, I had to be days old.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how.
Because she was pregnant at the Super Bowl, yeah.
Yes, and they just had the baby in early March, and March 20, whatever it was.
Yeah,
6th.
and opening day was the 26th, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I remember our kid, we had twins, but they didn't go out of the house for a long time. They also weighed 3 pounds each.
Have the energy yourself to get out there, and the mom.
I know. I just remember being like, oh, God, I got to go to Target. And then my kid would just have a meltdown in Target every time. And so I'd have to run out and go feed her again. I'm like, I just fed you. We tried to avoid this, but something about Target. Now she loves it. So figure that one out. Mariners are back home tonight to face the Astros. They are trying to improve from this 4-9 start. How confident are you guys feeling that this is just typical Mariners slow start fluke and they're going to get back to their normal ways in the next couple weeks?
I'm not that worried.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like that this keeps happening every year, but I'm not that concerned. I think they will turn things around.
Yeah.
I think this is, they're going to be all right.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're going to the World Series, but they're going to be all right. They're going to contend. They're going to be a pennant race here this summer into fall. I think it'll get back to normal.
Well, and the World Series is that's just a different monster. There's a reason we haven't been there before, and it's not because we haven't ever had a good baseball team. I mean, we've had some good baseball teams. It's hard to get to the World Series. We were 8 outs away. 8 outs away. God, sorry, I was trying to flush that from my memory. I hate George Springer. Anyway, back at it tonight. They are playing the Astros. Emerson Hancock will get the start for the Mariners. Tatsuya Imai.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. He's getting the start for the Astros.
The Astros have lost 4 in a row. The Mariners have lost 5 in a row. I was going to look up the last time these two teams faced each other, each losing at least 4 in a row. In Houston, they're saying the sky is falling because they lost 4 in a row in Colorado, and they've been losing pitching left and right. They were like, who's going to start this weekend? I don't know who they're going to put in there this weekend. So the American League, as we talked about at the top of the show, all of them have been pretty bad.
Look at the Blue Jays. Their fans are going to lose their minds.
The Detroit Tigers won the AL Central and was the opponent for the Mariners in the first round of the playoffs. They are also in last place.
Yeah.
They are tied with the Mariners at 4-9 for the worst record in Major League Baseball after losing last night to Minnesota.
So it's basically all of the Mariners' opponents from the playoffs last year. We didn't play. No, because Houston didn't make the playoffs last year. And I can't laugh about that because we haven't made the playoffs in years that they have.
Remember, when I'm on the show, I have to call them the trash can. So that's what I'm going to start calling them again.
All right, do it. Let's. Hopefully they don't bring their trash can lids with them tonight.
By the way, you can watch Trash Cans at Mariners tonight, 6:40 on King 5 Television, the home of Paul Sylvie and Chris Egan and the guys. Don't need Apple Pie. Don't need Amazon Prime. Don't need Hulu, Juju, whatever. You just need King 5 and Rabbit Ears, and you can watch the Mariners tonight. The first of 10 games, all on Friday nights, is on over-the-air television tonight.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, I don't we talked about this a little bit before the season started, but nobody knew what was going to happen with the TV. And I
Literally.
Yeah, literally. No one knew until the day of the game. And then they're like, oh, okay, this channel did just appear.
No,
And
we know why they did that, by the way. I'm sure you've talked about it.
I don't.
They were trying to steer everybody into the $99 Mariner TV package.
Oh.
And they wanted to create panic. Major League Baseball's plan. They told the Mariner, this wasn't the Mariners' fault.
Right.
This was Major League Baseball saying, no, Mariners, no, every other team that had this same situation. You can't announce where the games are going to be broadcast because we want everyone to pay the $99 and do the season package. What, of course, ticked all of you off, and I don't need to tell you, is that the 2 of the first 4 games are not part of that package.
Right. I know. That's the thing. We had Peacock and Apple
You paid
TV for 2 of the
$99
first
and
4
you
games.
couldn't watch 2 of the
And
first
you get a
4 games.
blackout.
Well, and it seems like a really stupid plan by Major League Baseball anyway, because how many people called back and were like, I want a refund. My game is available on TV. I'm not paying for this. I mean,
Money you already spent.
I don't know. I would have been livid. But it is...
It's about the dollar bills, y'all. That's what it is.
Yeah, it is a
everything
problem
else.
in sports, especially. And I mean, we've seen the conversation going on in the NFL now about the, the way that they're broadcasting games and forcing people in local markets to pay on apps. I mean, we've been pretty fortunate here that when a game is on an app, we do get it locally. I think if we were on Netflix, that wouldn't happen. But with Amazon and the ESPN app, it's been on a local channel whenever it's on a cable channel, I think. Well, I know with Amazon at least, the Thursday night football games are on a local channel.
So the NFL contract with cable and streaming, this goes back to when ESPN and TNT first got the NFL rights in the 80s and 90s. If it's on cable, if it's not on over-the-air television, they have to offer it to an over-the-air station in both markets the game is being played.
Okay.
That rule still exists.
Okay.
Which is why King Q13 or Fox 13.
Yeah, Fox, I think.
And King 5 or whoever broadcasts games that are otherwise on cable or streaming. That's
Okay.
still the rule. Now, the Department of Justice is now saying that they're going to look into the antitrust exemption that allows the NFL to strike their own deals with streaming and anybody else. Doesn't the Department of Justice have a few other things it should be doing? I can name one.
I think so.
I feel like you could be busy, but at the same time, as a fan who pays a lot for apps to watch all the games, I'm like, but at the same time, if you want to help figure this out so that we're not watching games on 17 different apps and having to look every single. I remember the old days where you just had to find out what channel it was on.
Yeah.
And
Remember there's something called TV Guide that was published?
Yeah, that was
Travis,
great.
you're not young enough to.
I remember TV
Okay,
Guide, yeah.
Yeah, but those were the days.
For those that don't know what I'm talking about, there used to be a publication printed as a magazine that would just list the television listings for that evening or for the week.
Yeah.
Every night by the night.
And then in the newspaper, it would tell you where you could find all the local games, too.
Right. That actually happened.
Yeah.
No.
No, not so much. But by the way, tonight, again, is Ichiro Statue Night, and we are giving away 2 pairs of tickets to Ichiro Statue Night. All you have to do, text us at 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line, or hit us up on the YouTube chat. Tell us how you would fix the Mariners. Be creative. It doesn't have to be fully believable. Like swapping rosters with the Dodgers made me laugh. Not believable, though. Nothing we could actually do. Although there are some other ones that were pretty not believable at all, but we'll read because they're funny. So we are going to announce a winner, 2 winners actually, at 9:30.
I love how pure the 425 says it's my daughter's birthday, so we'd love to go to the Mariners game.
Oh, that is nice. Well, if there's no one with a good answer, maybe you will.
I like that.
Or just ask your daughter how she would fix the Mariners on her
That's
birthday.
right.
And then let us know. Kraken did something we haven't seen in a while. They did get a win in a shootout last night, beating the Vegas Golden Knights 4-3 at CPA. So mathematically, they do still have a shot at the playoffs. I say that it is a very slim shot. They have 4 games left. They are 8 points out of the second wild card spot, which means they've got to win out and hope for a lot of losses from the teams ahead of them. That is the Kings, Preds, Jets, Sharks, and Blues. We do still play the Kings, so we could at least hand them 1 loss.
The Kings cannot gain a point in the standings in any of their 4 games. It means they have to lose in regulation all 4 for the Kraken even have a chance if they could win all 4 in regulation. By the way, if you missed it last hour, Todd Lywicki, CEO of the Kraken, said Lane Lambert's coming back. Said that he fully anticipates that. He said coaching is not one of the problems they think they need to fix.
Yeah.
And the internal audit, I asked him about that. If you missed it, you can be on the podcast on 93.3 and iHeartRadio app. He also said the Sonics they're poised, they're group.
Yes.
He said it's game on.
We're working every day, he said.
Every day we're working on it. He said that we are poised to be the lead, but that we are not going to get ahead of the NBA. He refused to specify the timeline of when the bids would go in, but it looks like it's going to be in the summer.
Yeah, and he even perked up a little bit when we asked him about that. Like he's clearly
he got tired of me asking him about the Kraken coaching staff, and are you going to bring back Lee Lambert?
I mean, we need those questions answered, Greg. By the way, so looking at the schedule tomorrow, the Kings do play. So I think if they win, we would be eliminated by then, right?
Lose in regulation.
Or if they go to overtime. They're playing Edmonton, so we'll have to keep our eye out on that one. But it could be, we could know something as soon as tomorrow. Mariners, the Kraken play tomorrow as well at home at 4 o'clock against the Calgary Flames. That game can be heard right here on 93.3 KJR. Pregame is at 3:30. And Greg, we are less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. Woo-hoo. Have you created your draftman's wish list?
No.
I
have put together a semi-mock draft, and I will say I think they're going to trade down. Mm-hmm. John Schneider has made 14 trades involving a first-round draft pick in 16 drafts.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I would be shocked if we picked at 32.
It'll move down. They'll get a pick probably early in round 2. I've got some candidates, Houston, Cleveland, some other teams, Arizona, although more rare interdivision trade. Especially teams that think Ty Simpson might be available, the Alabama quarterback at the bottom of the first round, who say Arizona.
Yeah.
He's not settled
Chuck's
at quarterback.
been talking about that one, yeah.
Could move up. The Seahawks are going to dangle that pick, try to move down, get more than the 4 picks they have. It would be the second fewest picks the Seahawks have ever had in a draft. 3, the COVID draft of 2021, which John Schneider said he was going to punt. But Schneider told me at the Combine, told us, the gaggle of Seattle reporters in Indianapolis, this is by design to only have 4 picks.
Yeah, because he doesn't love this draft, right?
He said this is a weaker draft than last year and next year. They had surmised this a couple years ago. It's why they traded 2 third-day picks for Rashid Shaheed to the Saints in November. So he has in mind is only 4.
And what is it, 11 or 12 picks in next year's draft that we have right now?
12.
12, yeah. Hey, that's fitting.
Yeah, it is. But I think running back is still absolutely in play. Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas, a big bruising back, is scheduled to have a 30 visit with the Seahawks. They are interested in Jadarian Price, the second running back at Notre Dame. Not the top
Jadarian Price,
Jadarian Price, not the top running back that's going to go.
Not Jeremiah Love.
Love is going to go probably top 5, maybe not even sooner than that. But Price, they talked to his running back coach reportedly at the Notre Dame Pro Day. They are interested in him as well. I think edge rusher, corner, offensive, defensive line depth.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, just less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. And we are going to come back with SUP, by the way. So we're going to need your contributions here as well. It is our little interaction with the listeners. All you got to do is send a text, say SUP, and point your question at whoever you want. Travis, Greg, or myself. We're going to get to those next after an update from Augusta. 93.3 KJR FM. It is Ashley Ryan, Greg Bell, Travis Moger in for Chuck and Buck today. So sorry, no Chuck and Buck. You get the three of us instead, and we are taking your questions on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. All you got to do is send the text with a sup and then who you're directing it at, and we are going to answer that. We're also going to look at some of the ways that people are suggesting we fix the Mariners. We're going to pick a winner at 9:30, but we can bring up some of them and have a look and discuss that as well. The first question is for you, Greg, from Eric. Sup, Greg, will you talk about the Seahawks doing Hard Knocks this year? What are your thoughts on it?
They don't like it. This is not my Eric, by the way, my son Eric.
Yeah.
They don't like it. As John Schneider said, we've been trying to avoid this we have avoided it for 17 years he's been there. But the NFL changed its rules recently. It used to be, until very recently, the NFL would only make eligible to be picked for Hard Knocks teams that didn't make the playoffs the previous year. And now they've changed it. And now they've actually, this is the 25th edition of Hard Knocks. They're going back to what the very first one was in a defending Super Bowl champion. They did the Baltimore Ravens in 2001, was the very first HBO Hard Knocks by NFL Films. And so this is going back to that. John Schneider said, I wrote the News Tribune a story about it, but he said, we're going to try to be as entertaining and interesting as we can be without revealing anything.
Yeah. I think if anyone can do it, they can.
They can. And now, the Hard Knocks, as I understand, I don't watch it habitually. I'll have to watch it this summer more than I ever have, because if they reveal something that they won't give to us, which happens a lot. But it is different than it has been in the past. It's not quite as intrusive. The New York Giants got burned with how intrusive they were in the offseason one about Saquon Barkley and what they were going to do with him, and the private conversations that got blasted out for the whole world to see.
Yeah, whoopsie doodle.
And teams ever since then have a little more editorial control. I suspect the Seahawks will have some editorial control over what gets aired. Maybe not what gets filmed, but what actually gets aired. And meeting rooms, locker room, off the field type of stuff. But they just don't want their vibe and their brotherhood and their culture revealed to anybody.
I get that.
They don't.
Yeah.
They want to keep it to themselves and hoard it and make it secret to everybody.
Yeah, if you share what makes it special, it doesn't become as special anymore. I completely understand that. I will say, though, from a fan perspective, I'm pumped to watch kind of some behind-the-scenes stuff and feel like maybe we get to learn a little bit more about this team that we all love so much. But I also have a little apprehension because I do want the magic to remain the magic for the Seahawks and not for everybody else.
Right. And that's the concern. I will say this team last year, this year, under Mike McDonald, more than any other Seahawks team I've covered, including back to Mike Holmgren in the early 2000s, the intangibles matter to them.
Yeah.
And they actually have an on-the-field, it matters. On-the-field product is the intangibles, the brotherhood, the 12 is one. All of that stuff does really have a tangible impact on the game. And intangibles go all the way to, I wrote a story that published this morning in the News Tribune, their draft picks and who they're looking at picking, the intangibles of competitiveness. They are really, really learning. John Schneider said when they got back the years after they won the Super Bowl in 2014, they drafted guys who were in awe of Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor and Marshawn Lynch, who wouldn't compete. And the practices were not nearly as competitive as they were before they won the Super Bowl.
Even though they were supposed to always be competing.
Right.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll's mantra. But they said they brought in guys who were reverential to these stars. And John Schneider says, I'm looking for dogs this time that are competitive and don't. Devin Witherspoon comes to mind as someone who wouldn't give a rip if he had come into a defending Super Bowl champion. But that's harder to define, right? It's easy to see 40-yard dash times and their performance on the field. It's harder to judge a person's competitiveness and know it when you haven't been around them before. So they got a lot of digging to do about that. But that's the biggest intangible to this Seahawk draft is the competitiveness of the players they draft. They want dudes who are not in awe of the defending Super Bowl champs, and that's a challenge.
Yeah, well, I mean, I trust them to be able to pull those dudes out and figure out who they are. Travis, are you excited to watch the Seahawks on Hard Knocks?
I am excited, but I want to know if Greg thinks that this will hurt the team at all.
I don't think it'll annoy them. Mike McDonald, I can tell you, would.
He's going to be annoyed. Yeah, for sure.
Hate it, but I don't think it'll actually have effect now.
All right.
Well, then I'm excited.
Okay, good. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, as long as we're not ruining anything. Greg, you got another one here. Sup, Greg, are you buying the Pittsburgh sports hype? And who is your favorite twin? This might be from your Eric.
This is from my Eric. The second question gives that away.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh sports hype. The Pirates just eclipsed Colt Emerson's deal with their Connor Griffin, their new shortstop, who at 20 years old is already married, by the way, and got $100+ million contract. He just got called up last week.
9 years, 140, I think is what he got. Yeah,
and that's guaranteed in Major League Baseball, unlike the NFL. So he's getting 140 no matter what. How would you like to be Mrs. Connor Griffin right now?
I wouldn't hate being married to anyone who had $100 million.
Native of Mississippi. The whole family was at the first game. I watched the Pirates home opener that he was at. The Penguins made the playoffs for the first time in 3 years. Mike McCarthy, Pittsburgh's own, has returned to be the Steelers.
Oh, God, there was that AI-generated image of him at the bar, and everyone was, it's like, oh, look. And I was like, no, that is not a real picture of Mike McCarthy at the bar. And
now Pittsburgh the Steelers are waiting for the same thing they waited for this time last year. Aaron Rodgers to say whether he's going to play or not. Come on. I can tell you, true Steeler fan, people from the Pittsburgh area like I am, they don't care for Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I don't care for Aaron Rodgers either, and I'm from here. I just think he likes to make it all about himself, especially at this time, and that's annoying. I mean, I don't know. I think the Steelers could do better, but I don't know that they can right now because I don't know who another option would be. But I guess Russell Wilson's looking for a team.
Will Howard is who they drafted out of Ohio State last year, and they wanted to give him a long run in the preseason, and then he got hurt, and he missed most of the season. So a lot of people in Pittsburgh say give Will Howard the chance.
Just try it.
But that would be starting over with a new coach. They didn't bring in Mike McCarthy, I don't think, to start over. That was a try to sustain type of a hire. We'll see. Who's my favorite twin? Eric and Sarah are my favorite twins.
Oh, good answer, Dad. Good answer.
We're going back next month to the Coast Guard Academy in Connecticut to see our daughter graduate and become an ensign. We're pretty excited.
I don't know if this came from the dad this is not the dad whose daughter's birthday it is today, but we have a great response for how to fix the Mariners. This is from Juniper. Her dad is Aaron, and she is 12. She says she believes we should swap out the visiting team's Big League Chew with some laxative gum that she is calling Big League Poo. The batters will then have to poop so bad they'll swing at everything just to get back to the dugout. So there you go.
That's definitely a 12-year-old's idea.
I honestly, you know what? Juniper might be one of the best answers we're going to see all morning. I'm just going to tell you right now, that might actually work, and I'm not above it.
I would take some Big League Poo to play pranks on my friends.
Yeah, I know.
This is a genius idea.
Yeah, Juniper, you need to market this.
Chuck's probably taking Big League Poo right at this moment.
He probably is. Yes, if you missed the news, Chuck out for a colonoscopy today. He's excited to show it off on Monday, so make sure you're tuning in. Let's see. Sup, the intangibles matter, and the Mariners and the Cal Randy thing has caused a rift between the Latin players and Cal, as dumb as it sounds. Do you guys believe that? I don't believe that.
No.
I think it was a small thing that got blown into a big thing and made bigger because the two of them weren't near yes, they were near each other, but weren't able to get together to talk about it. I think as soon as Cal got back to Peoria, they talked about it. It was fine. Randy made his apology saying I shouldn't have said the things I said afterwards. I think Randy made it a bigger thing because I think he was offended. And I can understand why he would have been offended. I wish Cal would have just given him a fist bump or tapped his leg with his glove, something just to acknowledge him. And then none of this would have been an issue. But I also can understand from Cal's perspective why he didn't do it. So, yeah, I think it got blown into a bigger thing. And I don't think that's what's causing the problem right now.
No. And
okay.
I blame Mark DeRosa for everything.
Well, it would be nice for him to have known the rules of when you have to win and when you're okay to lose and when you've already made it to the next round and other things. Yeah, that would have been nice.
I don't think he'll be back to the World Baseball Classic.
I would guess not. I think that was our last time seeing DeRosa as the manager. And, he did a good job the first time, or at least a mistake-free job, it seemed like the first go-around. This time, not so much. He was in the spotlight too much. We shouldn't be talking about a manager as much. All right. Well, thank you guys for your texts. If you have more, you can send them. We'll read them throughout the show. 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line. And the Mariners are facing the Astros tonight. I just broke my pen because I think I was so amped up about this. So we need to talk about what it's going to take for the Mariners to get off this losing skid and really what would be considered a successful weekend. We're going to have that conversation next. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Stops on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It is Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley Ryan, Greg Bell, and Travis Moger in for Chuck and Buck today. Masters pre-stuff on TV. But I did get a text that they said the coverage on Amazon Prime is phenomenal. So there you go. We just don't have the ability to watch that in here. And that makes me sad. That's all right. I'll watch when I get home. Okay, Mariners tonight at home against the Astros. We're trying to shake off this 5-game losing streak. The Astros coming in on a 4-game losing streak. I know it seems or feels kind of like the sky is falling because here it is, another season where we're starting off terribly. I mean, not slow. It's a terrible start. 4-9, and it feels like, yeah, here we go again. Groundhog Day, another terrible start. If only we could, come out of the gate hot, that would be so much better. I agree. I mean, coming off spring training and the optimism that you have for this whole season, especially after last year, to start this way is incredibly frustrating. And I'm only hoping that the Astros, who just got swept by the Rockies, might be in a worse space than the Mariners. I mean, record-wise, they're 6-7, so they're a little bit better. They did win 5 in a row before they went on this losing streak. So I guess we're asking people how they're going to fix the Mariners, and we are going to have that conversation later. Your suggestions to fix the Mariners. So far, the leader in the clubhouse is Big League Pooh. But I just think, what is it going to take for you guys to consider this weekend successful? Is it sweeping the Astros? Is it just winning the series? Is it just not getting swept? Like, what are our expectations right now? How low are they for this team?
This team should beat most teams that come in here. In the park, cooler weather, the pitching staff that they have. They should win pretty much every series.
They should.
They at home, especially, I think, with the pitching they have. If they just catch the ball, throw the ball like Little League quality, and hit the ball with any kind of Major League ability, they have a pitching staff to win these series. Yeah, they should win the series. In Houston, they're talking about, man, how are we going to find 4 pitchers to pitch all weekend? And they are coming out of Colorado a mess that they have to be determined as their starting pitchers on Sunday and Monday. It's a 4-game series, by the way, that goes into Monday afternoon.
Oh, it does go into Monday. Okay.
A 1:10 first pitch on a matinee on Monday. It's the only Monday afternoon game of the season at T-Mobile Park this season, by the way. And the Mariners starters are Hancock, Castillo, Gilbert, and George Kirby this weekend. I think they win 3 out of 4, although if they don't, it's only April. I mean, that's really, they're going to be, I think they're going to be contending again by midsummer or late summer.
Is splitting the series good enough for you, Travis?
No.
Yeah.
I want to see a series win. I mean, if they split the series and the bats wake up, I think I'll be content with that. But obviously, the Astros are not playing good baseball right now. You want to beat them.
Yeah.
And I think the offense needs to do something.
Well, and if you can't get fired up for playing the Astros, who we just absolutely hate, then I feel like we've got a real problem if we can't get things together for them coming into town.
So what we haven't talked about all morning with the Mariners is what a lot of fans are. Colt Emerson. Do you bring him up and make him the third baseman? Now you're paying him already, $90 million. He's in Tacoma. Brendan Donovan, we mentioned in the first hour, is by all statistical measures the worst everyday third baseman in Major League Baseball so far. In 11 starts, he has the second most errors, the worst fielding percentage, the worst range factor.
He said in spring training he was very nervous about doing this, about that he did not know how it was going to go, and he has a lot to learn.
But he's your best hitter right now. The only one over 300, the one that's slugging 600, the OPS of 1.027, 3 home runs in 11 games. So you keep him in the lineup, but do you put him in the outfield where he played some in St. Louis? Do you put him at second base?
You take Randy Arozarena out of left field then?
You don't take Cole Young the way he's played. You keep him at second base. And you bring Colt Emerson in at third. I mean, you don't put a Gold Glove fielder as a DH, so it's not like you can put Brandon Donovan there. He was a Gold Glover a couple of years ago with St. Louis. But I think it is a legitimate question, although Emerson, remember, is primarily a shortstop. He has played one game this year out of 10 at third base, but some in the past, but a small percentage at third base. But he's mostly been a shortstop.
Right.
And we mentioned at third base, there's some adjustment there. But if you're a major league player, you should be able to make plays that Brendan Donovan has not made.
Yeah, I was going to say Brendan Donovan should be making those plays.
Of course.
Yeah.
He admits that.
Yeah. I do think he's going to get better. It's just frustrating to watch as the season has started. All of the things that can go wrong have gone wrong.
I say bring Colt Emerson up. You're already paying him $90 million. I mean, he's what? He's your future.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not shortstop now, if J.P. Crawford's going to stay there at least the time being, I don't know what they're waiting on other than maybe they don't want to put him into a lineup that's already struggling.
I think they want
to
make sure they get him enough at bats prior to coming here, which I can understand, but you don't want to rush it, right? Because if you bring him up too early and he's not ready for it, the last thing you want is to have to send him down. And so I think that's what they're just being a little bit more cautious to make sure when they call him up that.
But he couldn't be worse than most of the guys in the lineup right now.
Oh,
even if he went 1 for 20, he would be about on average with what everybody else is doing.
I do agree with that, and that's been the biggest disappointment is watching how Cal and Julio and Josh Naylor have been. I mean, what is 1 home run between the 3 of them, and I would like this team to not live and die by the home run, but
let's talk about that.
Yeah, but
situational hitting.
That is
13.
One thing
they're averaging 13
on.
strikeouts a game.
Yeah.
133 strikeouts on the season. Well, 10. They played 13 games. 10 strikeouts, 13 against Texas the other day.
Yeah.
By the way, Colt Emerson, 10 games with AAA Tacoma with the Rainiers, in 39 at-bats, 308 batting, 341 on base, 487 slugging, 828 OPS. He's got 1 home run, 5 RBIs. He's made 9 starts at shortstop, 1 at third base.
Okay.
That's what he's been doing at Tacoma.
I mean, at this point, I'm really willing to look at anything, whatever's going to turn this around, because I do not want to. I think I would agree with Travis. I think you need to win this series. I don't think splitting this series is enough to get people to be at least content with what happened this weekend. I think you sweep the series, everyone's like, oh, what bad start. Not really. They're still going to remember it. But you're in a much better position, obviously, being 8-9 versus 7-9. There's only, I can do math. No, 8-9. 4 plus 4.
Yeah, you're right.
Got it. So I'll get there eventually.
Colt
It's
Emerson
early. I haven't
up,
had
please.
coffee.
Call Colt Emerson up.
Well,
that's what I say.
We'll see what
Call
happens.
him up.
We'll see
$90 million
happens.
to play at AAA. I don't know about that.
We are going to fix the Mariners at 9:30, so make sure you're staying tuned for that. And we are going to talk to Elise Woodward next at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Josh Shirley, guys that Andrew Hudson, and the schemes that Justin Wilcox likes to do. He hasn't really been able to do pass rush-wise the last 3 weeks because Stanford, Oregon, USC have all been run-first offenses. So here's a big chance here and next week with Oregon State to get the pass rush going, and they're going to get many chances to do it. 50.
There you go. That is Elise Woodward with Greg Bell from when? 2012?
2012.
2012.
It's been a minute, Elise.
I love that. Elise Woodward is joining us now. What'd you think of that?
Oh, my God. Triple G. Great Bell. What's happening? We go way back.
We do. Back to some Husky trips and airplane and bus rides. And
look at how far you've both come.
Wow.
I love it.
Absolutely, Greg.
It's great to talk to you.
That's the same. It's all a circle.
It is. The last time I saw you in person, we were in the end zone pregame at the national championship game in Houston, Washington and Michigan, of course, a couple of years ago. And now you're just great guns since I've seen you.
You got to bring that. You got to bring that one up, Greg, and just bring it all down. Right?
I was thinking the same thing. Like, wow, could have done without that.
I was making the point that she has done great guns since then, and now you're part of the great Portland Fire. That you're leaving the Seattle Storm broadcast team with Dick Fain and going down to Portland to be the Portland Fire. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. It's a organization that's I know how much you like the analytics and innovation, and that's what they're all about. I'm really excited about the opportunity.
How'd you get involved? Do you know the Bethals, the siblings who own them, or what was the relationship, or how did you know about this?
No, I have never met them actually, and I grew up in Oregon. I'm a North Eugene Highlander. Let's go, proud Highlander. And it's quite ironic. I spent most of my summers in high school living in Portland because that's where all the AAU basketball was when I was trying to get a scholarship somewhere and you had to play, and it was all in the Oregon City area and the Portland area. So I have friends that I reached out to. I'm like, can I bunk up with you again in the summertime like the old days? But one of the directors, Kimberly Veal, used to work for the Seattle Storm. I know her, which is my only contact really with the organization. But they needed somebody to do play-by-play, and I said, I want to do it. So here we are.
Elise Woodward is with us, and yes, you were on the Storm broadcast for 19 years. Is that right? 19 years?
I lost count.
Okay.
It's a lot.
We'll just say a while.
But I think it's 19.
Yeah, you saw.
We're just going to say, somewhere around 2 decades, yes.
Okay, yeah, you saw a lot. And now you are headed to Portland to be the play-by-play TV person for the new Portland Fire expansion team. I know a lot of our listeners are going to wonder, and I did ask you this question, but I'll let you answer it for them as well. Does this mean she's not doing Husky games anymore?
Yeah, no, the seasons do not overlap at all, which is great. It's the same exact schedule as what it was with the Seattle Storm. So no, I will absolutely be doing Husky football. Looking forward to the spring game in a couple of weeks. So I know I've already been. Kim Grinolds, the wonderful Kim Grinolds, reached out to me today, and he's like, "Where you been at practice?" And I'm like, "I have been at the Sweet 16 and the Final Four, and I'm going to the expansion or to the draft. I've not been to practice yet, but I'm going to be there next week. So looking forward to that."
Elise Woodward with us. And I do have a question, actually. You just brought up the Sweet 16 and the Final Four on the women's side. And seeing the two matchups, the UConn, South Carolina, and how hyped that was, and then it was a blowout there for South Carolina, and then seeing the finals go just a blowout by UCLA. Do you think that basically that UConn, South Carolina match was so hyped up that South Carolina just kind of had been deflated by the time they got to the final, or was UCLA just that much of a better team?
I think it was a really good matchup for UCLA.
Okay.
I think people, because it's on the West Coast, I think people slept on UCLA all year long.
That makes sense.
They could have very easily been the number 1 overall seed. They were the number 2 overall seed. It's still top seed, but they beat 16 opponents this year ranked in the top 25, and they blew them out. In the Big Ten, the Big Ten had 12 teams on the women's side that made the NCAA tournament, and most of those advanced into the second round, including UW. It was a gauntlet. It's the best that the Big Ten has ever been. You were facing an NCAA tournament team every single weekend and most nights. And they not only did they go undefeated, they never had one time where they slipped in Big Ten play, but they crushed opponents. Their average margin of victory, I think, was around 28 points. So it doesn't. I think South Carolina, deservedly so. They've won 3 national championships under Dawn Staley. They have a huge national name and recognition, and Dawn Staley was the flag bearer in the Olympics, and like for all the reasons people know South Carolina, and so they have a just bigger name recognition. But when I looked at the line came out, Texas was really good, and it's the only loss for UCLA all season long. When the line came out that South Carolina was favored by 4.5 points over UCLA, I was like, that is nuts to me.
Yeah.
People just don't know how good UCLA is, and they are really, really good. They're going to have 5 players invited to the WNBA draft this week.
Oh, wow.
It was a great team.
This is the familiar voice of Elise Woodward. You hear on the sidelines at our Husky broadcast here on 93.3 KJR. She is also a longtime Storm broadcaster who is now moving to Portland to be the Portland Fire expansion team's very first inaugural season, play-by-play on radio TV. I was going to ask you something about the WNBA new labor deal, Elise, but first I'm going to ask you about women's college basketball, the growth you've seen in it in just the last 5 years, the Caitlin Clark effect, or whatever you want to call it, Angel Reese. But the ratings for the television broadcast are like 8-fold over what they were a few years ago. What do you think the tangible, aside from NIL and the transfer portal and what that's done to college sports, but what do you think the growth of women's college basketball, the tangible effect of it on the court and in the programs, has it done?
Well, I think watching the growth, the big thing for me, and I was actually glad in the CBA that they didn't address the fact that college basketball on the women's side is a 4-year commitment most of the time. And in the WNBA, you cannot go to, as an American, you cannot go to the WNBA unless you're already 21 years old in your senior season, or you graduate from college, or your class has graduated from college. So I think the reason for the popularity and the rise is that I'm always so sad when there's great athletes on the men's side and they're one and done. You don't. It's like, I hardly knew you. Yeah. You don't even get a chance to grow with them and to see them, develop as people. There's so many things that we love as fans as a freshman, and you say, oh my God, but wait till next year. And on the women's side, we get that. You get 4 and 5, and because of COVID, and that's going to be gone now. There's no more COVID kids. It's 6-year players that you got to see, and really, that's how so many fans fall in love with players, is watching them. Oh, I knew you when you were a little baby freshman. On the women's side, you got to see that. Caitlin Clark was really good as a freshman, but by the time she was a senior, people had followed her for 4 years, and they fell in love with her and the growth and the path. And, look at the UW women's program, and, you look at somebody, Anna Steins or Elle Ladine, or, that group of seniors that they changed that program because they were there for 4 years in a row, and you got to fall in love with their trajectory and what they can become and all of those things. And so I think the huge jump in popularity for the women, there's a lot of different reasons, but I think one of the major ones for me is just that on the women's side, you really get to know them. Fans want to feel like they're a part of a process, and it's really hard when it's one and done. It's really hard in the transfer portal. It's really hard when you don't even get a chance to know their story before they're gone.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, why the women's NIL is important too. And for them, look, there's many transfers, there's people in and out, and same thing on the women's side as the men's side. But at least the really top level players, they're not leaving after 1 year. And so you can really get, invested in them in more ways than one and feel really good about it.
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about the difference in the women's side of leading into the WNBA. And speaking of WNBA, Lisa, 7-year collective bargaining agreement, tentative agreement, still need to be ratified by the Board of Governors settled this week, at least the agreement between the league and its players union, 20% revenue sharing model, a 5x increase in the salary cap from $1.5 million to $7 million per team in 2026. Salary is going from $270,000 up to $1.4 million, which is a supermax now, and chartered flights for teams, things they've been fighting for a long time. What, Elise Woodward, do you love about the WNBA News labor deal, and what maybe don't you like and wish they had included?
I think they did a phenomenal job, and I'm ecstatic that both sides understood the importance of getting a deal done and not striking. Look, we were, Greg, you and I were there when the NBA went on strike and how it affected everything in the league. After that, there was a negative call over the product for a long time. And you had a guy like Sean Kemp that put on 30 pounds and then was never the same player after the strike or the lockout or whatever it was.
Right.
And I remember we had a triple header. The Sonics had a triple header, 3 games in a row to fit all the games in the season. Anyway, nobody wanted that. And it stopped the momentum at that time of the NBA. And the WNBA has such great momentum right now. And I was just like, please, you guys figure it out on both sides, right? It takes 2 to tango. And so I think they both understood that there could not be a work stoppage. And so I'm thrilled about that. I think it's absolutely, the league is, you're negotiating, right? And so it was a tough negotiation on both sides. But I'm thrilled that the players who are the best in the world at what they do, that are driving ratings, that are driving revenue, the expansion franchises right now are going for $250 million. There's money to be made in women's basketball, and I'm glad that the players some of the OGs, they didn't make anything at all. And so it's like, I think they need to take a point of pride that they're helping this next generation. They didn't get the bag, but this generation is going to get more of a bag. And I hope that in 10 years, the next generation is going to get double that. But these players, they've proved it's such a new league. It's just a baby league compared to these other ones. I was there when it started for the W. I was there when the ABL folded.
Yes.
And so I do have some PTSD about when the ABL folded in the Seattle rain. Shalonda Innes, who was a young mom, 4 days before Christmas, it was like, sorry, we don't have the money to support your league. You're out. You're unemployed. 4 days before Christmas. So I have that. I have all these memories of how hard it has been in the struggle to have women's basketball players get paid to do what they do, and now to get paid what they're worth is, for me, amazing. To look in the stands and see it full, to have the people that care. And it takes time to develop rivalries, and it takes time for fans to understand, you can't understand history when there's no history. So now there's 3 decades of the WNBA, and it's just growing. It's going to continue to grow, and just watching it evolve before my eyes has just been, it's been one of the coolest things for me possible, because I feel like in some little way, just being a broadcaster, that my whole goal and intention is to help grow the game and tell the stories of these great athletes and bring it to life of why you should care. Why should you care about this? There's so many great stories in the WNBA, and so I'm absolutely ecstatic that we're going to have a season, and we're going to go, and the game is going to continue to grow, and these women that are the best in the world are going to get paid. I love it.
Elise Woodward is with us. I can't speak today. It's Friday. You can hear her on the Husky broadcast and soon to be on the voice of the Portland Fire, the expansion team there in Portland. She will be leaving the Storm, which we are sad to not have you on our broadcast anymore, but excited for maybe a new rivalry there for the Storm and Portland, because the old rivalry also might be coming back between the Blazers and the Sonics. How you feeling about what's going on in the NBA?
Well, as Kevin Calabro used to say on the call, it's the Montagues and the Capulets. It's Romeo and Juliet. It's the rivalry. Bring it on. So I mean, there used to be that Portland on the WNBA side had a team for 3 years. And I remember they would bus fans up and they'd get off wearing their red at the old Key Arena.
Oh, gosh.
And you guys, we know how it is with the Sounders and the Timbers, and we know what it was like with the Blazers and the Sonics. It's what we all want, right? We want that. And I was thinking about the I-5 rivalry, and other than soccer, it's only the Mariners. There's no MLB franchise. It's only the Seahawks. And it used to be the NBA, and then that went away. The WNBA, that went away. And so it's going to be lit when it gets back for the WNBA and the NBA. And that's what it should be, right? Like, that's what fuels people's passion. You can drive 2 hours and 45 minutes or wherever you're at, depending on traffic, and go catch the game. I love it.
Elise Woodward is also the sideline reporter for the Washington Huskies radio broadcast here on 93.3 KJR FM. She's done it for a long time. I was going to ask you about Jed Fish, but you're still a company gal, so I'm sure you'll say he's doing a great job and everything's great over there. But I wanted to ask you a bigger macro picture of, you've watched college football. I know.
I'm a company guy.
I've been there. I used to work for them. I get it. But I'm going to ask you on a more macro level.
My honest opinion on Jed? Is that what you want? You want me to give you my honest opinion, Greg?
I'll call you later.
Honestly, no. I'll tell you. Like, watching he has done an absolutely phenomenal job building that roster. It's unbelievable what he was handed with the transfer portal issue, like all of that. The roster was absolutely decimated. That guy can recruit, and I mean, it's unbelievable what he has been able to turn. He's done a fantastic job recruiting and building a roster that is competitive. And, I mean, I'm excited for this year. It's year 3. Let's go.
What I was going to ask you.
My honest opinion, Greg.
I believe you. I've known you long enough. I believe you, Liz. But I was going to ask you also, you're a mother and a mother of student athletes. And what do you think of college football in particular now? For me, I've been in college football. I have college athletes. Still have a college athlete. It just makes me sick. I'm all for players getting paid, but how they have no guardrails and how they're all waiting. The presidents aren't stepping up. They're waiting on Congress to step in, which isn't going to happen. From your view, which is front row and center during Saturday games, what's your opinion about the state of college football and how sustainable, unsustainable this is, and how you'd like to change?
Yeah, I don't think it's sustainable. I think that there are issues that the pendulum has swung way to the other side, and it's not going to work as it's in the current state. There's no question. I think just like everything, there needs to be a contract that is binding, and I 100% believe that players should have the ability to leave one time. No question. That you just don't know what you don't know, and I think it gives the athletes the ability, like, it's just not working. Why are you going to force them to stay somewhere that they're not happy? Why are you going to force them to stay? Sometimes things just don't work.
Right.
How many people have jumped into a relationship and you're like, oh, God, I thought that was marriage material. Nope, I'm going to U-turn on that one. It's the same, like, you just don't know. These are 18-year-old kids. They don't know when they're absolutely, you should be given the ability to leave. And anytime there's a coaching change, the ability to leave. But I think, like, I called a game the other day, and on my board in front of me, I always put, like, where, what year they are, where they've come from, did they transfer in? It was their 6th school in 6 years.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't have the ability on my board. I was like, well, that's a new one for me. It's ridiculous. Like, come on. But my personal opinion is that you should be given one free transfer, absolutely. For NIL deals, you should be held to the contract. You should, if you leave before you sign, like if it's a 2-year deal, you don't get paid. There has to be some uniformity with these athletes getting paid across the board. And the problem is there's no commissioner for NCAA football. Everybody's playing by different rules, and that's a problem. But, I think one free transfer for sure, and then maybe there's some sort of a penalty. It's so hard, too, for these athletes. I can't imagine because it doesn't – when they're transferring, it doesn't, mesh with the academic calendar.
Oh, yeah, that.
Are they supposed to go to school?
I don't understand how they're doing that all. Like, they're coming in mid-semester, and I don't know. It's a wild, wild thing. But no, I think the players that are like holding their universities hostage with the NIL deals, like that needs to go. Like, get paid, have a contract, just like everybody in the working world does. Like, there's non-competes. That's what it's called. Like, if you leave, great, you can get paid, but you're not going to be able to play at the next place. So, I mean, there's things that need to be put in place so that it's going to turn fans off. And that's what I don't want to see is fans just being like, I can't follow this. And it's not about the team. I don't ever want it to feel like it's not about supporting the university and playing for. That's what college sports is about. It's a huge thing. So that's my concern is just I don't want fans to get turned off and say, forget it. This isn't about, it's not a collegiate feel anymore. And I think it's trending that way.
Yes.
And so that's my major concern.
Yeah, I feel like we've definitely started to get there. Elise, I appreciate you joining us today. I wish we could talk to you because I knew we were going to have a lot to talk to you about, and I feel like we didn't even get to half of it. The WNBA preseason gets underway on the 25th, so you will be at CPA as the Portland Fire face the Storm on the 29th on the opposite side, enemy territory. Let's get this rivalry going.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm going to be there. Just moving down a few chairs on the table to the other side of the broadcast. But, I'm really excited. How about the news that Nneka Ogwumike is out? She's going back to L.A.
Oh,
It's crazy. So the Storm.
Yeah, that's not good.
I just went down this morning.
Oh, yikes. Didn't miss that.
News, so.
See, breaking news from Elise.
Yep.
Glad we have you.
Yeah, there you go. It's not confirmed, so check your sources, folks.
Okay.
That's just me waking up. So it's going to be a wild, wild free agency period and then the draft on Monday for the WNBA. But I'll tell you what, Seattle, the one thing that's just like, oh, man, I will miss watching the growth and the development of Dom Malonga. She is an absolute baller. I love her. She's going to throw down some hammer dunks this year for the Storm. So, just better not be on Portland.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, well, maybe you'll get a great view of it. Well, thank you again for joining us.
I don't want to call a Dom dunk, guys.
I mean, maybe just one or two. One or two.
Sure, maybe.
Okay, all right.
I mean, maybe.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the new gig. We are looking forward to seeing the Portland-Seattle WNBA rivalry revitalized.
Great to talk to you again. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys. Talk to you soon.
Yes, talk to you soon. All right, we are going to be back with how we're going to fix the Mariners, which is very exciting for everybody, I'm sure. That is right after an update from Augusta. on Friday or Monday. You have that to look forward to. All right, this segment we decided we are going to ask you how you would fix the Mariners. We've been asking people to text in all morning long to 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. The first one I saw, and now I just lost it. There we go. This is from the 206. No more pinch hitting until everyone on the roster is hitting 230 or better. No one can get in a rhythm. Dom Canzone should not be part of a platoon. Donovan should lead off every day. Canzone should be DH every day unless Cal is off from catching. And Rayleigh and Ref Snyder should be the only platoon at right. But I repeat, no pinch hitting based on bullpen subs. Platoon based on starter and leave them in all game. There you go. There's one option. That is from, as I said, the 206 there. What do you think of that one?
Does that solve right field and third base, though?
No, not really. It doesn't help with any defensive issues.
That's some of the big problem they're having is defense.
Maybe they're taking a baby steps approach, right? You got to fix the hitting there first. And I mean, because even with the mistakes, we aren't giving up a lot of runs, but we aren't scoring any. So there you go. You fix the hitting, and then maybe they think everything else falls into place.
Could put Brendan Donovan in right field. He's played there before.
You could put Brendan Donovan in right. I mean, really, I think the outfielding, I don't know. I'm not too, that would be kind of, I feel like you could put a number of people in there and you'd be okay. Do you have any that you've seen that you like over there? You want me to just keep reading some?
Keep reading something.
Okay.
These are for tickets, by the way.
Yep.
2 pairs of tickets to tonight's game. Trash cans against the Mariners. It's Ichiro statue.
Yes.
Night.
Yes. Ichiro statue night tonight. Yeah, we've got 2 pairs.
We got 2 pairs of 2 tickets at stake here for the best ones we've unearthed.
All right. This is from the 425. An appropriate way to fix the Mariners is to add a surefire bat to the lineup. Jerry D must fly out to Minnesota and pursue Lil Sweet himself, Kyler Murray, to sign with the Seattle Mariners.
Kyler Murray.
Every time Lil Sweet comes up to the plate, you can bet your kids' college fund on him batting that ball all the way to Chicago. And just like old times, the ball ends up in former Seahawk Kobe Bryant's arms. Home run every step up at the plate.
Kyler Murray was a #1 pick of the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah. That we've talked about is if he could still play baseball if he wanted to, but he ended up in Minnesota.
He turned down guaranteed signing bonus of millions of dollars and not getting beat up and not getting trashed in Arizona. And of course, he made $250 million in Arizona.
Yeah, he didn't do too bad.
Not bad.
Keith says, I would threaten colonoscopies for every strikeout. Julio gets 3 strikeouts, then Julio gets 3 colonoscopies the next day.
That would be a young guy getting a colonoscopy.
Well, you know what?
That would be preventative. 22 years old, whatever he is now.
I like the threatening. I'm good with that.
That would be a threat.
Yeah. 425, the only way to fix the Mariners is to drive to the University of Harvard. Some would just call it Harvard, I think, and demand they conclude it's
Harvard University.
Yeah, that's not gonna help there. Let's see how I would fix the Mariners. Give our hitters guess the pitch, like in MLB The Show, and if they guess it right, it's a no doubt bomb. Hold a contest for fans to be manager for a night. Shake things up. Phone a friend. Except it's Mariners legend where they step back on the field for a top and bottom of an inning. Those are some very creative ideas.
Mariner legend, that would sell tickets. And
I like have a fan be manager for the night. That'd be really, really exciting.
Well, especially with all of the people who think that, and I'm not saying that if Dan Wilson is a great manager or not. I know he makes a lot of mistakes. I know I could not be a better manager than what Dan Wilson is doing, so I take myself out of that. But there's a lot of people who think they could absolutely be a better manager than Dan Wilson. So let's put it to the test. I like that plan.
Put your money where your mouth is.
That's right. Let's
425, I think it was 425, said 69-cent beer night.
Yeah, that works too. I mean, you get the fans all riled up. I don't know how that helps the players.
That would help the fans, that's true.
Yeah.
It would fix one problem.
Let's see. I would fix the Mariners. This is 253. I would fix the Mariners by calling out the middle of the order. The next time Dan Wilson is asked why the team is off to a slow start, he needs to say because the middle of the order has been horrible and needs to be better. He is being soft, and the team is reflected, and this is reflecting on the team and their at-bats and lack of focus on the field. I would say I wouldn't have a problem with him calling out the middle of the order, but I also think the middle of the order knows they've been terrible. So that's not anything new for Dan to call them out. I think they all know that they've been terrible and that they should be better. That's not surprising to them, to Cal, Naylor. I mean, Arozarena hasn't been terrible in terms of getting on base. No home runs. 1 home run between Arozarena, Raleigh, Julio, and Naylor.
Major League Baseball manager famous for not calling out their own players. especially ones who were once prominent players themselves.
Yeah.
That's just like a code they just don't do.
It's like a hockey coach, too. They're never going to do it.
They
They
just
are
don't
never
do
going to
it.
call out their players.
252, area code. We have a North Carolina listener.
Oh.
The 252. Project giant live feeds of Ichiro Suzuki everywhere. In the clubhouse, on the Jumbotron during the bats, even in the batting cage. Strikeouts trigger a 10-second clip of Ichiro slapping a single up the middle with his voiceover in the classic calm tone, small ball wins games.
Yeah, we've got quite a few texts of small ball for sure. That is an interesting thing because they've talked about that they were going to play small ball, but we just don't see it very
They don't
often.
have
We're seeing
hitters
swinging
to play
for the
small.
fences.
They play home run derby because chicks did the long ball, and it's home runs and strikeouts. And
Well, is Ichiro going to be there tonight? Can we put him in the lineup?
I'm sure he's ready.
Ken Griffey
if we
Jr.
wanted
will be
him
there.
to. Yeah, Griffey's going to be there too.
Put them both in the lineup. Maybe that'll help.
Let's try it. I don't see a problem with it. Sign him to a new one-day contract, even though they've both retired. Why not? Why not? Okay, we're going to finish on this one, and then we will pick our winner in the break and announce it at 9:45. This one, to fix the Mariners, this is from 206. They need to mix up the lineup and bring up some young talent, possibly bring back Ichiro and Griffey for the year. Also threaten them with Chuck Bean at every game in a cheerleading outfit if they lose.
Wow.
That's a big threat. He's going to be showing off after that colonoscopy. So
Nobody
just
wants to see that.
Yeah, just get ready. Okay, well, we've got some great ones. We've got some good options. We will discuss. We will come back with a winner and kind of booze news next. It's Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ashley Ryan, Greg Bell, Travis Moger wrapping up a Friday with you. Chuck and Buck are out. Chuck will be back on Monday to tell you all about his adventures today, getting his pipes cleaned. Yes. And we are here to award a winner 2 pairs of tickets. That's what we've got to tonight's. Well, first I should say we're replacing Booze News. I'm not actually doing Booze News. We're just drinking while we award Mariners tickets.
This is a new thing this is a Friday thing.
So this is what we're
That's how you
drinking.
roll.
It's Yellowstone Cocktails Old Fashioned. It's a pre-mixed cocktail made with bourbon, bitters, and blood orange natural flavors. I'm going to try it here.
I can't remember the last time I had an old fashioned at 9:50 in the morning.
Ooh, it's pretty good.
Like the Coug. At the Coug, they don't make old fashions at the Coug.
That's pretty good. Not going to lie. Could get used to that. Okay, so we've got 2 pairs of tickets to tonight's Mariners game, the Ichiro Statue Night, and we asked people to text in all day, all show long, telling us what they would do to fix the Mariners. So our first winner is going to go to 206. No more pinch hitting until everyone on the roster is hitting 230 or better. No one can get in a rhythm. Dom Canzone should not be part of a platoon. I don't know why every time I read it, I'm saying it weird. Donovan should lead off every day. Canzone should be DH every day unless Cal is coming off from catching, or unless Cal is off from catching. Rayleigh and Refsnyder should be the only platoon at right. And I repeat, no pinch hitting based on bullpen subs. Platoon based on starter, and leave them in all game. There you go. Congratulations. You've won the first pair of tickets to the Mariners game
some
tonight.
of those things that make sense about, especially the pinch hitting thing, because they are so wedded to lefty righty. And
Yeah.
mix it
Oh,
up
they
and
overthink it all the time.
Oh gosh, it's like their eyes. They don't trust the eyes of
Yeah.
what they've watched the bats in the game.
I mean, all these guys grew up playing baseball against left and right-handed pitchers. They didn't only play in high school because there was a right-handed pitcher. It didn't happen.
And the opponents know it. And there are times during Mariner games that they switch pitchers just to get a batter out of the lineup because they know that Wilson is going to come in and go to the opposite-handed batter.
Yeah.
They use it against the Mariners. I agree. That was the best part of that answer that I liked.
Yeah. So,
So 2 tickets on us to 206.
There you go. So send us a text with your name and I've got your phone number and an email address, and we will get those tickets to you ASAP. Our second winner.
We will cross-check to make. Don't just everybody send in your name.
No, because we know what number it came from. We can make sure it was the same text. So, yeah, nice try, though. Our next winner, and this one, my favorite text of the day. This also from the 206. My 12-year-old daughter believes we should swap out the visiting team's Big League Chew with some laxative gum that she is calling Big League Poo. The batters will have to poop so bad they'll swing at everything just to get back to the dugout. They'll be trying to hit home runs, but instead, they'll just have the runs. That is from Aaron in Lakewood and his daughter, Juniper. Excellent job, Juniper. That's my winning plan. I think we need to get the Big League Poo to the Astros right now.
What flavors do they have?
That's a great question. I'll ask Chuck.
Chuck's probably having it right now.
Yeah, he probably knows.
I think Juniper's dad has 2
He
daughters.
does, yes, because Una also had an idea.
So you've got a choice to make, sir.
I know. Yeah, you do. He does.
You could just put both girls on the light rail and get them to the game.
There you go.
They'd
Just
find their way.
Other people will watch
The stadium
for them.
with the big lights.
Yeah, other people will watch out for him. Aaron did send in his daughter Una's idea as well, and since we gave Juniper some love, we should give Una some love as well. Her idea, she hates the Astros. She said, which I already love, she says, add a 5th base between 1st and 3rd someplace. The Astros are too stupid to realize it and will be less likely to score. Then JP can discreetly grab that base when they come back to the dugout between innings. There you go.
I love these girls.
Right? I know. Who knew that 12-year-olds were going to fix baseball?
We just created a problem for Pops, though.
Yeah, we did, and I apologize. If I had an extra ticket, I'd give it to you so you could take them both. I don't, so it's going to be like Sophie's choice for him. He's got to figure out which kiddo to take to the game, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but thank you to everybody who submitted ideas today. That was really fun, and there were some great ideas, actual good ideas.
We got a couple hundred texts about this.
Yeah, people have a lot to say about the Mariners, and that's not surprising. Hopefully they can improve on this 4-9 start, and at least, I don't even want to say split the series because I want a series win this weekend. That's it.
King 5 again tonight. You don't need Hulu, you don't need Amazon, you don't need whatever the hell else they've been putting on the air. It's King 5, Rabbit Ears TV tonight, first of 10 over-the-air broadcasts on Friday night for the Mariners-Astros, 6:40 at the Yard. Ichiro statue night.
Yeah, and when Emerson Hancock's on the mound, you best be watching. That is for sure. All right, well, thank you to both of you for being here today. Greg Bell and Travis Moger with me for Chuck and Buck. We had a fun time, and we've got MJ and Christopher Kidd coming up next at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
2-0, and the Kraken stopped their 6-game losing streak in a shootout to top the Vegas Golden Knights 4-3. See, that's what happens when you fire the coach who won you the franchises and city's only championship, Bruce Cassidy. You fired him, and this is what happens. You lose 4-3. They'll Kraken take on the Calgary Flames, their second to last home game of the season, Saturday at 4 o'clock, huh? Wow, it's an early. Wow, puck drops at 4. Pregame of Mike Benton at 3:30. That makes Mariners back in action. They face the Houston Astros, and dare I say, a pivotal, crucial series, albeit in April. Game time set for 6:40. The guy who's been the best pitcher for the Mariners all season long, Emerson Hancock, on the mound tonight to hopefully stop the bleeding. Colts and cornerback Kenny Moore II have agreed to seek a trade. ESPN, NBA, and college football play-by-play announcer Mark Jones is leaving the network. Wow, I didn't even know this. After more than 3 decades. Wow, did not know that. Miami Heat will waive embattled guard Terry Rozier. I don't know what took him so long. He's part of a federal investigation into illegal sports gambling. Yeah, that'll talk to Jonte Porter. That doesn't go well for you. Those are sports headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Always choose chill.
Roll live in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, class.
Thank you. What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're listening to
This is MJ in the Midday on Sports Radio.
Here you go.
93.3 KJR FM.
Good morning, everybody.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's MJ in the Midday on a Friday here in Seattle, the PNW. A little cloudy out, but no precipitation. It's going to pour tomorrow. But hope everybody is having a fantastic finish to the week. I hope you are. Something hit me last night. Going to give you a non-sports related, and I think it can appeal to everybody from a human interest standpoint. So I'm coming from downtown Seattle, walking down Harrison Street last night, and there's a woman coming up Harrison Street, up the hill. I mean, that steep hill, and she's in a wheelchair, and she's coming up the hill, by herself, and I'm like, oh my God, how is she doing this? So I kind of, as we're about to cross paths, I said, hey, can I help you? She's like, would you mind? I said, not at all. So I got behind her, pushed her up the hill, and she said, her name was Coda. She was awesome. And I said, where to next? And she goes, well, I'm all downhill now. You can let me go. I said, no. Where are you going? I'm going to get you to where you're going. She goes, well, I'm going down the bus stop, the B line. And so we go down the hill. And as we're going down the hill, I'm like, I don't know, because it's a steep hill going down. And I'm saying to myself, man, I don't know how you do this. And it just kind of hit me. And, it's one of those moments in life that if someone that crosses your path, literally or figuratively, like Coda did me last night, and you can lend a helping hand, please do so. Because we talked and I got to meet her, and I just, we all take for granted things that we get to do here every day. We, just waking up, going through our morning, everyday ritual, whatever, having breakfast, taking a shower, and all those things. And, I just wish, and it's not just the city of Seattle, but more metropolitan cities had more access for people who are, disabled and who are in wheelchairs and can't move around. Because I'm like, I don't know how she got up Harrison Street to the point where her and I were crossing paths. And it's kind of one of those things in life. It's like, hey, and I waited for her. I waited for the bus to come, and there was someone getting off the bus in a wheelchair. We waited for him, and I got her up on the wheelchair. I put her up on the bus and made sure she was safe and sound. And, it's just one of those moments in your life where we all take for granted things that we get to do. And it's natural. I mean, even in my career, I've taken for granted that I've gotten paid to do a dream job, which is to talk about sports every day for a living in 6 unbelievable cities: Miami, Tampa, Charlotte, Atlanta, Boston, and now Seattle. And, there's a lot of people out there and they're struggling. And if you get a chance to lend a helping hand to someone, and I just feel like my life is better having met Coda and everything that she's going through. And I got to tell you, she's 1,000 times more stronger than I am physically and mentally, because I don't know how I could endure what she has to go through. And she goes, this city, it's not easy to get around, especially if you're in a wheelchair. And I said, yeah, no, I know. And so just one of those things. I'm not trying to give a PSA for the day, but I know a lot of you, you have perception of me because I can be an a-hole on the air, and things I can say can be polarizing about Dan Wilson or, certain sideline reporters that are getting chummy with NFL coaches. But I do have a heart, and I do bleed like everybody else. And, meeting this person last night, Coda, it was awesome. And it was actually probably the best part of my day and week. And, just give a hand. And if you can help someone and you see them and they're struggling and you cross paths, you have no idea what that will do for that person. And I feel like my life is better having met her. And if I see her again, I'll be getting right behind her and like, where are we going? Where are we going? There's no way I was letting her. I literally, if you know Harrison Street and how it, if you're coming off of Elliott Avenue and you go up, I don't know how she made it up because I couldn't have done it. And I said, no, I'm sticking with you all the way until we get to where you need to go. And she appreciated it. And I appreciate her letting me. She didn't have to let me. She could have told me to go, bleep off, but she didn't. And I'm like, and she's like, man, that's really nice. Like that, I'm like, hey man, you know what? You never know. And you never know when anybody can be in a position. I saw an advertisement one time recently on Instagram, and it was a guy, and he's like, you know what? Any of us, we're one accident away from spending the rest of our life in a wheelchair, and just so have sensitivity and have sympathy for people who are in positions and they need help. And if you have a chance to help them out, please do so. That's all I ask, because you never know what you can do to help that person out and how that might make their day and their week, and you may maybe help them get through it. So, and kid, you grew up in Seattle, man. Harrison Street, that thing is steep. That is steep. You going up that? I was walking it and I'm out of breath. You imagine trying to, and I'm like, man, and if the city can do anything to help things be more accessible to people who are in those positions and are in wheelchairs and need help, please do so. Mayor Katie Wilson, we can't do enough to help them out, because it's not easy to get around, especially, and it's not just Seattle, it's other cities too. But I care about Seattle because that's where I live now. So anyway, I didn't think I'd go there today, but it really meant a lot to meet her last night and just, know that, hey man, the problems that we have, like me being a diva about crackling in the headphones, you know what? Those are first world problems. Okay. Those are that is, it's like after that, I'm like, man, I guess, but just so you know, not that I compare it to, but crackling in the headphones is, Kid will tell you this too. It's doing a 3-hour show. When you get that in your ear, it can be a little bit unnerving. So, but anyway, let's get to what we talk about each and every day here, which is sports radio. I just thought I'd kind of personalize something there and give you something that kind of touched my heart last night, and it just kind of meant to, and when she said yeah, absolutely, and it was just one of those things that meant a lot to me, and now I'm going to be a little bit more when I go into restaurants, and I'm going to say, hey, how come you don't have a ramp here? How come you don't have something here to make it easy for people? And now I'm going to be a little bit one to be a champion for them and to look at places that don't have that access to help them out. And now I'm going to be one to help Coda and everybody that are in that position be like, hey, you could make this more accessible, and help people out. And now I'm going to be that person, and I'm doing it right now on the air. So I just think that, if you're out there right now, just like I said, if you have a chance to help someone out who's going through in a tough time, just please do so. You never know it, and believe me, like it's weird from someone who's an only child who only cared about me, myself, and I my whole life. It's weird. Like when you give back and you give to, I always felt like I'm a receiver, not a giver, but no, I think giving is better than receiving now. I actually think it actually, there's something that we can all take from that. By the way, we will have the Masters update coming up here in the first round from Augusta. Actually, I believe the second round in Augusta. So we'll get to that. You know what? This is a big series for the Seattle Mariners. This is a big series. I know, man. It's April 10th. And you're like, MJ, what are you talking about? Like, we've got 149 games left. I know. But remember, as I always said, you can't win a pennant in April, but you can lose a pennant in April. You can ask last year's Baltimore Orioles. You can ask last year's Atlanta Braves. And I believe I'm not betting the game, but I believe the Mariners, you can't afford a split this weekend against Houston. I'm not saying that you're out of it. I mean, listen, there's so many games to go. The Mariners could reel off 27 of their next 34 games and have an 8.5 game lead on the second place team in the next 6 weeks. They could do that. I mean, they have the talent to do that. But this is the third series in a row against a divisional opponent. And you've already lost 3 series in a row to the Yankees, the Angels, and the Rangers. You can't afford to let the Astros come in here and win 3 out of 4. And I don't think a split's good enough. A split puts you right where you start today. So this is a big weekend for this team. And I'm hoping that they can find a way to turn everything around, because it's like, I've talked about and I've mentioned with the heart of the lineup, Cal, Julio, Naylor, Randy. Is it a World Baseball Classic hangover? Is it? I've mentioned that. But maybe it's an ALCS hangover. Maybe it's that. Maybe no one's talking about that. But here's the thing. The pitchers aren't having any ALCS hangover. Yeah, there was 1 bad start by Castillo, 2 bad starts by Gilbert. But Wu pitched okay the other day. He only gave up 1 earned run. The dude, who had that error, Connor Joe or whatever, wasn't Isaiah Joe. Isaiah Joe wouldn't have made that error that cost the Mariners 2 runs on that throw to the plate that went that basically went out to Waco on that throw to the plate. This team right now, you have 3 straight series against divisional opponents. And hey, hypothetically, this team could get swept versus the Astros. I'm not saying it's going to happen. They could get swept and still win the division by 8.5 games. It's such a long season. What are we at? We're at like after the Seahawks week 1 right now. That's where we're at, right? We're at week 1. So we're not even there yet, but my thing is this. You don't want to continue to see bad habits form, and this trend of getting held to 2 hits, striking out 13 times. having the lowest team OPS, lowest slugging percentage, lowest batting average. You don't want that to continue. And it's been right now just something that it's like, who are these guys? And there are other teams. Detroit Tigers have gotten off to a horrific start. The Guardians have gotten off to a horrific start. The Red Sox, they're starting to turn it around now. They got off to a bad start. But the Mariners are too talented. I didn't put my money on this team to win the pennant because just for bleeps and giggles so I could come on the air and say that. I did it because I believe in them. As you well know, I bet with my head and not my heart. And I believe this team can still win the ALCS. I do believe it. Like, it's April 10th. So, but right now, I mean, they've absolutely pissed and crapped the bed. Really have. And the worst part is that it just feels like there's this dark, ominous cloud above the team, and they can't quite get out of that funk. And maybe it takes a home series against Houston to get out of that funk. Because, yeah, Cal came around a little bit. Should have had his first home run against the Angels. Was robbed by Joe Adell. Did have his first home run against the Rangers. So Cal's come. But one home run in 13 games? Come on, man. I mean, like, he struck out. He's averaging nearly 2 strikeouts a game. You know, Julio gets off to a slow start. But you know what? Screw that. I'm sick of making excuses. You know, there's 2 E's that I'm sick of talking about. Early and excuses. And I don't want to keep, and early is an excuse. We keep talking about that. Oh, early. Oh, it's early. But yeah, but remember, these games count as much as the ones due in August and September. That's a fact. And it goes back to what I said. You can't win a pennant in April, but you can certainly lose it in April. Now, we got 3 weeks left in the month of April. Let's close strong, starting tonight with a guy who's been the best pitcher on this team, Emerson Hancock. And I don't hope, but I expect a big series out of 4 people. Well, the pitching staff I know is going to do their job. I'm not worried about the starters. I'm not worried about the bullpen at all. I want 4 guys in particular this series to step up. And I'm going to, and this starting tonight is going to be absolutely monumental. Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor, and Randy Arozarena. Those are the 4 top hitters on this team. They're the 4 all-stars on this team, and they need to lead by example. And Brendan Donovan, as bad as he's been at third base in the field, he's been unbelievable at the dish. So he's a double-edged sword. I get it. He just shouldn't be at third. He shouldn't be playing the hot corner. That's just bad casting, right? I mean, he shouldn't be playing third. But if you put him, make him a utility guy. Give Randy a day off and put Brendan Donovan in left. Give Cole Young a day off and put him at second. Give JP 8 days off and put him at short. But this weekend, there's 4 guys, and I'm going to be talking about this on Monday. Cal, Julio, Josh, and Randy. And I expect all of them to have big series this weekend against the Astros. All of them. This ish needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. They're too talented. And, it's like the scene in Scarface when Tony Montana comes out and he's talking to the guy about, and the guy's telling him, we're going to give you 2 keys. And he goes, he's like, mama. He's like, if you don't bring me my money. He goes, if this team does not get their act together this weekend, I've been Mickey Mouse all week long on this team. You have no idea. It's like the old Hulk theme. You won't like me when I'm angry. You have no idea what's coming if this team loses 3 out of 4 or gets swept this weekend. I don't think they will. I think the Mariners will bounce back And I'm expecting them to win 3 out of 4 this weekend. They need to win 3 out of 4 this weekend and just get out of the funk. It's not the race that they're out of. Just get out of this funk that they're in, because it's just like, who are these guys right now? I don't like it. All right. Coming up next. Oh, when it rains, it pours. And it's really pouring right now on a certain inside reporter. Oh, not good. Not good. Not good, Diana. We'll get to that next. We will talk to Greg Hill coming up at noon. And we got something else coming up at 11 that we'll get to right here. Now's time for a Masters update from Augusta.
They have a Super Bowl.
No, I did things in Miami I haven't even told my husband because it's just I had that much fun. It was well, not like that, but like I knew he would judge the kind of partying I was doing. I don't know what got into me. I just remember being down there acting like it was my last day on earth.
I asked her, why did you take up the saxophone? To which she responded, because it sounded like sex. To which I responded, we are so different.
I think when men propose, that's their wedding day. Like, that's when you guys are all in. It's not really all in for us yet. I think for women, the actual wedding day is the moment. So, I mean, Kev was all down for it. I was the one that was very skeptical. I was like, oh, I don't know. So the night before my wedding, I'm making calls, and I had a phone interview set up with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I remember Jimmy was great. He made like a funny joke like, hey, it's night before your wedding. You sure you want to do this? And I'm thinking like, of all the people in my life that I'm going to talk to the night before my wedding, the one guy my dad wanted me to, or my mom wanted me to marry was Jimmy Garoppolo. And he's calling me. Like, this is a sign.
Diana, what's up? How are you?
What's up, guys? I told your producer that I want to be introduced now. I don't want to be insider. I don't want to be Scoop City podcast host. I just want to be MILF. Just straight up MILF. That's what I'm going for.
What the hell?
You know who lets me know my marriage is falling apart? My mom. So that's good.
Oh, does she?
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm starting to think he's got a girlfriend. And you know what? Good for him.
What?
He looks good. He's successful. His wife's never around. You love this football thing. That's why he looks good. And we're getting divorced at the end of the year.
Right. Stop. Breaking news. Don't say that.
It's hard. We've never been more disconnected in our lives. Our text messages look like two robots. Hello? Hello.
Just go through the motions.
Is he getting? Yes.
Is he getting
Boys
Eagles
alive?
insider in the divorce? Love you. Any of that? Love you. Love you too.
No, not even an emoji.
Diana Rossini said this.
And I think we all do weird things when we're in love, and we overshare and overpost. And look, he's married. He's getting married to a beautiful actress. I'm married to someone average. I don't post a lot about him. If I was married to someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
Now, this doesn't seem nice. We have put together photos of Diana's husband here for everyone to see so you can make some amends on national television.
We're average together. And you know what the worst part is? He sent me a text during that segment, not watching because he actually works for a living. And he said, good luck today, be great on Get Up. So the guy's got a heart of gold, and here I am on national TV killing him. Look, we're average together, but he makes me above average because he married me. So I am so sorry. I need to really stop killing my husband on television. I'm going to be divorced by Christmas.
Oh, no, I don't think you're going to have to wait till Christmas, sweetheart. I don't think you're going to have to wait that long. I don't even know if you'll still be married by the NFL draft, which is in 2 weeks. And here's the thing about it. Let me just say this. On a professional level, and I know like her and Mike Vrabel released it. Listen, you can release all the statements in the world. What did Tony Montana say, kid? We could get that. Try to get that soundbite. What did he say? The eyes, Chico, they never lie. The eyes never lie, Chico. The eyes. They like, don't sit here and insult. It's like the end of Godfather Part 1 when Michael goes to his brother-in-law, Carlo, and he says, you have to pay for Santino, Carlo. You think that farce you played with my sister can fool a Corleone? And then he said, don't lie to me. It insults my intelligence and it makes me very angry. And now that Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel have both released individual statements, it like, to me, like, and her employer, The Athletic, have come out and backed her. You better be careful. You better be careful. There's a Business Insider article about an executive's wife from the Redskins who claims that a certain reporter was sleeping with her husband back in 2015 when they were the Redskins. Rest in peace, Sean Taylor. Like, you better be careful who you're backing, Because if that camera in a private bungalow, in a private, where you have to, I don't like, Craig Carton talked about it, you and I talked about it, kid, how they got that access to get those pics. Don't think they don't have more. And be surprised these days with text messages what people can do. Trust me. Do we have Scarface? Did you find anything on the Scarface? The eyes, Chico, they never lie. Yeah, I don't think it.
Check this one. She like me.
She like you. How do you know?
I know. The eyes, Chico. They never lie.
Oh, Tony Montana. Oh my God. Oh God, you can hear the beep in the background, the cars up and down Ocean Drive where they filmed that in Miami. But here's the thing that you talk about, and I'm being dead serious here. Forget about being radio guy and doing a bit or anything. I'm being serious here. This is a major conflict of interest. Where do these A.J. Brown trade rumors come from? How come she was the only one talking about A.J. Brown trade rumors? Because Mike Vrabel wanted to put it out there. He wants A.J. Brown. I don't blame him. Fine. He's better than any, receiver that you have on the Patriots. Pops Douglas, Mac Hollins. Like, give me a break. I mean, if you don't believe us, watch Super Bowl 60, right? How'd that one taste there, Pats fans? But let's just say I know too much, and I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to say anything on the air that's going to get me in trouble or KJR in trouble. I'll show Kid. Kid, can you come in here for 1 second? I promise you I won't swear. I just need you to come over here and just look at something on my cell phone, just so you know you're looking at what I'm looking at. And I just, Kid, you're going to take the mic. You don't read anything on the air, but I want you just read the stuff that's in the black, and then you just say, do I know more than some other people? Just read that in the black. That right there. Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So like when everybody out there and you want to get on, hosts, and that's a source. That's a source. And I got news for you. My source, he didn't have to allegedly sleep with anybody to get that info. So like, and for those of you also that might be offended by me saying that Mike Vrabel needs to up his side piece game, his side chick game, because Diana Rossini is nowhere near on his level when it comes to looks.
And if you're not down with that, Philly's got 2 words for you.
Mike can do much better. Hey, if I'm an NFL coach and I'm about to give up half of my career earnings and assets knowing that we're headed to divorce court, and I'm going to let someone possibly ruin my life, but I'm going to enjoy it every step of the way, I'm going Melanie Collins. Melanie Collins sat in the row in front of me at the NFC Championship game between the Rams and Seahawks. I'd never seen her in person before. I've seen her on TV, but it's different when you see someone on TV and you see someone in person. And I don't impress easy. I've lived in Miami, some of the hottest women in the world. I lived in Tampa, Atlanta, Charlotte, Seattle, Boston. I lived in big time cities, so it does impress me. If I'm going to get, and my family is going to get embarrassed because dad can't allegedly keep it in his pants, I'm going Melanie Collins. Period. And by the way, and listen, this is how guys talk. We are a sports talk show. Our demographic are males ages 25 to 54 and 18 to 39. Something to those effect. I try to even skew younger. So if you're in middle school and high school, your boy MJ, you know you can listen to me. I have the mind. I'm always in that 16-year-old frame of mind because it keeps me young. But if you're going to ruin my life, you're going to ruin my life with Melanie Collins. I ain't going out over Diana Rossina. Oh, and by the way, just so you know, this guy had no trouble and no problem talking about Diana Rossini when he tweeted out the other night, here we go, Dan Dockich, and I quote, "Not a human alive throws away their marriage for," and he tweets at her. He didn't subtweet like a lot of, I'll just say, wussies, but I'd like to use another word on the air. He didn't subtweet. He tweeted right at her. "Not a human alive throws away their marriage for Diana Rossini, at DM Rossini, if you've ever been around her in person. Not one." Dan Dockich. I rest my case, Your Honor. The prosecution rests, or the defense rests, whatever you want to make me in this case, that's fine. And just so you know, one of the things guys do, whether we're in the politically correct world or not, just so you know, is I maybe open the door to the locker room. Guys grade girls' looks. Always have, always will. Maybe it's not cool or PC or, this is what we do. We're guys. And if you don't like it, TFB, I don't give an F if you don't like it. Period. Exclamation point. Did I stutter? No. So if you don't like it, I don't give a crap. I don't give an F. Hitting to all fields coming up next. right. I believe this should be the final year of LeBron's career, but I believe that a couple years ago, and I believe now it's just become this sort of mockery, fake farewell tour. Is he gonna, But Perk, who I like, I'm a fan of Kendrick Perkins. I like Perk. He always keeps it real, and he is the vice president of the Darius Acuff fan club. I am the president of the Darius Acuff fan club. Well, Perk has something that he thinks that LeBron should do before he takes his talents to retirement.
It's time for them to part ways. And yes, I understand a lot of whispers that he could be going back to Cleveland, but I've been wanting to get this off my chest.
Uh-oh.
If I'm Braun, I would really, really consider going to play my last year with the New York Knicks. Could you imagine what that would do for the game of basketball, for the NBA? Braun finishing out his career in the Mecca, in Madison Square Garden. And on top of that, the Knicks still have a roster where you add a LeBron James, you might have to give up some pieces. You going out with still having a legit shot at making a championship run. So if I'm Braun, I'm weighing all my options. I'm hollering at World Wide West and Leon Rose and seeing what's happening. Big Body Brunson, I know you got to lock in on the postseason, but if you're watching this, think about this for a minute. You know what I mean? Get a chance to still play with LeBron James. I know he's on his way out, but he still got a lot left in the tank. He still could go out there and give you 25-5. You either want to go back to where it all started at in Cleveland, or again, go test the waters out there in New York. Can you talk about a pay cut, but can you imagine how much money LeBron James will make in the city of New York City? I mean, just think about it for a second.
All right, it's Kendrick Perkins. Hey, Perk, we wanted that as Knicks fans. We wanted that in July 2010 for the decision. We were dying for that to happen. He even did it in Greenwich, Connecticut, Boys and Girls Club. And we're like, oh, man, Greenwich, Connecticut is not far from Midtown Manhattan, 33rd and 7th, where the Madison Square Garden is. Maybe and he didn't do it. And so that ship has sailed. That ship is out to sea. It's gone. So, nah, man, I'm good. I think LeBron should just retire. Kid agrees with me on this, and yeah. So, I just think that at this juncture, maybe just kind of retire. I mean, you kind of going through the retirement ceremony motions now, like Cleveland sort of game of standing O, and this, it's like, just, is he going to keep doing this over and over again? And he does have some left in his game, but nowhere near as left as he had, obviously, when he was in his prime with the Heatles, with Cleveland after the second time. So, but he does have a lot. I mean, there's no doubt. Listen, LeBron could play another 4 years, 5 years if he wanted to. But at what point do you want to stop, sacrificing your legacy? And, do you not want to just be this sort of forgotten thing? We got one more thing here. Speaking of Dan Dockich and my boy from the Big Apple, the only person other than a guy by the name of Howard Stern to be number one in mornings and afternoons, Craig Carton, they had something to say about a certain inside reporter.
Rossini and Vrabel, where are you at in this thing?
There's a lot to unpack there, right? This was not two friends hanging out, drinking a beer, talking about the game last night. To me, it's clearly much more than that, considering the romantic bungalow hotel that they're holding hands on. I think the interlocking fingers picture is the most damning of all the photographs. I think the thing that got me the most is that I think this story makes it harder for really talented women in sports broadcasting not to have to do their job under the umbrella that a lot of men think, well, they only got their job because they're good looking or they slept their way to the top. So I do feel bad for the really talented professional women, and there's tons of them in sports broadcasting, because this is what a lot of guys have always thought about how some women get the opportunities in sports broadcasting. Outside of that, of course, you think about, their spouses, their kids and all that. But I also found it interesting that none of the other NFL insiders have said a single word about it. ESPN has not said a single word about it. None of the other sports TV stations have said a single thing about it. And I'm trying to figure out why, other than they're protecting their own. But I don't know how Diana Rossini is ever taken seriously again.
Amen. Mic drop. That's it. At that point, your credibility is gone. You're Joy Taylor now. You're the new Joy Taylor. Joy Taylor was there, for a little bit and had the whole thing with all that stuff that came out in the Skip Bayless or the lawsuit of the former makeup artist at Fox Sports who had this lawsuit against Fox Sports and their former executive who was there. His name escapes me right now. And then it all came out about Joy Taylor, it came out in the lawsuit and allegedly sleeping with him and then sleeping with a colleague and Emmanuel Oucho. And it's a bad look, man. It's a bad look. And not all women do, but when you get those ones that have, and it's out there and there's like testimony. There isn't court testimony about this, but to me, the pictures, I don't need testimony to know when you have two people interlocking fingers and one's in a bathing suit. They're both in bathing suits and both hanging out a private resort. Where were the other 6 people? Where were they? And therein lies I credit Todd McShay. He never wanted to be known as a sideline reporter. And I know why. Field analyst. That's it. Why? Because there's a negative connotation with being a sideline reporter. There just is. I worked with someone who married a former pro athlete, and she was an amazing talent on the air. Unbelievable. I loved working with her. She wanted to go that route. A girl at the University of Miami who came up after me on national TV. She married a pro athlete. It's like, once you go that route, I don't take you seriously in this business. And then you become the stereotype. And just what Craig Carton was talking about there. That's it. And that perception and narrative will never go away as long as there are people like Diana Rossini. That's it. So there we go. Softy and Hugh Millen had a great interview with the head coach of the best team in the world, the Seattle freaking Seahawks, Mike McDonald. We're going to get to that. We're talking about that. This needs to be replayed, and we need to examine and analyze this next. MJ in the midday on a Friday, and it's not often you get the head coach of the Super Bowl champs to come on your station, and that's what Softy and Hugh Millen did the other day. And this interview, you might have heard it, and you might not have. And if you didn't, and if you miss it now, you can always go check it out in the podcast. But even if you did hear it, you should listen again. I was listening live while I was getting my car washed, and had to, I was wiping it down, had the volume blasting with the windows down while I was wiping my car down after getting it washed, and they did a great job. So here it is, their interview with the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald.
Mike, let me ask you, because it's been a minute, again, as you said, since we've caught up. And look, I know you've had things to do. You had the meetings, obviously. You had the combine. You're getting ready for the draft. But I know that you said when the season's over, the one thing you wanted to do was go hang out with your son, Jack. So tell us about that. Like, what have the last couple of months been like for you? Are you get caught up on Netflix kind of guy? You take any vacations? What have you been doing the last couple of months, man?
Well, it has been fun to hang out with Jack and Steph. He got his first haircut the other day, so his haircut like way too long. It actually looks like a young boy now. Like, I don't know. He's just he was a baby and a toddler, and now he's you can see his eyes again, which is pretty good. He, like, the way I describe it is I don't know. He got pretty mad at me pretty frequently when I wasn't around as much, like before the end of the season. And I'd say at this point we've got him to like me. I don't know if he loves me yet, but I'm pretty sure he likes me now, so that's good.
Well, Mike McDonald with us. Mike, I'm curious on a personal level. For the last few months, when you look in the mirror, you see a Super Bowl winning head coach, a 38-year-old one at that. How has your life changed? Maybe in ways that you hadn't expected or anticipated, but on a personal level, what's it like for the Super Bowl champion head coach?
Well, I think the thing that's not anticipated is, do you feel the same? You feel I feel like I'm the same guy. I guess it's sobering to a certain extent, or like humbling, in the fact that, it really makes you search and think about, like, well, what actually is important in what we're doing, and why do we do it the way that we do it? What is actually fulfilling us in our lives? And I know, like, professionally, you're proud of like what we've been able to build here thus far, of how we go about our life. We call it like defending our way of life, or, our culture, and what it's like to be a Seahawk and come to work, come to the VMAC every day. And, the energy that we're providing to our community, like things like that, that's what gets you excited about what we've been able to do. But
yeah.
But in terms of who you feel like who you are, I feel like the same guy. So I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, look, Mike, you mentioned it obviously the other day when you were asked about repeating. I think you said, to paraphrase you, it's like, hey, this group isn't repeating. This is a different group, right? This is going to be a different football team than what we had a year ago. And that's part of the messaging. That's part of this process. But I'm just wondering, and Coach Hugh and I were talking about this on the air and off the air, that there's only been, two guys that have gone back to back in the last 25 years, and it's Bill Belichick and Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. Have you looked at all? Are there any lessons to be learned? Those teams that could not find a way to win consecutive titles when the roster did turn over even just a little bit. Have you noticed anything? Have you learned anything about what it takes to actually pull that off, and maybe some things to do and maybe some things to avoid?
Well, I think it's like any new venture, a la us going to the playoffs the first time, us going to our first Super Bowl. It's, hey, let's do our research, let's do our homework. There's people that I've talked to that have defended Super Bowls and things like that, or been familiar with people that have, and so trying to understand the challenges that we're going to deal with, mentally speaking, with a new team. Those are some things right now, like messaging wise, that we're still working through, and that we're gonna continue to work through that. Really throughout the whole season. But I guess my counter to that would be, anyone could have rattled off everyone on our team that hasn't won a Super Bowl last year, and that could have been a point of criticism, which would have been completely fair because it was true. Mm-hmm. But we didn't really spend our time worrying about what we haven't accomplished yet. And we really spent, so I think the lesson learned is we spent all of our time on like the day-to-day basis inputs, process, how we want to be, how we want to operate, the relationships we're trying to build, and put our time and energy there. And I think you kind of apply that principle to like this process is, like you said, it's a new team, but how we go about our business of what we're trying to achieve, like day in and day out, I think that mentality stays the same. And then you kind of let the results, declare on the problems that you're going to have to solve, as the journey kind of unwinds and unfolds throughout the season. So that's the way we're looking at it.
Mike McDonald with this, and Mike, you said in that answer that there was a number of your players hadn't won a Super Bowl, and I think obviously I'm going to jump right into your quarterback, and it seems I thought it was absurd throughout the season, but there was this narrative: Sam Darnold can't win the big game. It's ignorant to all the big games that he had, in fact, won. But my question is in two parts. You always had his back. It was clearly sincere. But what was the game or the time in a game where you said, you know what, here's the extra stamp of certainty that I have about Sam, as his head coach, and then maybe just touch on the personal side of how gratifying that was for you to see him. If there was a monkey, he got it off his back. What about the way things ended for Sam Darnold last year?
Well, it's probably the answer you're not anticipating, but I think the way he responded in game in the first Rams game was, I wouldn't say a stamp for me, but it was definitely a time where I felt like the team felt like this too, is that this guy doesn't get rattled. I mean, he came right back and really put us in a position to go win that game, given all the things that had happened, And so what else do you need to see, as a coach, from his performance up to that point throughout the season, what he did the entire offseason in training camp. And so I think that was a really cool moment during the season to see his growth as a player. And then, I know Sam did such a great job of blocking stuff out, but we get the questions as a coach every week, and so we're exposed to a lot of the narratives, and rightfully so. There's a lot of great interest for the league and everything like that, and kind of comes with the territory too. So, but to see him, achieve the goal, it's to get our team to that point, to play a great game. Happy. I guess you kind of separate the person and the player at that point.
Yeah.
And knowing what type of guy Sam is and what he did for us and our team, and like the person he was and the teammate that he was to the rest of the guys on the team, you just can't. You're bursting with pride and joy for him, in that moment. So that was a really cool time. And it's funny, we don't. Sam and I have talked several times. We haven't talked about the Super Bowl. He's had a lot of stuff going on. He just got married, and I think both of our focus is just really excited about kind of getting back in the building and get ripping again.
Yeah, well, Mike McDonald's with us on the radio show, and when you get ripping, you'll get ripping with a brand new offensive coordinator, right? Third OC in 3 years, going back to Ryan and then Clint and now Brian Fleury. And Mike, Coach Fleury was on the air with us when he got hired. And he said something interesting to me, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here. He said, I got to figure out if they're coming to me or if I'm coming to them, meaning the offense, right? Like, am I going to start making changes and expect them to kind of get on my wagon, or do I get on their wagon and just go with what already clearly worked a year ago offensively? How much do you want him to kind of put his stamp on this thing versus just say, hey, look, man, we were top 5 in points last season. Let's not, reinvent the wheel here, Brian.
Well, I think the great thing with Brian is I think I actually know we're aligned on how we want to play the game, and schematically, I think, we're going to be the same foundational schematic team, and we're running the same system we ran last year. I think Brian's talking a lot in terms of like just vocabulary and some of the nomenclature behind some of the things we're doing. There's some route, there's details here and there. I think it's actually good for us. It provides some stretch from the things we're doing last year and going through the cut-ups and some of the install we're doing now. Like, I actually think it gives us a great opportunity to take another step in our evolution as an offense and grow even further, And there's been some great conversations going, and this is going to be a process that we're going to have, again, throughout the whole season, but really as we start to install our system, reinstall everything from the ground up with the guys. I think it's going to help us have a really better, stronger understanding of what we're asking on all the details, really on all levels of the offense. So I think it's been really positive for us.
Well, you mentioned, Mike, taking that next step, and look, I mean, in my mind's eye, I've got something that comes to mind automatically for something I'd love to see the offense do better, but I'm not going to say it right now. But you said take another step.
You won't say it. You won't say it.
Okay, fine. How about this? I want you to be a little more consistent in the red zone offensively. If I'm nitpicking, I want a little more consistency in the red zone. So, what would be the next step in your mind that you think this offense should and can take?
Well, I don't think it's the right attitude to say we need to get from where we ended last year to another level. For the record, I agree with you on the red zone. I mean, I think probably too hot and cold in some of the throughout the season, and where we fell short varied probably in different ways that that you normally anticipate it kind of being like maybe it's one or two things. I feel like there's several things, but we also did a lot of great things too. So just trying to kind of smooth it out on how we handle it. It starts with running the ball down there. But to answer your question, I think the focus is again, how can we really build the foundation right now to allow us to start to kind of take those strides after we've rebuilt the foundation to take the next step, if that makes sense. Like we can't skip from, we can't say, hey, we ended the season at X or, Y or, X or W. Now let's get this thing to Z. It's now let's rebuild it the right way. And then let our personnel and the strengths of the team and things that Brian sees and things that we have a new staff, like things that our staff wants to do. I think you just got to you got to give it some air to breathe, so it can grow the right way rather than kind of pigeonholing yourself.
Mike, you mentioned running in the red zone and the guy obviously closing out that season, the Super Bowl MVP, K9 just really his production really came alive at the end. For fans like me who look at K9 and said he's demonstrably the most talented halfback on the football team, now Andy Reid evidently agreed to some degree. Tell us, in your words, why you love K9, but you were willing to let him walk out the door, and what that running back position looks like from your perspective.
Well, I think what's great about K, we have such a long-standing relationship with him, and I think that's one of the reasons it makes it so special with him and the community. And I think I've only been here 2 years, but our fan base and the 12s have seen him for, the length of his rookie deal, I think 4 years, and seen the growth. And the guys made a lot of great plays for us, explosive plays. Obviously MVP. There's a lot of accolades that go behind Ken Walker and a great guy to boot. So it's not easy when great players, leave your team. But that's the nature of our business too. And it's our job as a team and as an organization to keep adding great players and keep adding competition and looking for opportunities to grow the team as well. So I think that's where our mentality is. But I think this is a great opportunity too to give the guys that are currently on our team right now and guys like Emmanuel Wilson that we added throughout the season of like, hey, these are really guys that we're excited about too, and can be great players for us. And I think the same thing is, like, if you go outside of the running back position on our team and you go through all the other positions like safety, you see a guy like Tyakata come in and make great plays. Even guys on the like Kobe Bryant switching positions and taking advantage of opportunities. Thinking of like Drake Thomas coming in and making, just point being is guys taking advantage of opportunities. Cody White, coming in and being prepared and having the opportunity to take their game to the next level. I think we have an opportunity there at running back, and then us, we're always gonna look at ways to keep augmenting the roster as well.
Mike, how much sports talk radio do you listen to? Honestly,
it stays on 24/7. You ask Dave.
See, I don't know
You
whether
lie like a rug.
I don't know whether to laugh at that or cry or maybe he's really serious. And, Mike, the reason why I bring that up is because we used to have a guy here, and Dave will be able to confirm this, named Mike Holmgren, who listened to Sports Talk Radio every day to the VMAC, from the VMAC, when the old Northwest College facility. He listened a lot to this radio station, all right? And he became friends with us. He now works for us, for crying out loud. But if you did listen to KJR, you'd hear a lot of talk about the running back situation. People nervous about it, right? What are we going to do? Oh, my God. So you just mentioned a couple of guys there. You got Charbonnet coming back off the injury. You got Halani, McIntosh, Wilson, some names that maybe fans don't yet know a lot about. Is there anybody in that running back room, Mike, that you just think, you guys haven't seen a lot of this kid yet? And when you do, you're going to be pretty surprised. Is there a guy in your running back room that you think people are underselling right now, including us?
Well, it sounds like you're underselling all of
them. Not all of them, but I would like to see maybe a little more competition brought in, but we'll see what happens in the draft.
All right, we'll leave this one right here. I'm going to walk down to John's office. We got a conversation we need to have, apparently.
Here we go.
No,
okay. Go ahead, please.
I totally get it. It makes, I get it. It's just, but it's like our offensive line last year. I mean, that was a big, talking point that we had at this point last year. And my answer then was like, hey, look, we don't play a game. There's a lot of reps to be had, and we don't play a game for another, 5 months, so it's just, I think it's one of those, hey, let's respect the process here. Let's take advantage of these reps and the time that we have to cultivate this competition, and see where we are in September and throughout the season.
You just mentioned offensive line. That wasn't going to be my next question, but you brought it up. Anthony Bradford. Hey, look, he's going to have a Super Bowl ring, and he was a starter on a Super Bowl champion, and nobody can take that away from him. But as Dave mentioned on sports radio, that guy was kind of one of the guys that I'll confess I was one of the critics, what have you. And I even look at what you did last year with Gray Zabel. What a remarkable pick that was, and the urgency. What about that offensive line, particularly the right guard?
Well, I'm excited to see AB again. I mean, he's like. He had competition at that position at the beginning of camp, and he won it fair and square through the effort and what he did on the football field. And I think there's some plays that you go through the entire roster of where we fell short and maybe doesn't look that great on tape. I mean, if you make a play like that in this defensive secondary, it's a touchdown. And we had a couple of those, but those happen. But it's also backed up by a lot of great plays and. I'm willing to make the pro Anthony Bradford tape of great plays that he made for us to go win a Super Bowl. And he's a guy that can move people, and he had plays with a physicality and a play strength, especially in pass protection, that is tough to replicate. And so he's got a lot of strengths bringing to the table. We expect the best version of him when he comes back and all that, because again, we got to go back through our process from the beginning and find the best combination of five guys. But I fully expect AB to be right there when it comes down to making that decision.
Mike, do you need to see more from Shaheed as a pass catcher next season?
Well, what I'm excited about with him is to have a full off season with really a new offensive staff and really with Sam to keep building that chemistry that they had. So. And then it's like very similar to where we're going to go schematically offensively. It's, hey, let's build that chemistry, that foundation, that route detail with any new language we have, the things we need to nail right now, so we can get into the game plan type stuff where we can try to get them running through defenses and things like that. But until we build the foundation, we're not going to be able to really make the offense come to life, and that's on like a per person basis too. So that's what I'm excited about for him to have this opportunity this spring to build a chemistry not only with Sam but really with the rest of the receiver room.
Mike McDonald with us as we switch to the defense for a second. Mike, Dave mentioned sports radio. When you got hired, I went deep under the hood, and I spent the better part of the night looking at Raven tape after Raven tape, the all 22 and what have you. And I come on with these guys and I say, Mike McDonald is the premier defensive mind on planet Earth. That honestly, God, that's what I said. And nothing I've seen from what you've done would take me off that opinion. And so my question to you is, I mean, I'd have my answers, but what is the Mike McDonald secret sauce? Like, what are you doing in your mind that you just say, you know what? There's 31 other teams that are they're trying like heck, but I think what is it? Scheme? Is it mindset? Is it just what is that sauce that makes you earn that title that me and so many fans of yours bestow on you?
Well, I appreciate you saying that. Sometimes I don't feel that way, off of things that happen out there. But I'll tell you this: I'm proud of where our team is, and I think, like, to answer your question about the secret sauce, I don't want, at the risk of sounding like too cliche, I really do believe that it's, we call it 12 as one here. That, like, the synergy of the group is where the power resides, and the feeling that hopefully people get when they watch our tape of, like, the overwhelming force, waves of football, kind of beating your guy and then some, all that type of stuff that hopefully pops, that we want to pop off the tape, doesn't just happen. It's a environment that we try to create here, and it starts with our coaches, our vets, really all the support staff in the building. Really, you have to have all these people kind of pushing in the same direction. And if you don't have that, you're really starting behind the eight ball, and it's really hard to create the culture and, like, the style of play that our guys were able to create last year. So It's not the sexy answer. It's not like, hey, I came up with a cool blitz on Wednesday night because I had an epiphany from watching my 1,000th play of tape. Like, sometimes it happens where we, sometimes it happens, and we take pride in, like, trying to help our guys put them as many schematically, like, advantageous situations as possible, and that's something that we work really hard to do. But that's not what wins you, a lot of games in our league. That wins you a couple plays here and there, and sometimes it's critical moments. But to build a team and to be able to do it that way, I really believe it's how we do business, and that's what probably you're most proud of.
Well, I tell you what, Mike, before you go, I'll just pile on the compliments here because you've earned it, man. And, I agree with you. And I was there when Hughes called you the best defensive mind on planet Earth, so I can confirm that. He actually did say that, by the way, even before you coached a game for the Hawks. But I've always thought the star of your defense was the scheme. Right? Doesn't matter who's out there. Doesn't matter who's banged up. That's why that Buccaneer game drove me freaking nuts, because I don't care who's out there. The scheme is the star, and you calling this defense is maybe the biggest weapon I believe this football team has got. And I want you to keep doing that. I know you've been asked before, and you talked about this when you were hired, about your plans for the future. We mentioned Mike Holmgren. He never gave up play calling as an OC. He always called plays on offense, but Pete Carroll, gave those coordinator duties and play calling duties to other people. Are you at a point now with your career where you are even considering handing off play calling duties to Coach Dirty, or does that remain with you for the foreseeable future?
Well, I think that's always going to be up for evaluation based off of what's best for the team. And I think one of the what I really love about our defensive staff is, people give the play caller the credit for calling the plays, but it's really like the end product of, like, the work that happened throughout the week. So I can kind of say that, like, I feel like if anybody was calling the plays right now, we'd have a lot of carryover. I think we're all kind of thinking the same thing going into games. And I think that's one of the reasons why we had so much success last year, was the alignment we had on the staff. And I think that filters down to the players. But I do think, like, how we've allocated our roles and our responsibilities, our staff has really been able to kind of take the bull by the horns in their area. And we got a really great thing going. So, for this year, we're going to keep the same structure. I'll still be calling the plays, but I don't want that to not underscore or really highlight that the amount of impact our staff has in actually calling the plays and understanding the schemes that we're running on Sundays, because they have a huge hand in that.
I love it. Hey, listen, great stuff, man. Congrats on a hell of a run. Don't be a stranger, and I'll have my producer, Jackson, get you that music bed here. Every time the door opens in your office, we're going to hear this theme. Don't you think after a while it might get a little bit annoying, though, Coach?
I won't say that publicly. No, it sounds like never good stale.
Hey, you're the best. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon, man. Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys.
All right, Softy and Hugh, great job with the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald. I'm going to come back on the other side and explain why he, when it's all said and done, will be the greatest. No. Okay, we'll do this on the segment coming up. Not the next one, but the one after. Why Mike McDonald could end up being the greatest coach in the history of Seattle sports. Coming up next, Masters update on MJ in the midday. right. On the other side, I got you. Mike McDonald. I'm going to state my case on why, when it's all said and done, Mike McDonald will be the greatest coach in Seattle sports history. Next, MJ in the midday. Gary Hill coming up at noon. And we'll talk about what's wrong with the Mariners. Don't go anywhere. right. I know people will say recency bias. And people will talk about, well, you're saying it because it just happened, and I get it. And a lot of people would definitely say that because the Seattle Seahawks just won the Super Bowl. But I'm sitting here telling you unequivocally that by the time Mike McDonald is said and done here in Seattle, we hope that's in 35 years, that he ends up becoming and winning 7 Super Bowls here and eclipsing Bill Belichick. He will be the greatest coach in Seattle sports history, and he's already en route to doing that. When Mike Holmgren was named head coach of the Seahawks back in 1999, he was 51 years old. That's still young, really young, okay? When Pete Carroll was hired in 2010 after the Jim Mora Jr. failure, Pete Carroll was 59 years old, nearly 60. When Mike McDonald was hired by the Seattle Seahawks 2 years ago, he was 34. In his second season, he won a Super Bowl. So already, he has as many world titles as any coach in the history of Seattle sports. Lenny Wilkens and Pete Carroll. Rest in peace, Lenny Wilkens, 1979 Seattle Supersonics. We are so lucky right now that Mike McDonald is our coach. And I'm telling you, he's 38 years old. This is going to be a thrill ride, we hope, for the next 2 to 3 decades. And if one wanted to, and I'm not going to even do that now, you can make an argument that Mike McDonald is already the greatest coach in Seattle sports history. You could already do that right now. We're not going to go there yet, but give it a little more time. And maybe after Super Bowl 61 and the home of the LA Rams, SoFi Stadium in LA, then there won't be any guy just stating that as an opinion on the radio, that will be an unequivocal, incontrovertible fact. A fact. But he's already there. And kudos to the late, great, and I know Hugh Millen's listening, he'll be proud I mentioned him, Don James, who won a national championship at the University of Washington. So he's already up there. If you want to talk about titles in Seattle with the late, great Don James, the late, great Lenny Wilkens, and Pete Carroll. Already, at the ripe old age of 38 years old. Hey, folks, all I can say this to the 12s, buckle up. Get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a thrill ride for decades to come. Decades. Because Mike McDonald's system works. And the one thing about the NFL is this. The NFL is predicated on them and the league devising a way to stop what's working, right? The greatest show on turf. The 99, 2000, and 2001 St. Louis Rams that was unstoppable until Bill Belichick devised a game plan to where it was stoppable. And that was the end of the greatest show on turf. And we've seen it time. How about after that? The greatest offense statistical in NFL history, more so than the greatest show on turf, the 2012 and 2013 Denver Broncos. They were great until they weren't. And then after that, they changed and they became a defensive-minded team with Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware. And they won the Super Bowl in 2015, because of their defense and not because of their offense. They won the Super Bowl in 2015 in spite of their offense when you had a raggedy, old-armed Peyton Manning throwing ducks. Ducks. Remember, Peyton Manning lost his job his final year in 2015 to a guy by the name of Brock Osweiler. And if Brock Osweiler didn't have a couple bad starts at the end of that year, I believe one of them against the Raiders on Monday Night Football, then he would have ended up being the quarterback of that team into the playoffs, or if they would have missed it, and Peyton Manning's career would have ended on the bench. Peyton Manning was horrible in those playoffs. I mean, awful. And yeah, he gets credited with 2 Super Bowls, but like, if you know football, you know Peyton Manning, he rode Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware, and that, I believe at the time, I think it was who was the defensive coordinator of the 2015 Denver Broncos? I think it was Wade Phillips. Wade Phillips is the reason they won that. See, Sam Darnold was a major reason the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. I can't say the same thing about Peyton Manning in 2015. And not for nothing, if we're going to judge, Peyton Manning wasn't exactly great in his first Super Bowl either. So there's that. All I'm saying is this: Mike McDonald is on the fast track to becoming the GOAT. The GOAT. Or you can actually, you know what? I'm going to come up with a new term here. The Goach. The greatest of all coaches in Seattle sports history. Copyright, trademark, MJ in the midday, the Goach. He's on his way to being Seattle's Goach. And that's up there already with Lenny Wilkens, Don James, and Pete Carroll. He's on his way. And I can't wait to sit here and be a part and watch as the dynasty here continues to build in Seattle. Coming up next, Gary Hill, what's wrong with the Mariners? MJ in the midday. And Rory McIlroy is right atop of the leaderboard right now, -8. 3 strokes above Justin Rose in Augusta right now. It looks like a beautiful day out there. It looks like the wind's blowing a little bit. So there it is. We'll keep you up to date with the Masters update coming up here in less than 20 minutes live from Augusta. He joins us just about all the time. And, well, Gary, before I ask what's wrong with the Mariners and the slump that they've been in, if there ever was a microcosm of this season so far, albeit through 13 games with 149 remaining in the regular season, the Ichiro unveiling and when they took the tarp off, the bat came off. So maybe that just a bad omen on everything that's transpired so far in 2026.
Yeah, it's certainly been a rough start with the offense. There's no doubt about that. But the good news is, as you referenced, it's early. We've seen the Mariners here before. In fact, this time last year, the record was just about the same, and the offense was similar. I think the good thing is, and it's funny that the Astros are coming in because the Astros and Mariners have been essentially the complete opposite so far. The Astros have been great offensively, but have really struggled on the mound. They've been one of the worst pitching teams in baseball. Then you have the Mariners who have, last in slugging, last in average, just about the bottom 10 in runs scored. So they've struggled, as we've all seen offensively. I guess if you are looking at glass half full, the positive is when you think about the Mariners, you're just thinking about guys who are healthy with long track records, just waiting for them to hit. That's the thing, because it's pretty easy to diagnose what the problem is here. You look at the middle of the lineup, and they're struggling. Cal and Julio and Naylor especially are struggling. And when they get going, things will change. Now, the reason I think the context is important, because you look at the Astros, a team that has struggled on the mound, well, they've lost Hunter Brown for a long time with a shoulder injury, who's one of the best pitchers in the game. They've just lost Christian Javier as well, who's gone to the IL. Hader's on the IL. The Abreu, who's excellent, is a couple miles per hour down on his fastball. His ERA is 11. That's a situation where you're like, okay, this could be a problem moving forward. I don't think the Mariners offense will be a problem moving forward. We're just waiting for it to kick in. So that's kind of the difference in how I see the beginning of this season.
Yeah, no question. And listen, they lost 3 straight series in a row and back-to-back against divisional opponents. So this is it's a big one. But again, we can't emphasize enough that, when you got 149 games to go, there's a long way to go. That being said, the other day, actually, in the getaway game against Texas, that they were held to 2 hits and they struck out 13 times. And what is it that there's not just getting the contact? And do you see something, Gary? Because, you've been covering this game a long time. Is it mechanics? Do you think it's just psychological? Is it a combination of both? Because, the series against L.A., the Angels and the Rangers, you didn't have to worry about marine layer. You didn't have to worry about bad, rainy, cold, dreary weather. Is there something that you've seen in particular, Gary, that stands out, the struggles at the dish?
The timing just looks off on a bunch of guys at the same time.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem. You never have a whole lineup going at once. Like, that never happens. But when you have the majority, especially in the middle of your lineup, going bad at one time, you're just not going to score runs. And the timing just looks off. And part of it, I guess when I think about the Rangers series, the frustration for me is like, hey, DeGrom shuts you down for 5 innings. It's like, well, yeah, it's DeGrom, and he's got really good stuff that can happen. And even Mackenzie Gore, I thought, threw really well, blanked them for 5 innings. It's like, okay, I get that. I think the frustration is they didn't put up traffic against the bullpen for the Rangers. I know they've performed well early, but that's a bullpen you would hope to get to. So I think there is some nuance too. It's like they faced some really good starters with Texas. And it's kind of funny for people who have been fans of baseball for a long time. Texas is they've always been an offensive juggernaut. It's funny how they've transformed into this pitching team where they had the best ERA in baseball last year, and they're really good at pitching again. So give them some credit, but that was the frustration in that series for me. They just didn't put up any noise against the bullpen at all. And so coming into this series, I think it's one of those times where, man, the off day came at a really good time, right? you just kind of reset and go after the Astros this series, because these are two teams that have struggled. The Astros just got swept by the Rockies, and if somebody wins this series, you can feel good about, okay, we've turned things around. Meanwhile, you're giving a division rival some more misery. And so that's why I think this series is important, just the context of where this division is. And I always think, hey, just don't bury yourself in the first month, which they haven't done because no team in the West is really clicking yet. So this feels like a good opportunity for the Mariners to turn things around.
No, it is. And you know, there's no place like home, right? Dorothy once said it on Wizard of Oz. She clicked her heels and all that. And here they are. They're home. Gary, you brought up something, though, that I want to ask about. And it even in through the Nate Eovaldi start, that this team has been bad for about 9 straight games against starting pitchers. What has it been about that? I mean, because this has been going on, the Angels series, the end of the Yankees series, which, of course, you know, you face Cam Schlittler, and he's really good. Mm-hmm. But, like, what is it that they've been struggling against opposing starting pitchers so far? I mean, it was at one point, Gary, you know, opposing starting pitchers had like a 0.83 ERA for like 8 straight games against this team. What is it about that the starting pitchers that they've been struggling against?
Yeah, I think part of that is the quality. I think the Yankees have one of the best rotations in baseball. I think the Rangers have one of the best rotations in baseball. And Cleveland is Cleveland. Like, you know what you're getting with Cleveland. You're always going to get really good starters. So I think part of it is that. I think they have faced a really high quality of starters to begin this season. Now, it takes a dip, starting with the Astros. You're not going to face Hunter Brown, right? You're not going to face Javier. So there's a chance, I think, in this series, and I know they play Texas again coming up, but you look to the rest of the month, and the quality of starting they're facing is not the same as they have faced. So I think that's an opportunity to turn things around. And I also think it's really difficult when you're scuffling to, like, you go into the Rangers series scuffling, and then you face DeGrom, and then you face Eovaldi, and then you face Gore. I think it's really hard to turn things around against really good starting pitching, if that makes sense. So I'm hoping that the Houston series, because the Astros have struggled on the mound all year, whether you're talking about starters or talking about relievers, it does feel like a series to get right and turn things around offensively. And I'm not saying score 15 runs a game, although I would take that, right? But if you could get a couple guys in the middle of the order to get hot, it would make a huge difference. Because I think that's the most frustrating part of this whole thing is these are all 1-run games that they're losing. Like, if one of these guys in the middle was tearing it up, I mean, we're talking about one swing a game, essentially. Like, that should have been a really good road trip because of the way they pitched. But it wasn't because of the way they hit.
Yeah,
but it's close.
Yeah, no, good point.
Close.
Good point. You mentioned timing, specifically the 4 guys, and I have to bring this up because they all played in the World Baseball Classic. Cal, Julio, Josh, and Randy. Collectively right now, they're batting 160, all 4 combined. The only one above the Mendoza line is Randy, and that's going to change. But what is it? Do you think the World Baseball Classic, was there a little bit of maybe a physical exhaustion or mental exhaustion? Because, I mean, listen, everybody there, they wanted to win it for their country, and there was a lot of pride and a lot of, obviously physical and maybe mental anguish that went into it. Do you think maybe that plays a part?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know if we know the answer to that. I just think, could this have happened without the World Baseball Classic? Yes, that's the thing.
It could have. Definitely.
It could have happened in a normal season. But did that play a part in it? It may have. I don't know if there's a good way to know for sure. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. So I wish I had a better answer than that. I don't think there's any way to know, because there's some guys that played in the World Baseball Classic, you look around baseball, that are having great starts. And there's guys who played in it that aren't having great starts. And Randy's been pretty good. I know the power hasn't been there in terms of homers, but he's carrying it on base over 400. So I think you take that every time he played in it. So I don't know if there's a definitive answer to that. And it's probably more of an individual case by case, because I don't know, was Cal's timing thrown off because he didn't play as much? Maybe. And then he got back and tried to get more at bats and tried to cram for the beginning of the season. Like, maybe that was a factor, or maybe it wasn't. I wish I had a better answer, but it's just hard to know. But it's probably case by case would be my guess.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's just weird when they're all, they're all of them. And it's just odd when you see something like that, because you're thinking, hey, wait a second. I mean, this shouldn't all be happening. Let's talk about the good, though.
Especially with the Mariners, too, because they sent more than most. So I think it stands out more than most teams who usually, when you look across teams, like they may have sent a guy to the World Baseball Classic or two or some minor leaguers or something like that. Like the bulk of the offense was gone, including Canzone as well.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. How about the good, though? Emerson Hancock, he's getting the start tonight. I mean, 0.71 ERA. Brian Wu, just a continuation of last year, picking up where he was. Luis Castillo, one start was a little spotty. Coupled with Logan Gilbert, he got things turned around on Monday night. And George Kirby has been pretty solid, to say the least, so far. Bullpen, the entire team's ERA 2.62. So at least, if you're going to, somewhat compare and contrast seasons, even though you don't like it so far from the hitting standpoint, it looks like 2024. The pitching standpoint, it definitely looks like 2024, which is a great thing.
Yeah, no, that's a really good thing. It's a really good start for both the bullpen and the rotation. And, because we talked about it last year, it's funny. They had the season they had, and the pitching was up and down. It was kind of a roller coaster ride when you look at, compared to expectations, I should say, not compared to every team in baseball, clearly, but with all the injuries and people in and out of the rotation, it has been a really solid start for the rotation. And Hancock, especially in the fifth spot, I know technically not the fifth spot, but you know what I mean with that. A really great start to the season. And I'm fascinated to see what it looks like today against a Houston team that's really swung the bat well. They have some guys in the middle swinging it, including Alvarez, who is back. He's one of the best hitters in the game. He just wasn't healthy last year, and he's been great so far. And for Hancock, what I think is most interesting is how he's kind of transformed himself. He's a guy that threw the two-seam a lot, the changeup a lot, and he's kind of flipped everything. He's throwing the four-seam upstairs, kind of like Castillo with a similar arm slot, which has made the two-seam even more effective, and the sweeper. Like, he has transformed himself on the mound, and last game held his velocity as well. So I'm really anxious to see what that looks like against a team that's really swinging it well. But you can't ask for anything more from what he has done to start the season. And I think you're right. When you look at, they've had a couple of clunker starts along the way, including Castillo's, but overall the rotation has been great. And if that holds to form, they're going to be just fine, because you won't need to score 7 runs a ball game, right? You just need a couple of guys to get going in the middle, and those losses will turn into wins pretty fast.
So that being said, can Emerson Hancock, if Bryce Miller's out, can he stay in that starting five and keep that spot?
Well, throwing like this is,
right? I mean, come on, Gary. Jesus,
like
right?
This. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to remove a guy throwing like this. It's funny. In baseball, I always think things like this tend to work themselves out. We always, hey, what if this happens? What if this happens? I always think things like this work itself out. And Miller will be part of the rotation again at some point, and hopefully he can be the same guy we saw a couple of years ago, because that would be enormous for the Mariners. But we all know that you're going to need starting pitching depth, and you're going to need a number of guys to take starts through the course of the season. So I know it's one thing to look at like, whoa, what's going to happen when he's healthy and ready? I just always feel like it's going to work itself out. And the fact that you can really wait on Miller with the way Hancock is throwing, really give him all the time he needs. You don't have to rush him here. I think that's a really good thing, because with a healthy Miller, I mean, he's a game changer. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball to end 2 seasons ago. He was great, and he was great in the postseason last year as well. So it gives the Mariners some luxury to really make sure he's right before bringing him back.
How about, when are we going to see the inevitable call-up of the $95 million man, Colt Emerson?
I feel the same way. I feel like that will probably work itself out as well.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a situation that they have to force.
Okay.
And
But you're also not going to pay him $95 million to be playing minor league baseball in Tacoma, Gary.
Oh no, we're going to see him this year. We're going to see him this year. But there's no pressure to bring him up tomorrow, right? It's I think there'll be a situation that will make it obvious along the way. It'll probably be a guy goes on the IL or something like that. That's generally how these things happen. Now, maybe he forces your hand. Maybe he goes just crushes it for a couple weeks and clearly has shown himself ready. And then you could start planning, okay, what are we going to do now in terms of moving guys around and making the pieces fit? Because as I always say, if you hit at the major league level, you'll play. And then you just figure out the defensive part after the fact.
Yeah, great point. And listen, Gary, I mean, here's the thing about it. Like, it just goes to show that with a guy like that, and you could just tell that it's not the highest paid money to someone who's never played an one inning or pitch of Major League Baseball to get that kind of money, which tells you how much Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander and the Brain Trust think about his prospective future talent and potential, that they believe that $95 million is going to be, I mean, I already thought getting Cal for $105 million last year was the greatest value in Seattle sports contractual history. This one might end up making that one look like an absolute steal. Like you could just tell that they know something. And hey, listen, what can you say? Look at the entire roster, just like the Seahawks. How are you going to second guess the executive of the year when the executive of the year put together the best roster talent evaluation wise, that if you take the checkbook from Mark Walter out of it, you could make an argument. I mean, listen, that we know, Shohei Ohtani wasn't part of the Dodgers organization. He came to the Angels, and then the Dodgers purchased that. So, and same thing with Kyle Tucker and Edwin Diaz and Mookie Betts. And but in terms of talent evaluation analysis, it's pretty tough to compare to what Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander have done amongst all of baseball. I don't know many general managers, if any, wouldn't trade their rosters for this Seattle one in terms of the young studs that are here. Not just hitters, Gary, but pitchers and guys that, I mean, you got guys waiting in the wings like, Montero, and then you got Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan that, I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches.
No, it's exciting, and they're doing a really great job up and down. It starts with Jerry and Justin and Scott Hunter, who runs the draft, and everyone else. They're doing a fantastic job, and it is exciting because you think about that's how you keep windows open. That's how you keep contention windows open. You just keep bringing up the next guys to keep pushing it forward, and some of the guys you mentioned are certainly going to be a part of that, including Colt Emerson sooner rather than later, and it is really exciting to think about. And they've done a good job on extensions. The Cal one you mentioned, I think people often forget about the Munoz extension that they did really early. And man, has that paid off in an enormous way. I mean, Munoz has been one of the best relievers in the game. And that's one I think that gets overlooked often. So they are a true believer in Colt Emerson. And I think, his floor is really high, especially with his defense position and the way he has the ability to stick at shortstop, and he can play third base, and he can play defensively at a high level. And then you think about what that offensive impact can be. That's a pretty rare player. So it's really exciting to have that guy waiting at some point.
It's awesome. And we can all be sitting here on pins and needles and knowing that, and I saw it happen in Tampa in 2008. I believe, though, it was after the first week of the season. They called up a guy by the name of Evan Longoria. And it was like, wow. And, and they had done it. And that's the weird thing. It's interesting, too, to look at it, because it's like, Andrew Friedman, who I got to know quite well and who's now been the architect of 3 World Series with the Dodgers. It's like, man, he was able to draft B.J. Upton, Carl Crawford, Matt Garza, James Shields. He traded for Scott Kazmir, drafted Longoria. Oh, how about this guy, David Price? It was on and on and on. It's like, that's what I see. That's what Jerry and Justin and as you mentioned, Scott, they're doing here now, and it's fun to see, man. And it's like, man, these rosters, and we can continue to watch Cade and Ryan down at AA Arkansas and see what those guys are going to do. And I mean, man, it's like you're sitting on, it's a nice position to be in where, hey, you know what? Like Jerry did last year at the deadline, Gary, where, when you were able to make the moves for Gino and Josh, hey, maybe I'm just saying, but a guy like Luis Castillo, you're expendable when Emerson Hancock is pitching the way he is. When you've got Ryan Sloan and Kate Anderson waiting in the wings to get their shot. It's first world problems, right?
There's no doubt. That's the thing, though. That's what the system is for. Not only to bring the guys up to be your pillars, but also to get what you need. And they've done a great job with that too. That's how they got Castillo and Gino, as you just mentioned, and Donovan and Rosarena. Like, they've been a very active team, making big splashes, especially at the deadline, and drafting well and producing your own talent. That's how you do it. And a lot of those guys have been later round picks. You think to the draft just a couple of years ago, they've traded a lot of the guys from the draft, and it's been up and down the draft, fourth rounders and fifth rounders to get actual big leaguers, which is, it's their philosophy, and it's what's working so well right now. It is an exciting time overall. Just hope they can get the sticks going to match it all up right now, because it's really fun to think about where this all could go, right?
Yeah. By the way, did you hear about Ichiro, man? He's got a future in stand-up. Dave Chappelle better watch out. Ichiro, do you hear what he said when they talked about his bat being broken on the statue? He goes, I didn't know Mariano would fly up here to do that.
That's a good one. One of my favorite Ichiro moments is walk off against Mariano too. That's great.
Yeah, right. Hey man, that's good stuff. So we'll get that bat fixed, and let's get the guys in between the lines to get those bat fixed tonight. Let's do it, man. Let's get it done. We got to get through. Let's get at least 3 out of 4. We don't need a split. We need 3 out of 4 this weekend, man. So let's LFG, Gary. Always great talking to you. Triple meat, double cheese at Frisco Freeze, just for you.
Perfect. Love it. Yeah,
right.
Getting things going against the Astros, that's always perfect timing. So we'll see what happens tonight.
You got it. Extra red relish, don't forget. All right, Gary. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks, buddy.
Sounds good.
All right, the great Gary Hill. I love talking to him, man. Hey, listen, I know there's 149 games to go. I get it, and I understand where we are, but it's time. You don't want to get too far behind. I mean, that's my thing. Let's start to, even if this weekend you do split, I just want to, like the 4 guys this weekend, I'm microscopically watching with an eagle eye: Cal, Josh, Julio, and Randy. They need to get it fixed this weekend. Like to win 3 out of 4 and hopefully sweep, but they need to get it fixed. We'll get to the What Do You Say text of the day at 49451 coming up next. But first, a Masters update from Augusta. that I can grab. I love fair food. Now, they had this thing here, kid, that I love. They usually call them in certain parts other than the Northeast elephant ears, but what it is, it's fried dough. You ever had fried dough?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's not there's another thing that it's called something. It's they usually call them like elephant ears, but it's fried dough. And I love it with the powdered sugar and cinnamon. So much powdered sugar that it looks like Tony Montana in the final scene of Scarface. It's that like I'm gonna go. I'm looking forward to headed to the fair this weekend. I'm gonna check it out, man. And I went to they did the Winter Wonderland one back in December. That was awesome. They do a great job there in Puyallup. I like it. Brian Schmetzer is the top coach in Seattle. Yeah, I was talking about the 4 major sports. Okay, we're talking about the 4 major sports: NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and NHL. We're talking about the four mains. But yes, he's a great coach. No doubt about it.
All right. Let's see here. Last one for me, because I know we got the mayor waiting on deck.
Oh, no, we got plenty more to go. Don't worry about the mayor. He's eating right now. We got plenty more to go.
I'm talking about time, though.
Oh, well, yeah. We got plenty. Pretty good. But
I'll let you do it. I will not be a part of it.
Okay.
The Seattle Mariners have a superstar problem. They've been grooming Julio his entire career to be the face of the franchise and the superstar they thought he would become. Then along comes this guy named Kyle Raleigh, to where Julio is not the superstar, nor is he the most popular player on the team. Yet Julio still stands on the top step next to the manager like superstars do, holding the trident when someone hits a home run. Kyle is the one that runs this team, and Julio has been somewhat disappointing and not lived up to the expectations. Kyle's the captain, so is Julio forever going to be the Robin to Batman?
Ooh, that's a good text. And he put a lot into that. All right, a lot of people texted in, so I'm just going to go boom, 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 rapid fire on what to get for fair food. Krusty Pup and Fisher Scones. Fisher Scones. Wow, another one for Fisher Scones. Elephant ears, exactly. Elephant ears is fried dough. It's in the Northeast what we just called fried dough, but that's what elephant ears are, and I freaking love it. I can't get enough of it. The Earthquake Burger with fried onions. Monster Burger. Like it? Pretty good, but Frisco Freeze. Okay. Trust me, MJ, get the beef and cheese pierogi. Thank me later, Jarrett. I love when people use my tagline. I love that. Crepes. Yes, love the crepes. Puyallup Fair, Earthquake Burgers, Elephant Ears, and Baseball Beans. Baseball beans. The real Puyallup Fair is September. This is the baby one. That's okay. Yes, funnel cakes. That's right. Funnel cakes is the fake fried dough. Don't get funnel. Funnel cakes is not elephant ears, and it's not fried dough. Fried dough and elephant ears, that's the same thing. I don't like funnel cakes. I'm not a funnel cake guy. What's the team batting average? Is below the Mendoza line. When the team's batting average is below the Mendoza line, you know you have a problem. You must be talking about the spring fair and funnel cakes. Exactly. I am. Boy, Jarrett sold the beef and cheese pierogi. I'm all in on it. Lou's Onion Burger. Oh, man, you guys are getting me on this onion burger. I'm freaking hungry right now, man. What else we got here? It's from Joel. Love messing with you, bro. You were angry with the text line yesterday, brother. Your Dick Vitale is the best I've ever heard, Joel. Thank you, Joel. Always here to impart true wisdom. It's from a separate one. Appreciate the response there. Listen, guys, we're just they got elephant ears at the fair. Get the corn, Lou's Onion Burger. All right, I like it. Yeah, elephant ears is in the Northeast. We just call it fried dough, and I tell them to do it lightly. And if they won't do it lightly, I don't like burned fried dough. I like it lightly as possible, and then I douse it with powdered sugar and cinnamon. And I'm telling you, if you have this, guys, you can try it now. And thank me later. I'm telling you, overdose of powdered sugar and cinnamon. Moose and Gator barbecue. Man, I can't wait to get to the fair this weekend. I cannot wait. So I appreciate all the people kind of texted in about what I share. This onion burger, though, is So what is this? Is it Lou's Onion Burger? Is that what we're doing here? All right, Lou's Onion Burger. There it is. All right, we appreciate everybody who participated. We'll talk to the mayor. Thanks to Gary Hill for coming on today. And the mayor is coming up next. All right, the Mayor's coming up next. Kraken got a much-needed win after losing 6 in a row last night. A comeback down 2-0. I'm like, man, I did not see that coming. Did not see them putting up that kind of fight, and yet they did. What did you think about last night's game? And it ended up being a good crowd.
Great crowd. I mean, enthusiastic. Down 3-1 in the third, come back, tie it up, get a winner in overtime in the shootout from Berkeley, and yeah, it was good. I think it was needed. I mean, it staves off elimination for one more day, but that's irrelevant at this point. I think it's more just if you're trying to build a culture and you're trying to do all the things you're trying to say, then at some point you need to win a game. It doesn't really affect what you're going to do lottery-wise and all of those things, but you need to win a game. You need to show some character, and they did last night.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and especially on the day when everything happened and they talked about building character and all those things, right? So with all that stuff being said, that was much needed, yes.
How about the fact that they're not going to, as of they said for the time being, or maybe forever, they're not going to fill Ron Francis's position?
Well, it was a new position, remember. He got bumped up.
That's
so,
right.
yeah, they created that for him last year.
So they're not going to, it makes sense. Yeah. So Jason Botterill, you think he's ready to...
he's been running the team.
Yeah.
I'm just, the mixed messages that we've had the last year are just odd.
In terms of what?
It was like Bots is running the team, and then they make this move yesterday and say now Bots can really run the team. Well, I thought he was already running the team.
Right.
I don't know. They're going to do their deep dive, audit, and we'll see what they come out of that with. But they've got to find a way to become just better on the ice and better in terms of their scouting and better in terms of player evaluation. They just have to. I mean, everything they've done in that organization, except for the hockey on the ice, has been first class. It's been good. I mean, whether it's, game presentation, catering to the season ticket holders. We're going to lower prices, the food in the building. I think the broadcast, whether or not I'm part of it, yeah, sure. But I think I know they've invested in it, right? And they said, hey, we can't watch it our fans can't see it on Root Sports. We're going to just take a little bit of a hit here with rights fees, and they're going to go over the air and go to Prime. Their corporate marketing and advertising and revenue streams there, everything they've done has been really good, except for on the ice, the product through 5 years with one blip on the screen in year 2 hasn't been up to snuff. And I'm saying that because I'm parroting what Todd Lywicki said. He was with us on our pregame show for TV last night, and that's what he said. He goes, everything we've done is good. The hockey has to be better.
He's right.
And he's 100% right.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
And so how imperative, though, is it to get this fixed ASAP?
It's
right
critical.
I mean, like timing.
Yeah, and I don't even think about the NBA. Like I'm going to take that off the table. But I think just because you're going into year 6 and
that's what I'm saying. That people, you've got 5 out of 6 non-playoff seasons.
Yes,
right.
4 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
And
I think it's
just
it's
like
you. I mean, yes, you've got to become a winner. There's things that piss me off in this, in sports with. I'm seeing all the celebration. Utah clinched a playoff spot last night. The Mammoth did, right? And it's like, their first playoff spot in franchise history and all this. They're making it sound like that team's been in existence for 20 plus years. They had a foundation. Logan Cooley and all these guys, Dylan Gunther, some of their better players. They were drafted when they were in Arizona. So stop this. It's not like it's not apples to apples. But I'll just go back. I really like Ron Francis. He has, for me personally, was very good to me. He helped me get to where I'm at. I know that for a fact. So I owe him a lot. But also, if you go back to year 1 and even before year 1, I was really critical of the expansion draft. I thought that they were way too conservative with how they drafted in the expansion draft. I thought that they could have gone out and done a little bit more, made the team a little heavier, a little tougher, harder to play against. And just going back through that, I thought they could have done a better job that year, and they didn't. They find a way to get into the playoffs, but it's time to make a move. And if Ron had any influence at all in the last year, and apparently he did from what they're now saying, then yeah, let's make a move. Bots, you get it. My guess is he gets a year.
Oh, he has to.
I think this is okay.
Yeah.
No excuses. More importantly, Mark, what they do in June and July with draft weekend and all the draft capital and free agency, we're going to know by the 5th we're going to know by the 4th of July what this team is. It's really that simple. That's fair. NBA is the same way.
Yeah, that's fair.
They have the same calendar, right? Same calendar. July 1st.
Yep.
You draft in July 1st, and away you know.
And the Stanley Cup final goes past the NBA finals now.
Yeah, it goes into June. Whatever it is.
Goes later.
Yeah.
What do you got coming up today?
Busy show Friday as always. We'll get right off the get-go. Rob Rang talking the NFL draft. We'll talk cornerbacks. Seahawks need to find somebody to compete with Josh Jobe and to replace Reek Woolen. So we'll talk about that with Ranger. Danny O'Neill's weekly visit at 1:30, and then our final visit of the year with Gary Parrish to wrap up college basketball.
Ooh.
And do a little bigger picture college basketball. Do you know Kansas has the top returning scorer for Kansas after the portal opened has averaged 3 points a game last year?
Yeah.
Let me just emphasize that. That's Kansas.
I know.
That's Kansas.
Yeah, I'm not as enthralled and blown away that Michigan got Estrella from Tennessee yesterday.
No.
Everyone's like, oh, they got he's not Lendenborg.
No.
He's
but I don't think they expect him. I think they expect him to be more like Johnson. I think he's more of a power forward.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Real quick, top 3 things at the fair food that you love.
Are we talking Puyallup Fair?
Yeah.
Because the scones would be number 1.
Right, that's everyone's saying?
Yeah,
How about the onion burger?
I never had it.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't been to a fair in a zillion years, but when I went down to the golf show a couple weeks ago, on the fairgrounds, the scone truck was outside.
Oh no.
And no doubt I stopped by.
And it's a certain kind of scones. It's what?
Fisher Scones.
Fisher Scones.
Fisher's the company. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fisher Scones.
That's what they said. And by the way, the thing in the Northeast.
Are you going down there?
Yeah, I'm going down there.
Okay. Get yourself. Here's the pro tip. Get a couple scones.
Yeah.
Get a couple to go and bring them home. You can warm up in the microwave the next day.
All right.
But get the jam. They have the raspberry jam they make it with. Phenomenal.
Okay. Thing that we call in the Northeast fried dough, they call elephant ears here.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. You douse it with powdered sugar and cinnamon.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Yep.
All right, Ian Furness, have a great weekend. Thanks, kid. We'll see you on Monday.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Masters underway, round 2. Rory McIlroy still is the leader in this year's Masters. He is 7 under par. Justin Rose is 5 under, as is Patrick Reed right now. We'll get an update for you live from Augusta coming up in about, 20 minutes or so, Jess? Right? 20 minutes?
Sounds about right.
Perfect. Kraken won in a shootout of the Golden Knights last night. They broke a 6-game losing streak at Climate Pledge Arena. They're still mathematically alive for the playoffs, but by like a whisker, anything can happen. But nice win last night. Burke Catton got a goal in regulation and also picked up the game-deciding goal in the shootout. John Tortorella lost his first game as their new coach. He was 4-0 before then. Mariners had the day off yesterday to prepare to host the Astros tonight, a 4-game series. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's almost like the old PCL series, like 4 days. But anyway, away we go. That's coming up. 6:40 first pitch, Emerson Hancock on the mound. Did they reveal the Ichiro statue today?
Yeah, they did.
And was the bat broken?
It was.
Stuff happens.
It was limp.
You know what? I bet you can fix it.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Like I said, I think curses are meant to be broken also. So.
Let's see. I see a bunch of NFL news. Colts and quarterback Kenny Moore agreed to seek a trade to find a veteran new team. San Francisco 49ers agreed to a 1-year contract with free agent defensive end Cam Sample as well. 13 days from today will be what? Day 2.
We know.
Day 2, Jess, of the NFL draft. We are so close we can taste it. Speaking of the NFL draft, we're going to do the show. Rob Rang in just a second. Before we get to Rob, 1:30, Danny O'Neill, 2 o'clock. Gary Parrish will wrap up, put a bow on everything college basketball-wise with GP, including where might Zoom Diallo end up, what's going on with the kid Stokes from Rainier Beach, and how does Kansas, of all teams, have nobody left on their roster? We'll get to all that with him, but NFL draft, again, 13 days away. 2 weeks from today is day 2. No better guy to talk to. Brought to you by Forelli's Pizza. Then, Rob Rang.
As part of our never-ending coverage of the NFL, it's time for Ian's Weekly Visit with Rob Rang from FoxSports.com. Brought to you by Forelli's Pizza, on your home for the 12th man in the NFL. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, let's go. Rob Rang joining us. We are 13 days away from the start of the draft. 2 weeks away today from day 2 of the NFL draft. Seahawks have a couple picks in day 2, at least scheduled right now. Rob Rang joins us, brought to you by our good friends at Forelli's Pizza, Forelli'sPizza.com. Ranger, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing great, Ian. It's, we got 2 weeks, as you said, basically until the draft. And so this is go time. It's as exciting as it gets for a draft analyst like myself.
All right, let's talk cornerbacks today, because probably a situation where Seattle's going to look to get some help in the draft with Reek Woolen walking. Josh Jobe did get re-signed, and obviously Witherspoon. But let's go down that road. I'll just kind of ask you real quick, and I'm going to jump down a little bit because I don't think – there's a couple guys near the top that probably aren't even worth us discussing too much. Seattle's not going to go down that road. Mansour Delane from LSU, Jermod McCoy from Tennessee. Are those kind of the top 2 corners, do you think? Or is Chris Johnson from San Diego State fit in there?
No, I think those are the top 2. I think that there are 8 cornerbacks in that I would feel comfortable with Seattle trotting out there as a rookie and saying, all right, this is going to be a starter for us. And I definitely think that Mansour Delane from LSU, in my opinion, a top 10 prospect, long off the board. And then Jermod McCoy, interesting guy, Jermod McCoy. I mean, he transferred from Oregon State to Tennessee. And so there's going to be some regional appeal there. But I just see too dynamic of an athlete. He missed all of last season with an ACL injury, but he proved his health at the pro day. And so there's very little chance that either one of those 2 players are going to wind up being anywhere close to Seattle being able to even trade up to get them.
All right. What about Chris Johnson, San Diego State? First thing that jumps out at me is over 6 feet tall, almost 200 pounds, pretty quick guy as well. What about Chris Johnson?
He's just a good all-around football player. You know, I think that he is a very strong candidate for Seattle, number 32 overall. If he were to be available, then he's good enough that I don't know that you feel like you have to trade out. You could just stick and pick and just feel really good about it. He has been a good player for San Diego State his entire college career. He's a quality run defender. He's a quality special teams kind of a guy. But where he really stepped up was just in creating big plays as an interceptor this past season. Had 4 interceptions, took back 2 of them to the house for touchdowns. He went to the Senior Bowl and performed well there, but wasn't dominant there. So he raised some concerns about the level of competition and what kind of athlete he was, and goes to the combine, ran a 4.4 flat, and he raced all of that stuff. I just see a guy who's really instinctive. He's a smooth mover. He just does everything well, nothing so incredibly well. I think that he is in danger of being taken in the first 25 picks or so. I think he's likely to come off the board somewhere between 25 and 40. And so if the Seahawks are interested, I think that Chris Johnson, from a scheme perspective and from just a reliability perspective, he would make an awful lot of sense.
Let's talk about Avian. I think is it Avion Terrell from Clemson?
Correct, and he's the younger brother of A.J. Terrell, a Pro Bowl corner.
A legacy. A legacy guy. Yeah.
Exactly, and of course, the Seahawks and every other NFL team appreciate just the bloodlines, of elite athletes. Not only because of the fact that they are genetically, have a predisposition to athletic success, obviously, but also that they understand what the work ethic that's required, the challenges that are out there, just in social media and just in being a celebrity. All those things matter, and Avion Terrell plays like a Seahawk. I mean, he's a gritty, very physical football player. I mean, he forced 8 fumbles over his career, Ian. This is a cornerback, so I mean, for a guy that is undersized, I mean, he's 5'11" and 185 pounds dripping wet, but at the same time, he is tenacious. And, he didn't run real well at his pro day. He ran the 4.6s. And honestly, I think that might actually help his chances, because he was being thrown about as a top 20 kind of a selection. We talked a lot about Clemson football all year long, Ian, and he was the one player who really stepped up his game this year, whereas Peter Woods and the edge rusher T.J. Parker, certainly the quarterback Cade Klubnik, they all struggled. Not Avion Terrell. So he is another one. I like his slot. I think that he's better at the slot or the nickel position than outside. But of course, with Devin Witherspoon likely playing much more outside this upcoming season without Reek Woolen, that could be the hole that the Seahawks are looking to fill.
It's funny. We were just talking about T.J. Parker yesterday with our buddy Steve Palazzolo from 33rd Team and Check the Mic podcast, and he said the exact same thing. Clemson was filled with disappointments this season, right? Like in terms of the draft guys that you and I talked about, and they never kind of came to fruition. Parker's one of those guys, but yeah, Terrell seems to be the outlier in that regard. How about now? I don't know if this guy fits Seattle's bill or not, but Colton Hood for Tennessee, another Tennessee corner.
Yeah. He's a really interesting guy. Now, I have to be honest with you. I kind of stereotyped him at first. This is a player that is coming out as a redshirt sophomore, Ian, and he bounced around 3 different programs. He was originally at Auburn, then went to Colorado with Deion Sanders, and then switched this past season at Tennessee. And Tennessee was the only season or the only team in which he was a starter. He's entering the NFL with 13 career college football starts. So everybody talks about, like, at quarterback, the challenge of Ty Simpson in only 1 season as a starter. What about Colton Hood at corner? But at the same time, you see just a springy athlete. You see incredible anticipation for a guy with his limited experience. I mean, he turns and locates the football, makes a play on it. He's a tough guy defensively against the run. There's a lot of things about Colton Hood that really is impressive on tape. And then you kind of dig a little bit deeper. He had family members, his dad, his uncle, his cousin, all played at Auburn. So I understand why he wanted to start off there. He transferred to Colorado, played with his brother and another cousin. So that makes some sense. And then, he just wasn't a fit with Deion Sanders. That happens sometimes, of course. And made the transfer to Tennessee with the injury to Jermod McCoy. We talked about him before. He missed the entire 2025 season. That kind of put Colton Hood in a position that he needed to kind of put up or shut up, and he did. He was terrific. He's a heck of a player, and one that is going to require an awful lot of guts, because again, 13 career starts, and you're drafting him in the first round. I mean, that's bold talk. But the Seahawks reportedly had him in for a visit, and I understand why. The talent is there, and he seems like a scrappy player. The Tennessee head coach, now I'm spacing on his name, but the former Heisman Trophy winner,
Josh Heupel.
Yeah, Josh Heupel. Thank you, sir. Josh Heupel, the Tennessee head coach, is not one to mince words, and he bragged about how professional Colton Hood was. So again, for a young player who's bounced around a little bit, maybe it's not that he's egotistical or can't take good coaching. Maybe it's just that he recognized the unique opportunities to play with some family members and be a legacy himself, but then also compete against the absolute best that the country had to offer.
Rob Rang joining us, brought to you by Ferrelli's Pizza, Ferrelli'sPizza.com. Rob, it used to be when Pete Carroll was here that if the Seahawks were going to take a cornerback for the most part, a DB, there were certain traits they had to have, arm length, overall height, things like that. I look now with Josh Joe being re-signed, Devin Witherspoon's not the biggest guy in the world, so maybe that tendency has changed a little bit, because, and I bring that up because a guy that we probably remember from watching the college football playoffs and all that this season, D'Angelo Pons from Indiana, I believe is under 5'10". What is he, like 5'8", 5'9", something like that?
Yep, 5'8", 180 pounds. And Ian, I love him. I mean, I just think that he is a terrific football player. If he was a couple of inches taller, we'd be talking about an easy top 15, top 20 pick. Look, he's 5'8". There's nothing you can do about that. But, he grew up in Miami. And has always been the smallest guy. He went to James Madison, fell through the cracks with all the talent that comes out of the greater Miami area. For him to go to James Madison just kind of speaks to the fact that he fell through the cracks. But of course, that's where he was coached by Curt Cignetti. Curt Cignetti moved over to Indiana, brought Pons with him, and Pons was a superstar. This past season, he was unbelievable. Again, for all the attention that Fernando Mendoza and the receivers and so many players for Indiana get all this attention, D'Angelo Pons was the guy that knocked Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson out in the playoff game. He's the guy that had the pick six in the opening seconds against Oregon to basically put the Ducks behind the 8 ball right off the bat. In another playoff game. I mean, this guy, he's 5'8", but he plays like he's 6 foot. He had a 43.5-inch vertical jump at the combine, Ian. So the pure explosiveness, 4.40 in the 40-yard dash. 4.36 in the 40-yard dash. The 1.52 second split. That 10-yard split is actually becoming more important in the evaluation perspective than the 40-yard dashes are, and very few people were any quicker than D'Angelo Pons. The instincts, the physicality, everything about him screams possible Seahawk. He and again, D'Angelo Pons, possibility at number 32 overall, certainly in a trade down scenario. And my other kind of mighty might that I really like is Keith Abney II from Arizona State, similarly sized, 5'10", 187 pounds, but also is just kind of scrappy do out there with his ability to play the run as well as cover even bigger receivers than he is.
Are Abney and Pons both day 2 guys, do you think, though, when it comes down to it?
I think so, but I would not be surprised. I wouldn't bat an eye Pons. I have Pons higher. I think I have Pons as my number 6 corner overall, I believe, and right there probably about 40th overall in the rankings. So I wouldn't bat an eye if he went in the first round, where the Seattle anywhere else. I think that there'd be a lot of critics, but I'd be among those ready to defend that selection and then kind of laugh all the way to the bank when he winds up becoming a star in the NFL. I mean, it just, these are the kind of guys in that, that's the whole point, is we're trying to measure these players out. And there's obviously, it's a very unique player that is that size that can still play in the NFL at high level. But if you check off every other box in terms of instincts and durability, he's never, in the case of D'Angelo Pons, never missed a game in college football. He has just been a difference difference maker at James Madison in both seasons at Indiana. Has played inside, has played outside. Held his own against some damn good receivers. Not only against Indiana, on his own team that he's facing in practice every day, but of course against the Ohio States and everybody else out there. Jeremiah Smith got him a little bit, but Jeremiah Smith gets everybody. He's the best player in the country.
All right, analyst choice. I got a couple minutes left here. We got an update coming in just a couple minutes from the Masters tournament, so we'll have to get to that in just a couple seconds. So, analyst choice, leaning on your. And by the way, I saw you writing some stuff for Seahawks.com as well, so Seahawks fans can go check out Rob there too. So, Rob, what am I looking at? Give me a guy that fits the Seahawks mold, whether it be Brandon Cisse from South Carolina, Tredan Stukes from Arizona, maybe it's Malik Muhammad from Texas, Channel Rivers Duke. Any of those guys pop out as you as a John Schneider, a Matt Berry type of guy?
I think of the players you just mentioned, Ian, I very much like Brandon Cisse from South Carolina as a fit for the Seahawks, and don't really like so much Tredan Stukes from Arizona. And one of the reasons why is just age. Brandon Cisse is 20 years old. Tredan Stukes is 25. Soon will be 26. He's actually one of the older players in this draft class. Now, in the case of Stukes, his ability to play corner as well as safety is a very versatile player. He proved himself to be a ball hawk this past season. I just think that he was surrounded by so much talent in Arizona. The Wildcats had a terrific secondary, and you might have 3 different guys from that secondary get drafted this year, and that's helped him. And then he ran the combine like a madman, 4.3. He doesn't play at 4.3, whereas Brandon Cisse plays at 4.3 and ran in that time. And he is a player that I just wish he had more ball skills. He only has the 12 pass breakups and the 2 interceptions in 34 career games. So it's just, he doesn't make enough plays on the ball, but he's one of those players, you watch him in coverage and he just changes direction and accelerates so fluidly that there's just some real man-to-man coverage skills there. He is an instinctive player. He plays downhill and recognizes, things happening around him. So I think that he translates very well to the zone defense that the Seahawks play a lot. And you see physicality as a tackler. Now, he doesn't always wrap up, but again, he's only 20 years old. He's one of those players I think that you can gamble on the traits and assume that your coaching staff, I think Mike McDonald, Carl Scott as defensive backs coach, those are 2 of the better teachers in all of the NFL, in my opinion. So I think that John Schneider is going to feel a little, and Matt Berry as well, are going to feel emboldened that they can go with guys who have traits and that they have the coaching staff to be able to make these players that much better.
Great stuff as always, Rob. Appreciate it. Did I get that right? I saw you on Seahawks.com as well.
Correct, sir. I feel very honored to be able to write some articles for the website. And so I got, some 12 players that are just absolutely sea hockey from this draft class, offensive only mock draft, a defensive only mock draft. And if you're looking for, for the exact replacement for a Boye Mafe or Kenneth Walker III, I've got an article there where I pick out players that are basically exact doppelgangers of those particular free agent losses for the Seahawks. So yeah, it really is a tip of the cap, to the Seahawks for allowing me the opportunity to do that. We're talking about the Super Bowl champions here, and I'm just some draft analyst. We're working as a high school, English and history teacher here, but I just love the opportunity to kind of give my opinion about different prospects in this year's draft class that are good fits for the Seahawks or for any other NFL team out there.
I heard it just because John Boyle needed some help. That's all. I mean, they finally figured that out, that Boyle just is not cutting that. No, we love John Boyle. He's one of our favorite people. Love you, Johnny, if you're listening. We'll see you in a couple weeks of the draft. Rob, great stuff as always. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Take care.
Rob Rang, we'll take a break, come back. Danny O'Neill after a Masters update.
Get out of New York City. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet jacks, conveyors to loading dock equipment. We sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or call 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with Danny O'Neill.
All right, Danny O'Neill with us. Do you hear me okay, Jess? Do you?
I can.
Talk to me.
I can. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, Danny, are you there?
I am, Ian. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm going to, hopefully I can hear you here. Good, buddy. Good. Magic of Radio. What's going on? How's your Friday going?
My Friday is going quite well. We got the baseball season in full swing, ready to get the Mariners back on track after their worst start in 15 years. But I haven't lost the faith. I haven't wavered.
I have not either. You know what? Did you see that? Okay, I'm going to be very careful here because I'm not mocking this. But did you see the Ichiro statue unveiling today?
Yes.
And I guess the bat was broken when they pulled the tarp off, right?
It seems like it might have been fixed, however, subsequent to the breaking. It looked like somebody got up there and turned it all lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, and maybe got it up and rolling again.
Well, here's my thought. Listen, man, stuff happens. It just happens. I like it. I think we needed something to happen to get this offense turned around. And if it's breaking the bat on Ichiro's statue, I'm in. And by the way, Jess, Jess, now I can hear. I don't know what happens.
You know what? Some buttons get pushed,
okay,
and
perfect.
now we have to just figure that I'm out on the fly, and I think we're good to go.
It was the greatest question answer ever without being able to hear the other end that I just pulled off. But yeah, I think we need. Honestly, I think it's one of those. Like you hear about slump busters and all the things that baseball people do. I say breaking Ichiro's bat on the statue. I think it was intentional. I think Martinez did it on purpose. I think that was a Kevin Martinez, I'm doing that on purpose thing.
Sometimes you got to take one for the team and just have to wear one. And a little bit, it gets everybody moving in the right direction. Everybody can laugh a little bit because it's uncomfortable at first and you don't want to make light of anything or hurt anybody's feelings. But sometimes crap happens and then we pick ourselves up and we start moving. So yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. That's the kind of thing we needed to have happen. I would have preferred a fist fight. I'm always one for, hey, the fight will bring everybody together. So just get out there and get after it. But broken bat could work.
Whatever works, man. Just make it happen. Just get this thing going. You wrote about it a little bit the other day. The bats are one thing. The defense, is that what's got you concerned?
It just makes me mad. And I try to be a fairly rational sports fan. I fail in some regards, but the area that I fail most is errors by Major League Baseball teams make me grind my teeth in this sort of, that is absolutely unacceptable. Though I know we all make mistakes and everybody's trying their hardest, and God bless him, Brendan Donovan's played 36 games total at third base, and it was 2022. But God, you got to make that play. Bad defense can put me in a bad way. It can turn me into the angry fan.
Well, I think the thing with the Donovan deal that just is kind of, I guess, maddening in a sense, is it feels like one of those things where we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. Like you just said, what was it, 36 games he had played at third base? I mean, listen, there's a lot of positions in baseball. We all played Little League growing up. We all know where you hide guys, and I guess the Mariners are trying to do that with a couple guys in right field, right? I mean, or wherever it is. First base, you try to hide guys sometimes too. Third base is not where you hide a guy that you have a question about his defense. Like that's not an easy position to play, I don't think.
Well, it's kind of you get the sense that you're hoping.
Right.
And you make a plan that you hope things are going to work out. Okay, wasn't it D. Gordon that they moved into center field?
Oh, gotcha.
And then when Robinson
Robinson
Cano got suspended, he went back to second base, and that seemed to work out a lot better. And then Cano came back, and that kind of disrupted everything they have going. This feels a little bit the same sort of thing of you've got a guy who is a proven player, and you're like, we're going to hope it works if we fit him in here.
Right.
And I do think that they have some options if it turns out that Donovan can't play third base every day, that it is a liability.
Yeah.
But it's really frustrating when it works out that way, because it's just like, God, can we just not go into a year and not hope that something? Can we feel confident that it's going to work?
Yeah.
Can we rely on a track record instead of we hope Colton Wong bounces back?
Oh God.
We hope Brendan Donovan can be able to play third base, and yeah, that gets a little frustrating. But look, he's one of the only dudes that's hitting. So
yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like he hits, you got to have him in the lineup, and he's kind of carrying you right now in that regard.
And he is absolutely an important addition, and I like his versatility as a player. It's what we've seen so far. He is extremely professional, could not have been more accountable after that game, but you just wonder, can he be your everyday third baseman? Is that too big an ask for him? Because that's not something he's done in the past. And if it doesn't work, it's the planner's fault. It's not the guy that's trying his best to make the plan that's been laid out for him work.
God, I forgot about the D. Gordon. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Remember how bitter he was? He was like mad. He was mad. He was not happy about that.
He gave it a good effort. Like he gave it his best effort.
Yeah.
But I can understand from his perspective when you're a Gold Glove caliber infielder of feeling like, why do I got to go learn to play outfield at this point? And then it really was a problem when Cano came back.
Well, and listen, like that's, I get it. Like I mean, and people are going to probably text in right now and remember he's a Gold Glove, Gold Glove. But Gold Glove utility. That was when they gave that to Dylan Moore last year, and we saw when they tried to play Dylan Moore every day. Like no, like you're the tallest short person. Stop it. Like that makes no sense. But he can hit. And thank God for his hitting right now, right? I mean, without him hitting, this team would be in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, he and Arozarena are the two guys that have actually been swinging it pretty good. And Arozarena's had some issues in the outfield as well.
That's a nice way to put it.
A little bit.
That's a nice way to put it.
but there is the sense of a team. It's a disappointing start, but you do have the expectation, and it's really the middle of the lineup. You are going to start getting more from them.
Yes,
and you're getting great pitching. You are getting the pitching that you thought you were going to get. So, but yeah, maybe I'm going to go with the Ichiro's broken bat is going to set everything right.
I want to see when things get turned around this weekend. I want to see that as a dang apostrophe column next week, and I want full 100% credit. All right, because I think that's I want that to happen. No, I mean, listen, Emerson Hancock pitches tonight. I can't wait to see him. It was cool. I mean, he's just been fantastic so far. So, and he got 4 games against the hated team called the Houston Astros. Do we still hate him? The answer is yes, 100%. We still hate him. So, along the way, Danny O'Neill joining us, dang apostrophe. We're 2 weeks away from the draft, my friend. Are you going to miss? Are you going to miss us out of the VMAC and not being up there hanging out on the third floor?
I like the actual draft.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with some of the lead up to it, but yeah, I will miss hanging out there. It's one of the more entertaining weeks because you've got NBA playoffs going on.
Yeah.
You'll have Mariners games, and then you've got the shenanigans of the draft. The draft has been the site of some of my favorite moments. I will forever recall looking up onto the television screen and seeing a picture of Laramie Tunsil with a gas mask bong.
I was with you there for that one.
Oh, that was good. I forgot. Yeah. That was a good one. That was a good one.
That was a mind blow, man.
Yeah. I've
never seen anything that aggressive in my life.
No,
like that is the most aggressive apparatus I've ever seen.
Justin Coley would have been proud. I like the days of like the Seahawks are taking. Oh, they're using their pick. Okay, we always get to that point. Are they using it? Yeah. Oh, they're using it. Okay, who is L.J. Collier? Like, who the hell is L.J. Collier? I look back at Rob Rang. He's like, well, it's this guy, but I had him as a 4th rounder. That kind of stuff. And you're like, okay, well, Kristen Michael just got drafted. Really? Did they wait? What? Like Rashad? But then you have drafts like the Witherspoon JSN draft, and what did that lead to? I guess a Super Bowl. So I'm with you. It's entertaining. It's fun. We're intimately there. Our station, we're going to be there. Feels like 24/7, and just immersing ourselves in it. So I'm with you. I think it's a fun few days.
The Seahawks very quietly have become, I don't want to say more predictable, but they've tended to follow more of the overall trends in the draft. They don't have as many. I don't buy into the idea of reaches.
Yeah.
But they don't tend to be out on an island as much anymore. Like you've seen the term that people have talked about is a composite draft board, where you take the rankings from all of the different people that are creating mock drafts, the people who are actually studying the tape, and do a composite of them. And Seattle's picks over the past 3-4 years have become much more in line with those composite rankings, and you don't see the out of the blue picks.
Do you think that's a Pete Carroll thing? Do you think that was more Pete when he's like, hey, let's take a flyer on Malik McDowell or LJ Collier or whoever, and I can turn him into a superstar? Do you think that was more Pete pushing John to do those?
There are certainly sometimes, like Rashad Penny's selection, that I'm very confident was a Pete-driven choice. You had a couple other running backs that went around there, and I think if you injected John Schneider with truth serum and said, hey, they're going to take a running back here, he would have gone Nick Chubb. But I can't say for sure, because John's definitely had some wild hairs too over the years. But you certainly start to see the emphasis on re-signing and extending the offensive line that's happened over the past couple of years. You do start to get a sense of, okay, maybe Pete's hand did influence things in a couple of different areas, because to John and Pete's credit, they never pointed fingers or sort of, hey, that was this guy's deal.
No.
But yeah, I think that's a fair point, Ian. I do. I think that you could see that some of that is John now is the final voice on all football decisions.
Yeah, I think so too. Danny O'Neill, tell us about the dang apostrophe.
It is the newsletter that originates from New York City, and you will be able to read about the curse, not the unbroken curse. It will be the opposite of a curse. The blessing of the bent bat will be one of the entries next week if the Mariners do, as we're hoping, and get the offense untracked this weekend against the Houston Astros. You go to DannyO'Neill.com, you put in your email address, and I send you emails. It's as easy as that.
It's not that hard. We can all figure that out, even old guys like me. Danny will talk to you next week, and I want to thank you. I also want to thank our good friends at Northwest Handling Systems, Eric Gordon, bringing us Danny each Friday. Northwest Handling Systems has everything from forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment. We sell, rent, service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today, nwhs.com, or give them a call, 425-255-0500. Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, Ian. Have a great weekend.
Daily Power Play coming up next.
the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, winning us the Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
Bobby, first off, I want to kind of get your feel for the temperature in the room. A crazy last 48 hours. After a win last night and with us now down to about 4 games to play, how would you best describe, whether you want to call it the vibe, the temperature, the feel with this team that is still in the playoff hunt right now?
Yeah, I think we're feeling good after that one, definitely. It was a bit of a tough stretch there, but definitely happy with how our game went yesterday. We kind of stuck with it the entire time, even when we were down. Just kind of found a way to win and found a way to pull together as a team, and that's kind of a testament to where we're at in the season. Obviously, things don't look great, but we're still pushing, we're still sticking together and trying to see what happens.
Bobby McMahon's been fantastic. 9 goals in 14 games with Seattle. He got one last night, just a beauty to tie the game at 3, and the Kraken win in overtime. It's too little, too late as far as the postseason is concerned. They're not officially mathematically eliminated yet, but they will be soon. So that's not going to happen. And now he's kind of about the draft and lottery balls. But I think I mentioned this to Mark, and that's a good question by Mike there to Bobby McMahon this morning. But I mentioned this to MJ in our crosstalk segment. Last night was important for a lot of reasons. I think at the top of the list is you need to see some sort of validation for what Lane Lambert's been preaching and pushing for, whether it be consistency in play, and just making sure that you're building the right culture in the room. And you're down 3-1 in the third period to a team that's literally playing for a division title. Vegas came in last night 2 points out of first place in the Pacific, and a team that had won 4 straight games, had the longest point streak at 6 games in the NHL. And you're down 2 goals to them in the third period. They're playing for everything. You're not playing for, frankly, anything except for pride. And you stepped up and got that win in a shootout last night, just the second shootout win they've had all year. But I thought that was big. I thought it was a really impressive performance by them in the third period. Again, it means nothing in this season in terms of standings, but maybe it's a good indication of the fact that guys are buying into Lane and the culture. He sat a couple key veterans last night in Lindgren and Ellie Tolvanen. Young guy Berkeley Catton was the first star of the game, had a goal. He should have had a goal early. Aiden Hill, the goalie, made an incredible save. And then, you know what? The hockey guys are smiling on you. Puck takes a funny bounce. Hill goes to play it behind the net. Puck bounces in front, wide open net. Berkeley standing there. Oh, that's easy. Like you and I could have scored. But he pushed in, got the goal, and got the beautiful shootout game winner as well. So nice win last night. Next up tomorrow. If you're going to the game tomorrow, it's early. It's a 4 o'clock drop of the puck, 4 o'clock at CPA tomorrow. So an early game tomorrow at Climate Pledge Arena. So get there early for that game. Monday is the final home game. And Monday's home game, it's fan appreciation night, so all kinds of fun stuff's going on. Also, if you go to the game, you get this absolutely kick-ass, I mean, it is awesome, kind of soft cooler.
Oh, I'm all about a soft cooler.
Unreal. And I am, I'm trying to find one for me.
You don't have one?
They don't. I don't even get the damn bobbleheads. But I want this thing. I'm telling you right now, I want this thing, and I want it bad. It is really cool.
I
may have to fake like I'm a fan and walk in or something. I don't know.
I don't know. You're kind of hard to hide.
Well, no, it's just big and ugly. But yeah, I don't know. I just want. It's a really Mondays. The giveaway is worth everything. I can just tell you that on Monday.
I was going to ask you though, as someone who has been around the team way more than I have, when it comes to obviously, playoff bound is not where they are, but that kind of oomph coming back the way that they did last night. And also, securing a win in a shootout, that creates a lot of energy. How much do you think it does going into the offseason to have scores like that on your record?
I think it just shows that there's 2 things. One, you kind of kick yourself because you're 3-0 against Vegas this year. And you get the win yesterday and you say, that's awesome. And like I said, I think it's big in terms of saying, hey, we're buying into building the culture and all the stuff that Lane's been preaching. And then you kind of say what could have been.
Oh.
But as far as bigger picture for guys that are coming back next year, yeah, I think it's something you can. I think listen, yes, it helps your lottery chances, but if they would have gone into the off season with would have been 6, 7, 8, 9, I think it would have been 9 games, 10 game, 9 games, a 9-game losing streak, that would have been ugly. That would have been hard to kind of buy into at that point. So it was nice. It was a good win last night. Calgary tomorrow should get a win. I honestly think they'll beat Calgary tomorrow. And then away you go, final game on Monday at home, and then 2 road games next week. That's your Daily Power Play brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota. We'll take a break. Come back. Our guy, Gary Parrish, final visit of the year from Gary Parrish. He'll join us coming up next. choose chill. Masters underway. We'll have another update for you coming up here in just about 15 minutes or so, 15, 16 minutes. Rory McIlroy still is your leader. Just stuck a nice shot on the par 3, number 12, so that'll be good. If you have Xander Schauffele, you might want to give him a lesson in bunker play like I have him. He looks like I picked a guy that plays the bunkers like I do. That's great. Anyway, update coming in a minute. Kraken won a shootout of the Golden Knights last night. Broke their 6-game losing streak. 4-3 final. Berkeley Catton got the game-tying goal in a shootout. They host the Flames tomorrow, 4 o'clock, 3:30 pregame right here in your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Mariners had a day off yesterday. They host the Astros tonight, kick off a 4-game series, 6:40 first pitch. Emerson Hancock gives them a chance to win tonight. He has been sensational. Gets a start for Seattle. A couple notes from the Seattle Storm. They are losing a whole bunch of players. Neka Agumake is going to the LA Sparks, it does appear. She's gone. Sykes is gone. Looks like also Gabby Williams is gone. It's almost like they're Kansas basketball. Gary will know what that's all about when I talk to him in a couple seconds. But there you go. Those are your headlines. Oh, by the way, 49451. That is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Thoughts, comments, questions, and your concerns, complaints, whatever you have, 49451. Fire away. Also, love to get a talkback or two on the iHeartRadio app, red microphone.
You know I love those.
Speak into that. Fire away. Jess will play those coming up at 2:30. But in the meantime, our final visit of the year. Oh, final official time I got to hear this song as well. Let's do it with Gary Parrish.
It's time for our weekly look at college basketball with CBS Sports Insider Gary Parrish. Brought to you by No Lie Brewing, the family-owned, fully independent brewery born and raised in Spokane. From the brew house to your house, everyone's invited. Look for No Lie in your local grocery stores. Now with Gary Parrish, here's Ian Furness.
Well, first and foremost, big thanks again to No Lie Brew House, No Lie Brewing in Spokane, Washington. Spoka Vegas. John and Cindy Bryant, the owners, family-owned, community-based, local brewery. You can find all of their products here on the west side of the state as well. I want to give them a congratulations too, Gary. They were named, by the way, the 2026 Medium Business of the Year in Eastern Washington, Spokane County, Kootenai County over there, because of all the work they do in the community. I couldn't be more proud to call them friends, but also have them support our show, this segment every year. I love their beer. I've told it about the other day. Threezy Does It is a hazy IPA that is a little lower in calories and alcohol. Great session beer. Cascade Fog. Of course, they got their flagships as well. Born and Raised, Big and Juicy. You can look for it again in your local grocery stores. But Medium Business of the Year, not a surprise. Community-based, not a surprise. We love our friends at No Lie Brewing. If you head over to Spokane, and Gary, in our world, a lot of people go over there for tournaments. You know what it's like. You got little ones. You got a basketball tournament, a baseball tournament, whatever. Make sure you swing on by No Lie on the Spokane River. Hi, Gary Parrish. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing well. I know you spent some time in Spokane this year, did you not?
I did. I was supposed to be there for 2 days, and it turned into, I believe, 5 because of weather actually back in New York City. I was supposed to go back on maybe a Sunday and ended up staying until maybe a Tuesday, but it was terrific. Decided to make my first trip to Idaho, so I went and had a brunch in Idaho just so I could check it off the list of states that I've set foot in. Right. So yeah, it was a good time. Always great being at the kennel, and I got to sit down and do the Mark Few television show with him.
Oh,
we
wow.
taped it after the game. So yeah, it was a good trip all the way around.
All right, let's get to it. I want to kind of do bigger picture and look ahead. We'll quickly wrap up the Final Four and national championship game. It's anytime these things come and go and they come to an end, you see people and they want to give their opinions on, it was a great Final Four, it wasn't a great Final Four, it was a great tournament, it wasn't a great tournament. I don't know. Gary, we had buzzer beaters all across the tournament. The best team in the country, I think, did truly win. It wasn't like it was a blowout in the championship game. It was down to 4 with a couple minutes to go. How would you sum up what you saw in Indianapolis for the Final Four to wrap up this college basketball season?
Incredible season, great tournament. The right team won it, but the last 3 games of the season were not the 3 best games of the season.
Right.
Obviously, Michigan, Arizona got real lopsided. The other one wasn't particularly, a barn burner. And then the national championship game, like there was a moment where you thought, ooh, wow, is UConn going to really make a run at this thing? But just as soon as that happened, I think Trey McKinney banged home another 3, and you took a 4-point game back up to 7, and that felt like the dagger shot. And so there wasn't a lot of suspense to it, but I do like the fact that the best team won this event. Like, we don't get this as much as other sports get it because of the nature of a single elimination tournament. You've got to win 6 straight games. They're only 40-minute games. A hamstring or a hot 3-point shooter can, end your season or continue your season. And so sometimes you'll look up and, like last season, Duke was the best team in the country, did not win the national championship. This season, Michigan was clearly, and I think by the time we got to Monday night, after what they did to Arizona, it was clear Michigan was the best team in the country. All the data supported that. And then they went out and didn't even have to play well to beat what was a 2 seed in this tournament and the best program in the country of the past 3 decades. I thought it set up perfectly for Monday night that Michigan was going to have to go through that monster of Dan Hurley and UConn to get it done. And they did it really with very few issues without even playing well, which speaks to the fact this was literally one of the most dominant national champions we have seen in modern history and arguably of all time.
Gary Parrish joining us, CBS Sports, Ion College Basketball Podcast. Gary, when we look at Michigan coming back, and when somebody wins, you always wonder, can they repeat? They're going to lose, at least one guy. Their best player was a 5th or 6th year guy, in Yaxel, but and maybe their post player as well. But what does Michigan have coming back? Can they repeat right now?
Yes, they're going to be almost regardless of what the rest of these transfer portal and or NBA draft decisions are. It's already set up to be pretty obvious that Michigan is going to have a realistic shot to at least take a run at trying to repeat. They're going to bring back 4 of their top 7 scorers at least, or I should rephrase. It's not guaranteed, but the projection right now is that they would bring back Elliot Cadeau. They would bring back other impactful rotation pieces while losing Yaxel Lindenborg because of his eligibility is exhausted. Probably losing a Daimara, the 7'2" center who has established himself as a likely top 20 pick. The question is on Morez Johnson Jr., who was also in that front court, because you look at one mock draft, he's going 25. You look at another mock draft, he's going 35. But what's interesting is even if he were to go, say, 25, that's less than $3 million per year. And he can make that right now in college basketball. So we have reached a point in the sport where unless you're a lock top 20 pick, you have to really think about where you want to play basketball next season, because there's a decent chance there's more money in college than there is for you professionally in any sort of traditional sense. So let's just say that Michigan brings back Elliot Cadeau, everybody else who isn't an obvious NBA prospect, plus Morez Johnson. They've got a 5-star point guard committed in Brandon McCoy. They got a commitment yesterday from a Tennessee transfer named J.P. Estrella, who averaged only like 10 and 5 this season, but he's a lot like Morez Johnson was last season, a role player for a good team. They've clearly seen something they think they can work with. Michigan has 2 straight years taken a project center and turned him into a first-round draft pick. So the thought is that Estrella would be the next one in that line. So we'll see what happens with Morez Johnson, with a Daimara, what else happens with the transfer portal. But I feel pretty safe telling you on April 10th that when I do the final edition of the top 25 and 1 heading into the season, Michigan's going to be safely in the top 10 and probably in the top 5 and maybe number 1. I have them number 1 right now.
Gary Parrish, brought to you by No Lie Brewing. Gary, let's kind of wrap up our conversations this year with bigger picture conversations if we can, and just kind of looking at the sport. First of all, before we, the TV ratings were really good. People were watching. And so that would tell you the health of the sport is really good. I'll start there. You work for the broadcast company that carries the games. I got to think they're pretty happy with the way the numbers look. But let's start there. People watching, people selling 70,000. There's 70,000 people at Indianapolis to watch the Final Four. The health of the sport, how is it?
I mean, it's funny. I turn on a television and I see people like John Calipari, who I have an immense amount of respect for, and I've known him forever, and he and I agree on a lot of things and we disagree on some things. But I hear him say things like, this is not sustainable. And I understand what he means because it's so chaotic and all over the place. And it's just like not the way it used to be. But when you say things like things are not sustainable or this is not sustainable, like that's the type of thing you might say about a restaurant that's losing money every month. And you look at the books and you say, hey, we can afford to lose money this month and this month and this month. But if we can't lose money every month, this is not sustainable. So if you apply that same logic to college basketball and ask the question, is it sustainable? The first question's got to be, why wouldn't it be? Right now, coaches are making more money than they've ever made. And somehow, some way, universities are figuring out a way to pay for it. So don't tell me that's not sustainable. The prices for coaches keep going up. Look at Lane Kiffin's contract. Look at what Tommy Lloyd's new contract is. Look at the Michael Malone contract at North Carolina. Michael Malone is now the highest paid coach in North Carolina history. So coaches are making more money than ever. Don't tell me it's not sustainable. It's happening. Players, by definition, are now making more money than ever. Coaches roll their eyes at it, think it's crazy. They got to pay $1 million for a backup point guard, but the money's coming from somewhere. And the television ratings are like historically high. I think this was the second most watched NCAA tournament since 1994. So if the arenas are full and the television ratings are great and everybody's making more money than they've ever made, what about it is not sustainable? I understand that there's probably a better way to do it. Like, it's not great that too many basketball teams year over year look completely different. There needs to be roster continuity, familiarity. I acknowledge there are ways to improve it, but the hyperbolic, the sport is ruined and this will never be good again. It just flies in the face of every number and data point that we look at. All the money is working well. Television ratings are working well. People can say they don't like watching a sport where everybody transfers every minute, but like they're watching it, so like their mouths don't match their eyeballs. They're saying they don't like it, but the people keep watching it. So I don't know what the problem is. I would love to have more structure. I've got great ideas if anybody wanted to listen to them, but the idea that the sport is in an unhealthy place, just not true. There's nothing actually tangible to back that up.
Yeah, I think, and I think almost there's two conversations. One is the games in the regular season, right? And then I think the other thing is March Madness, is the tournament. And the tournament numbers are huge and people tune in. I think, if I'm being honest, I think a lot of that is because there's the brackets and the gambling element. And, I was in a Survivor, two bracket. There's a lot of, you have a vested interest. I think it's the model the NFL has. And people be kidding themselves. They said the NFL was popular only because people love watching football. Part of it is everyone's invested. You got fantasy football or in this day and age, gambling, right? You have those going on. It's easy. But yeah, listen, people are watching it. I enjoy that game, the college game, more than I enjoy the pro game for sure. Right now, it looks like basketball, I think basketball should be played. There's mistakes made. Sure, it's not as good as the NBA in terms of the skill level, but I like seeing ball movement. I like seeing motion. I like seeing a guy set a screen. I don't like seeing isolation. So I enjoy it. The part that when I hear people say it's broken, I'll dance with you in what you just said, the roster continuity. Here's the thing, though, Gary, this is what's strange to me. Because this is where it probably, I don't know if this will make it get fixed or make something in terms of better rules and regulations in place. No one's immune to it, right? Kentucky loses Denzel Aberdeen. Kansas has lost basically their entire roster, if I'm not mistaken. It doesn't matter if you're a blue blood or not. Everyone has roster turnover. That's the crazy part to me. How does that happen? How is Kansas or Kentucky not immune to all these things?
It is. The issue these schools are running into is that for decades they have recruited the best prospects in the world, used nothing more, at least above board, than a scholarship and a cost of attendance stipend. And if you wanted to keep them, why would they leave you? If you want to keep them, the only reason is because you either think they're going to help you at your blue blood program now, or you think they're going to help you at your blue blood program soon. And if you wanted to keep them, you would keep them, because why would they leave you? They're at the best place. And also, if they decided to transfer for whatever reason, they would probably have to sit out a year. Well, now we live in a world where everybody is essentially a free agent at the end of the season, unless you have one of the contracts that ties you to a school for multiple years. And yes, those do exist, but most of them are year-to-year type of things. And so what And now every basketball player has an agent. And so starting in February, if not earlier, everybody starts taking stock of things. And if you're Flory Badunga at Kansas, you're a good player, not an All-American, but a very good player, legitimate NBA prospect, borderline first round. Well, suddenly your agent is telling you, because this is what his agent is telling him, if you get into the transfer portal, you can make $4 million next year. And Kansas is, whatever Kansas paid in this year, just trust me, it's not close to $4 million. So Kansas is probably looking at it going, hold up, we just paid you, and I'm making up this number, I want to be clear, but let's say we just paid you $2.5 million. And now we got to pay $4 million? We got to do another $1.5 million just to get you back? That seems crazy. But the problem, of course, is that what's crazy for Kansas might be sensible for somebody else, because all it takes is one billionaire or a bunch of multimillionaires to throw money into a pot and say, let's get this done. So what happens is you've got new coaches at new schools whose boosters are excited, and they're telling him, we'll give you whatever you need in NIL. We just can't lose to this school again. We got to make this right. And there's just a lot of money out there. And if you make yourself available, somebody is going to throw it at you. And that's why every Kansas player and just about everybody you see get into the transfer portal, they either know what's out there or they genuinely want to see. And that's like a very public announcement of, if you're interested in me, make an offer. And some of these offers would blow your mind. I ran into an assistant coach of a mid-major program at the Final Four, I think like last Thursday night or something. And I had told them, hey, I heard you might be getting your best player back, because that's a rare thing now for a mid-major program to get its best player back. Because at this point, like if you're the leading scorer in the Southland Conference, you are probably getting recruited by power conferences for, $2 million a year or something. So it's hard for mid-majors to keep their best players, but this school's going to do it. And I said, I said, like, between us, how much do you pay for that? And they said, we got a discount. Like, he had better offers from power conferences, but he gave us a hometown discount. I said, really? What's the number? More than $1 million. And this was for a mid-major player you've never heard of. Nobody listening right now has ever heard of this player. He is at a mid-major school that you don't care about, and he's making more than $1 million next season to play basketball. So if that's out there for that player, imagine what's out there for guys who have been in Kansas's program. Kansas might not want to pay highest price for them, but somebody will, and that's how you lose your whole roster. And then Kansas will go out and probably overpay for different players, and, round and round we go.
Because we're good friends, I know I can call you later on this summer, because I kind of want to go deeper into this at some point as well, because I think it's a fascinating conversation, especially as you start seeing all the chips fly. Dana Altman's comments yesterday I thought were sensational. He said, look, guys are getting pay cuts. We had 12 wins this year. Like, I'm not paying these guys. Like, and I thought it was very, very professional basketball. Like, we'll get to that later on. Before I go, real quick, where is Stokes, the kid from Rainier Beach out here? What's the latest on his situation? Where's he going?
Kansas has for a while been considered the leader. And so this is among the reasons maybe you don't decide, I want to pay $5 million for Flory Badunga or whatever. It's because you already got a certain amount of money is going to have to go to the number one prospect in the class of 2026. Kentucky also involved. They've got lots of money. But ultimately, he's going to make millions of dollars to play at one of the biggest brands in the sport. And then we'll see how it goes. I've seen him for multiple years. He's immensely talented, but there's some, there are reasons why certain programs decided to not recruit the number one prospect in America when they otherwise probably would. And so I wish nothing but the best for the young man, but he's in a good situation right now. He is technically available, and multiple blue bloods need a player, an impactful player of his caliber. And they've got real money to spend. And so I don't know exactly when he will make an announcement, but there's no harm for a player like him and just sort of waiting this thing out, because bidding wars can be lucrative.
I know
this right in the middle of them.
I know this isn't your forte. I'll just ask you real quick. I just got a couple seconds left. I got to get to a break. But Zoom Diallo was Washington's best player this year, and he's in the transfer portal. We've heard a lot of different things. UConn being at the top of the list. There's a Jalen Stewart connection maybe there. I don't know if they're buddies or not, but they're both from out here. Have you heard Zoom Diallo's name thrown out there at all in the portal? Because that's a big loss for Danny Sprinkle.
Absolutely. Like, you hear these things, and then you hear this person might be going in or is in, and then you immediately hear, and these schools are involved. And what that typically means, and I said this on the On College Basketball podcast this morning, and some people got upset by it, but yes, like tampering is a real thing that's happening all over the country. When you hear about somebody going into the transfer portal, like I'd say in more than half of the cases, they already know where they're going to school next. They're not getting into the portal to be recruited. Sometimes they are getting into the portal just to get right back out of there. Like some players even enter with a no contact label, which means leave us alone. We already know where we're going. And so that kind of stuff is very, very common.
Gary, great stuff. Ion College Basketball Podcast. Go listen to it. You guys do a ton of stuff leading up to the draft and in the offseason as well. You, Norlander, David Cobb, everyone that's involved. It's one of my favorite podcasts to listen to. And I enjoy these conversations every year. Big thanks to No Lie Brewing as well. And trust us, we will call you again before the basketball season starts, Gary. But get some rest, man. It's been a long grind for you.
When you call, I'll answer. I appreciate you.
I appreciate it. That's Gary Parrish. We'll take a break, come back. We got a Masters update coming up next. Check the text as well, 49451.
from the R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Ian Furness, powered by Seattle's closest sports book, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right. First of all, I believe we're all good here. Somebody text me at 49451 and let me know if you... here's the thing. I want to know if you can hear us on the radio. I want to know if you're hearing us on the app. So if you're hearing us on the app, this will take like a minute and a half. Text to 49451 and says, got you on the app. Same with YouTube. We're on the YouTube.
We are.
And stay on the radio, 49451. Because we had this crazy little thing that happened here. And it was power outage, power surge. What was it?
I don't know, but it's building wide. And so those of us who are not in the studio right now still don't have power.
Okay.
So our sales team is in the dark right now.
They need just to go home. It's a Friday. They shouldn't be here anyway after 2 o'clock.
Yeah, one of them pulled the plug.
So the new guy, what's his name? Morgan? Who's the guy in charge
Marshall?
now? Marshall.
Marshall Burgess is our boss.
So Morgan over there, our new guy. Marshall. No, I like Marshall's a good dude.
He's
man.
awesome.
He's
We
a really
like
good.
him.
Yeah, a lot of times those guys are, a little sketch. Now Marshall Morgan, whatever his name is, yeah, he's a good dude. Like he had a meeting like at 2:30, but it was actually to announce one of our guys, Schubert, got a promotion. Nice job, Schub.
Love Shub. Yeah, I know.
And then Shub
I
said
thought
to
they were
me-
meeting about the power outage.
I did too, because we got zapped and they're out there meeting, clapping. I'm like, what just happened? So are we on or
We
not?
took
Let us
them
know.
off the radio.
Yeah.
That's what they were going for.
And I walked out there and I said something, and they said, "Oh yeah, Shub got a promotion, like in the company, like iHeart promotion."
He'll still be with us, though.
And then he said, "Well, don't look so surprised, Ian." And I said, "Well, people more surprised if I got a promotion." Anyway, we no, good for Shub. We love him. But yeah, I think we're on. Got it on the radio, listening on the app, YouTube, listening on the Karma radio. So yeah, we got it. Okay, good.
Yeah,
We're still on.
my emails working and everything.
Well, that's just crazy. Because I was in the middle of Gary Parrish answer, and all of a sudden, I hear this zzz, and everything flashes.
Well, we went dark for a minute.
See, if we're gonna have a power outage on Friday, it needs to happen before 11 a.m. when I drive in.
Before you waste your gas on your commute,
Yeah.
if you cannot have a show, yes.
All right, I'll read a couple Kraken ones. First of all, do you think the Kraken will re-sign Bobby McMahon and the Kraken have been a complete failure? Those are the two that came in back to back. How do you define a complete failure? Because off the ice, they're not a failure. And I'm not just saying that as company guy. If you think off the ice are a failure, you're kidding yourself. You're just wanting to be that guy. Or you write for Davy Jones' locker room or whatever that brutal blog is that I keep seeing pop up.
Yeah.
Those guys or whoever runs that thing, you got to check yourself, man. Like, you got to check yourself. Actively rooting against a team you cover. I get not rooting for the team you cover because you're a journalist. Whatever. I hear that all the time from guys, especially print guys.
Integrity,
I hear that from print people all the time. Like, really? Like, if you're being honest, like, seriously? Like, you really, like, I get it. But actively rooting against the team is weird. I find that a weird thing. Here's the thing. Your job's easier if the team wins. That aside.
Yes, it is.
Davy Jones aside. So we get past that. Everything except for the on-ice product has been successful. On the ice, one playoff appearance in 5 years, not great. Simple as that. They got to get better. Will they re-sign Bobby McMahon? They're going to either have to. They have to. Has to. Okay. Let's see. I love golf, but if you're listening to the Masters on the radio, you've got problems. True. I do have problems. And I was listening on the radio this morning.
But if you can't watch on TV and
Right.
you're still into it, then how is that a problem?
Correct. Let's see. I'll get Ian. Now, be honest. How many on-course water hazards have you flown the bird towards, like Jessamine McIntyre's namesake did yesterday at the Masters?
Hey, my favorite thing, which should
Bobby
be
Mack.
noted.
Yeah, Bobby Mack flying the bird.
Robert McIntyre, spelled M-A-C, except ESPN messed it up.
How's that sound? Hey, turn me up. Just turn it up, real
Okay, I'm not sure where that's coming from, but apparently, yep.
That'd be a fire alarm, ladies and gentlemen.
It is a fire alarm.
The show's been great. We love you all. Good night. God bless and good night. We're out.
Did we light the radio on fire? Is that what we did?
I don't
did
know.
we light everything on fire? There is an alarm going off right here, but that will not stop us reading these text messages.
No, it will not.
No,
Damn it.
it will
It's not going to stop us.
I am
What a Friday.
sorry.
Hey, I'm going to tell you this. I appreciate all the texts. By the way, my wife, Keith Miller, my wife asked out if there's a transfer portal for husbands. Should I be worried? You should be. Probably
That
for a
was
lot
the
of reasons.
one.
Yeah.
That was the one that I wanted to get read because we got to end on a Keith Miller, and hopefully by the time we're done with this next break, this will stop.
You think?
I don't think. I just hope.
Okay. You know who's really going to be good with this? Wait till Softy comes on at 3 o'clock. He starts yelling at Jackson because the fire alarm's going
He's down
off.
at Jimmy's at least, so he will only have to deal with Jackson's mania dealing with this.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not leaving. I'm staying. I'm the captain. I'm going down with the ship, man.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm like Harry Truman at Mount St. Helens. I ain't going anywhere. I ain't going anywhere.
Wolf of Wall Street.
We'll take a break. See ya.